Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If One for All Deku becomes single father. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku and Katsuki. You could say life was unfair, unbalanced, or just plain cruel. With over 80% of the world is born with a quirk. Being born without one was to be placed behind the starting line of life by a good margin. It was akin to being placed miles behind the line, especially in Japan. Growing up in a society so predicated on quirks, almost all children would naturally dream of a powerful quirk so they could join the ranks of heroes. Having the right quirk would mean you would dominate whatever profession you chose to enter. Your whole life could be mapped out by your quirk, even more so if you didn't have one. Izuku Midoriya was in the boat of not having one. His dreams of becoming a hero were dashed and broken. But with a child's stubborn determination, he clung to them. This made him the target of all the others with quirks, thus feeling superior to him. Izuku also had the unfortunate luck of being best friends with someone blessed with an incredibly powerful quirk, Explosion. Katsuki Bakugo was the son of his mother's closest friend since school. The two had married around the same time, gotten pregnant seriously close to each other, and given birth around the same time. So naturally, their children were put together, hoping they would grow and be best friends. It had worked for a bit. Katsuki was loud and rambunctious, and Izuku was quiet and shy. Together, they were constantly on the move, playing, dreaming of being heroes, and being what a lot would see as inseparable. All it took to separate them was Izuku not having a quirk. Katsuki, as mentioned, had a powerful quirk and was praised for the potential that it granted him. Everyone wanted to acknowledge him and his future greatness, other students, teachers, and random people on the street. As any dime store psychologist could tell you, showering a child with constant praise will never result in an altruistic and emotionally stable person. If they are never corrected for their mistakes or reprimanded, then everything they do is never wrong. If nothing they do is wrong, whatever action they take is right. Katsuki decided that Izuku was no longer worthy of being near him or anyone else. He drove everyone away from the boy and decided that Izuku's dream had insulted Katsuki's destined future. Katsuki's greatness could not be tarnished by the presence of some quirkless, useless person trying to stand next to him. Thus, Izuku became Deku, meaning useless. Katsuki's ire was not reserved for just Deku. It was for all those with what he deemed an inferior quirk, and that was everybody. As long as they acknowledged him as the top of the food chain, everything was fine. Sometimes he had to beat that into them, but once again, if everything you do is never wrong, that makes it what? Right. Izuku, on the other hand, would constantly try to stand up to Katsuki and tell him that what he was doing was wrong. Not a good idea. Also, what was not a good idea was standing there and poking the dragon and being unable to do anything but get beat down. Now this would save whoever had been the previous target from Katsuki's wrath, but whoever had been committed would then flee, and more than likely join in on the bullying later so as not to find themselves the focus of Katsuki Bakugo. So in the race that is life, Izuku was drowning, figuratively and in reality, as one of Bakugo's cronies was holding him underwater after another rescue. Bakugo made no move to stop this. Instead, he was laughing, saying that maybe this was Deku's quirk, being able to breathe underwater. Is this attempted murder? Yes. Is it wrong? Yes, but if nothing you do is wrong. No one ever reprimanded Bakugo for his treatment of Deku. No one. Besides, Deku could hold his breath, so what was the harm? Izuku's struggles at first were not very dramatic as he figured they would let him up. I mean, it wasn't like they would kill him. Right. But when they didn't let him up, and his lungs burned and felt like they were about to explode, his life flashed before his eyes. It was a genuinely pathetic thing to watch. The life of a 10-year-old, full of ideals but lacking convictions. The only bright spot was his mother. She had failed to comfort him when the diagnosis came through but truly loved him. He had hidden the abuse from her to try and spare her as he felt he had already destroyed her life enough. He is a child and therefore, let's be honest, stupid. Had he spoken up, things could have been different. As she pressed further, things could have been different. Yet both were so scared to damage the other they just kept silent. As he was slipping into the cold embrace of unconsciousness, the last of his struggles fading through the haze and the water, an angel appeared like a bullet crashing into the bully holding him under. The angel, Suijin. Suijin was getting acquainted with the new city she found herself in. Her parents had to relocate often, forcing her to relocate as well. She had grown used to it, not accepting it in any fashion but used to it. So as she had done this before, she had gone off to explore. It was essential to locate the local spots so she wouldn't be too lost in conversation at school. Wandering the large park was fun if not a kind of lonely experience, but pleasant nonetheless. The sounds of some explosion in the distance had initially caught her attention, and as he made her way over to the area, she found a beautiful stream running through the park, Following the sounds of laughter and taunt, she stumbled across quite possibly the last thing she expected. A rather plump kid with wings was holding someone under the water whose thrashing was slowing considerably. An ash blonde laughing maniacally on a rock like a cheesy villain telling the fat one to hold him down longer. A third kid with splotchy skin and disturbingly long fingers was nothing but an echo chamber for the obvious leader of the group. Suijin's feet moved before she realized what was happening as she dashed forward, barreling into the cherub with all her might. Thankfully, her parents had taught her how to take care of herself from an early age for reasons not necessary at the moment. The sudden attack stunned all three boys. She used this to pull the drowning victim from the river and quickly set him on his back on the nearby shore. Vaguely, she could hear the three assailants begin to shout some threats toward her. She ignored it, feeling the water in his lungs. She knew that inaction would be a death sentence. The first activation of her quirk, she summoned 2 giant water golems from the river to chase off those 3 aholes, their yells and screams retreating quickly into the forest. Straining, she touched the boy's chest and gently pulled the water from his lungs. As it came out of his mouth, it took the form of a sea snake before plunging back into the river. She released her control of the golems and breathed heavily. Quickly, she checked to see if the drowning victim was breathing. Admittingly, in her panic, she didn't do a perfect job. "Oh, what F," she thought. "It is a good thing I took those CPR classes at the community center due to my quirk." Her mind made up. She tilted his head, opened his airway, pinched his nose, and bestowed the breath of life. Part of her mind quickly commented on how this was her first kiss. The other half replying that it wasn't technically a kiss but the closest she had gotten in 12 years of life. Izuku, another chance, just one more chance, to do things differently. He felt something warm in his chest. Then again, why was he tasting cherry? Why were his lips warm? He could feel it. He wasn't dead. His eyes snapped open. A girl with bluish-black hair leaned over him. She turned her head to draw a breath, ready to deliver it before starting compressions. Her beautiful eyes opened and locked onto his wide-eyed expression. All Izuku could think of was how the sensation of her lips lingered on his and how he had a new love for cherry chapstick. He couldn't say anything. He couldn't move. Suijin. She was momentarily entranced by those beautiful emerald pools staring back at her. Her brain snapped her back quickly. Did this ahole fake me out to steal a kiss? I'm going to murder him. Bring him back so I can murder him again. Did you just intentionally steal my first kiss, you bastard? Izuku. No, I know. I swear, I would never do something like that. I was unconscious. I am so sorry for what happened. Your lips tasted nice. Oh no, please. Oh no, I'm dead. I'm so dead. He scrambled away before kneeling, pressing his head into the dirt, and begging forgiveness. Death didn't come well, at least at the moment. He lifted his head and dared to open one eye at his savior, executioner. He was expecting death, but truth be told praying for a taste of cherry chapstick. She had dark, almost black-blue hair and brilliant blue eyes and wore a water hero's shirt, jeans, and sneakers. She tilted her head back and just started laughing. The feeling of the crisis subsiding. The danger has passed for the most part. Oh, thank God you're alive. Do I get to continue to live? Maybe. Suijin Yamada, she said, pointing at herself. Izuku, I mean Midoriya. Izuku Midoriya. Look, man, you just stole my first kiss. You can call me Suijin, and I'll call you Izuku. It was my first kiss too. Wow, aren't you so damn smooth? No, I swear I wasn't trying to take advantage of you. He tried to stand but sank to the floor as the adrenaline fled his body. Hold up, man, you did almost drown. I had to pull water out of your lungs. Besides, I don't think you could take advantage of a newborn kitten. Thank you, he managed weakly. His world is getting colder and heavier. I think I need to get home. He tried to stand again only to collapse. Let me help you. She got up and slipped his arm over her shoulder. He saw her pause and open her palm on her other hand towards them, and he felt the water leaving his clothing and hers forming into a water snake before splashing into the river. That's so cool, he managed. What is your quirk? Oh, I can control water. I just need water around. I can also animate it to attack for me. That is so cool. Life came up into his voice. His eyes shined at her, and an enormous smile crossed his face. Thump. What the F was that? Why did my heart jump like that? Suijin thought. All he did was smile at me. Thanks. Now, where do you live, Izuku? The trip home. He gave her his address, and she politely informed him she was new to town. He then provided directions as they journeyed to his home. He asked questions about her quirk. He was alive and smiling as they made their way out of the park and down the road. People gave them curious looks as they walked. He asked about her parents' quirks. She paused for a second before responding. Oh, my dad can control earth kind of like how I do water, and my mom can make herself invisible. She was lying. She knew she was. Her dad controlled water just like she and her mom could create it. She could make almost any fundamental element. They were the villain water dragon and Elementa. She knew they were. They weren't big time. Well, not anymore. They used to be bigger, but then she came along. But that was the truth. They were somewhere doing something. They would be home at some point. they may have to move again. But she hoped that would not be the case, at least not this time. She felt terrible lying to Izuku, but what could she do? Having villains for parents was difficult. They continued their walk toward Izuku's apartment. The boy holding onto her side was still asking some questions, and she could hear him muttering to himself, and he was struggling to remain conscious. After much struggle, they finally reached the stairs. After a slow and difficult climb, they arrived at his door. He struggled to get his key out of his bag and in the door. They made it inside, and he barely went to the couch before he collapsed, exhausted from his ordeal. She could hear him muttering something about the taste of cherries, which caused her to blush. She turned back to the boy, covering him with a blanket, and lightly kissed his cheek. "Sleep tight, good looking." She went into his bag and found a notebook called Hero Analysis. Quickly finding a blank page, she jotted down a note for him and her phone number. She tore the page, folded it, and placed it on the coffee table. She left the apartment, locking the door with his key before sliding it under. "I know it can't last, but I can be a girl for a while, and he can be a boy. It would be nice to have a friend for a little bit. He is alone like me. We could be less isolated for a little bit." She made her way downstairs onto the street, beginning her trek home. She would have to buy more cherry chapstick on her way home. She was almost out. Her heart thumped against her chest again. "I am in so much trouble," she thought. So it began the day by the river. Two lonely people found each other. Time. At the age of 10, Izuku Midoriya met Suijin Yamada. She was a few years older than him at 12. An unlikely friendship started that day she saved him. With Suijin in his corner, he began to change. Taking to heart what had happened, he was determined to live life differently. Suijin was determined to enjoy what time she would have with him. When her parents tried to relocate 6 months later, she fought back, and they ended up staying, setting this as their base and just traveling for work. The secret about boys, if it could be called that, when they find a girl they are infatuated with, they can be inspired to change and grow in ways never considered before. A prime example was a year later when Suijin mentioned that she thought guys who played the guitar were cute. Izuku, wholly sane and not entirely in love with his only friend, decided to start playing the guitar on a whim. The year after, when he learned to play one of her favorite songs, she knew she was also in love with her best friend. He sat there, his eyes closed, concentrating so hard to do it right. When he opened his eyes, her face was right before him. This time it was a kiss, cherry chapstick, he muttered afterwards, making Suijin laugh and blush. He confessed right then and there, listing in rapid succession all the things he found great about her. She stopped him when he started talking ill about himself. He shut eyes again, asking if she would be his girlfriend. Suijin couldn't say anything but yes. It would be nice to say that after the initial meet cute, Bakugo just left them alone. But he was not pleased that Deku stood up for himself more and that this stupid girl would not acknowledge his greatness. It was after another scuffle between them that Izuku made up his mind to start working out and learning to defend himself. He wanted to get stronger not only for himself but for Suijin. It was the very dojo he signed up with where he would meet his second friend Itsuka Kendo. She was the sensei's daughter and was assigned to get him up to speed and manage his workouts. Thankfully, Itsuka and Suijin hit it off, and the duo soon became a trio. The two girls pushed Izuku, picked him up when he was down, and encouraged him to move forward. With the year turning again and the seasons moving to summer, the trio went to the beach. Suijin had insisted that Itsuka come along to escape the dojo. He was with his girlfriend and friend, both girls, and both were beautiful in their bikinis. Izuku was developing some muscle, not so much a string bean anymore but showing much promise. With the constant lessons from Itsuka, he was progressing quickly in the dojo. Unfortunately, some jerks also noticed the girls and started to harass them. Before they could respond, Izuku stepped in. He didn't even think before telling the jerks to back off from his girlfriend and friend. When the fight broke out, Suijin went to jump in immediately, but Itsuka stopped her. "Let him do this," she said. Izuku fought 2-on-1 against boys older than him. He took some hits but won. He had won. He had been able to defend someone successfully for the first time. Suijin and Itsuka hadn't stepped in. They had let him do this on his own. Suijin's heart beat her chest. She rewarded him with deep, passionate kisses that evening. They made out for hours, their hearts nearly thumping from their chests. "I love you," he whispered, thinking he had made a mistake when he saw Suijin's tears. But when she said it back, he understood. They held each other, drifting off into their own little world. At 13, Izuku had confessed his love and had it returned. Bakugo still came after him, but now he would fight back. He couldn't beat Bakugo, but he wasn't just going to take it anymore. He felt pride when Bakugo came to school with a black eye. Sadly, as quickly as Itsuka had joined them, she had to leave. She could no longer train with her father. She had to train with her grandfather to take over the dojo one day. The departure was filled with tears and promises of letters and phone calls, whereas for most 14-year-olds in the case of Itsuka and Izuku and 16 for Suijin, this promise would be kept. Izuku takes a small job to earn money for a present for Suijin. Little did he know she had done the same thing for him. She presented him with a new guitar on his birthday, the most fantastic thing he had ever seen. Izuku, aware of her love for dolphins, presented her with a gold necklace with a dolphin with actual aquamarines for eyes. Sadly, the year opened with some sadness with Itsuka leaving, and it closed with pain as after a terrible fight with Bakugo, who had tried to destroy the guitar, Izuku was left with a horrible burn mark in the shape of a hand on his back. The year Izuku turned 15. Specific years have the power to define our lives and shape our futures. For Izuku, this year and the ones that follow will have a lasting impact on his identity. Although previous years have brought significant changes to his world, these upcoming years will be particularly defining. Not soon after he had healed from his fight with Bakugo, a man came to the door to tell him and his mother, Inko, that his father had died in a tragic accident overseas. Izuku hadn't talked to him in about 10 years. He had left when Izuku was diagnosed as quirkless. He sent the money on time, but he made no attempt to reach out to his family. His mother had already accepted that reconciliation would never happen, but the news still hit her hard. If there was an upside, it was due to some negligence on the job, and his father had a comprehensive life insurance policy, with Inko and him as the sole beneficiaries. Inko used this financial windfall to purchase a house. The move was hectic and fun in its way. As spring approached, the couple began to make plans. Of course, her parents being villains, it would catch up to them eventually. On a Monday night, Suijin was informed they were leaving that Sunday. They had to leave town. She begged to stay, saying that Inko would take her in, but her father shut her down. She was coming with them. She ran into the night to Izuku, and she could only weep when he opened the door. When she finally shared why she was crying, he couldn't help but cry as well. Inko came to Izuku and told him she was going away for the weekend to unwind and that he would have the house to himself. She hugged her son tight, saying nothing else. On Friday, Suijin came over. First, they just sat on the couch for a moment. As soon as their lips touched, they both knew what they wanted. He picked her up off the couch and carried her to his room, her legs wrapped around his torso, pulling off his shirt. As their bodies found the bed, they sank into a night of passion, giving each other their first. Most of the weekend, they don't leave the bed. It is like cramming a lifetime of love and passion into a day and a half. Sunday is almost feverish in their power and declarations of love. Maybe if they can love each other enough, she won't have to go. Izuku promises to go to whatever college she attends. She makes him swear to pursue his dream of UA. First, to follow his dreams. She will still be there for him and wait for him for as long as it takes. He swears not to make her wait long, that maybe she can move back once she gets out of school. All the feverish promises that could be made are made. When her parents arrive in a moving truck, reality crashes around them. They kiss and hold each other. Tears flow, and dreams take a tenuous hold. They will make it work. We have to, they say. They will text, call, send letters, hell-carrier pigeons if necessary. She steps out the door, and he runs to kiss her again. I am going to marry you, he whispers. I will wait for you, Izuku, till the stars burn out, she says. Please wait for me, she begs him. As you wish, he says. She smiles for him. She walks to the car, looking back at him. Once she gets in, she rolls down the window and yells that she loves him in a broken voice. He tries to be strong, but he yells it back as the van pulls away. He hears her voice yell it again. He makes it inside as he breaks completely, stumbling to the couch. He doesn't even remember falling asleep. The pounding on the door rouses him from his sleep. He looks at his phone. It's 2 a.m. Everyone knows a few things. There is never a good thing to happen from a phone call or an unknown pounding at the door at 2 a.m. When he opens it to see a police officer, he knows that whatever fragments of his world he is clinging to are about to shatter. All he hears is that his mother is in a terrible accident, and he must get to the hospital immediately. As he rushes into the hospital, he sees Bakugo and his dad. He is confused as to why they are there. Then he sees Mitsuki, Bakugo's mom. She is in a hospital bed. Her head is bandaged, her arm looks broken, and her foot is in a walking boot. He can't focus on it too well. He is rushed into his mother's room. A nurse is holding her hand. The doctor stops Izuku, telling him that he doesn't have much time left. It is all dawning on the boy. He crosses the room quickly. Inko's eyes are bruised and barely open. Splints and tubes are everywhere. Dear God, there are so many tubes. Gently, Izuku takes his mother's hand, telling her he is there. Inko grabbed her son's hand tightly. She knew her time was short. She just needed to see him again. Listen, baby, I am sorry I have to go, but I will always be looking down and watching you. Be good and follow your dreams. Izuku tells her to stay. He is begging her to stay. Inko gathers her strength. Izuku, I am so sorry. I should have told you sooner. You can be a hero. I know that you will be an amazing hero. Be the best hero you can. Izuku, smile for me once and show me that everything will be all right. Izuku does it, fighting back the tears. He digs deep and smiles for his mother. She whispers, I love you. Before he could respond, the machine started to beep like crazy. They ushered him out as they attempted to save Inko one last time. 20 minutes later, the door opens to silence. She is gone. Izuku sits silently with his mother's body, trying to say goodbye. He exits the room in a daze. As the hospital begins to do its due diligence, an officer approaches him offering his sympathy. He asks the officer what happened. Mitsuki and his mother had gone out for a girls' weekend. Both had too much to drink, and Mitsuki drove them home. His mother had fallen asleep when the accident occurred. The car had gone off the road and down an embankment, and his mother was thrown from the vehicle. The officer kindly sits with the Izuku, offering what comfort he can. When the hospital hand over Inko's belongings, the kind man drives Izuku home. Numbly he walks into the empty house, feeling it will be that way forever. Itsuka is gone, Suijin is gone, and now his mother has been taken away. He collapses on his bed and cries himself to sleep. He finally awakes sometime in the evening. He has missed calls from Suijin. He calls her back. She immediately tells him in his voice that something is wrong. When he tells her, he can hear her crying. She promises that somehow, someway, she will get back to him. She vows to call Itsuka. They talk for hours till he falls asleep with her on the phone. The morning comes. Izuku doesn't awake until close to 10 a.m. He wakes up and stumbles through, taking a shower before heading to school to talk with the faculty. It is a short conversation. He is ahead in all his classes, and they don't care about him anyways. They agree that taking some time off would be for the best. Izuku nods and leaves, desperate to get back home. It is then that Bakugo confronts him in the halls. Bakugo begins to lay into Izuku verbally. Izuku is in shock as he registers what Bakugo is saying. He is complaining about how this will impact his life, that his family is going to have to pay Izuku out because Mitsuki was at fault, that his life is being inconvenienced, and that if Izuku takes the money, Bakugo is going to kill him. This blonde bastard then starts going off on where Suijin is, how she probably wised up and left him, and that it was Inko's fault for dying. His words, "If that dumb beach had bothered me wearing a seatbelt, this wouldn't be messing up my life." Izuku snapped, rushing Bakugo in a frenzy. He took him down immediately. He is not just trying to punch Bakugo. He's trying to put his fist through him. He is attacking Bakugo like a rabid animal. The blonde's blood is flying. Izuku has broken Bakugo's nose, fractured his orbital socket, and busted open his lip. Bakugo tries to blast him off, and it fractures Izuku's shoulder, but Izuku won't stop coming. Eventually, the faculty tries to separate them, and Bakugo uses this opportunity to get into cheap shots. Izuku looks crazed in his frenzied state, tears streaming down his face. All Izuku can do is scream he is going to kill Bakugo. He is fighting like a madman to get free and get his hands on Bakugo. "I want your blood," Izuku yells. He longs to hear Bakugo scream, but then something happens. A green aura surrounds Izuku's hand, and he gestures toward Bakugo in a claw-like fashion. Suddenly, blood begins to rip out of Bakugo's body. Izuku realizes he is doing it, manifesting a quirk like his mom's. With Bakugo's screams echoing in his ears, Izuku passes out. The sound of hospital monitors coax Izuku back to consciousness. As he comes through, he is handcuffed to the bed, and an officer immediately begins to lay into the boy, throwing terms like jail and unlawful assault with a quirk. Izuku's patience is so thin that it cannot be measured with the naked eye. If something like that was even possible, he snaps back. He rips open his hospital gown, showing all the scars Bakugo has given him over the years, yelling back about all that has been done to him. Before the officer can roar back, the door opens, and in walks a tall, thin man in a sharp suit. His hair is thinning on the top and sides, and he looks American. He introduces himself as Kobayashi, saying that he is Mr. Midoriya's lawyer and that the officer's presence is no longer needed and to remove the cuffs. The officer is about to complain when his radio springs to life, and the captain tells him to remove the cuffs from the suspect and vacate the room. "Now, Mr. Midoriya, I was retained by your mother, and in the event of her untimely demise, I was to serve you as well," he speaks. Izuku is not only surprised by his words, but the man is speaking with a British, Indian accent. "If you do not wish to retain my services, I would ask that you at least allow me to settle this pressing legal matter before you dismiss me." Izuku nods. "I have spoken to the other party, and in exchange for you not pressing charges against their son, they will not press any charges against you. Also, you will not be held responsible for any medical bills resulting from this incident." The man says, "Now, here is my card. When you are free from the hospital, please call me so we can go over the terms of your mother's will and sign some papers." A few days later, Izuku sits with Kobayashi as they go over the estate and his mother's will. Thankfully, the lawyer explains that his mother had already planned and organized her funeral arrangements, taking all the pressure off of Izuku. As they talked, it became apparent that beyond his quirk awakening, his mother was looking down on him. What it all amounts to is that everything is taken care of. Bills, repairs, future endeavors, everything. A monthly stipend will account for his food and spending money, including clothing and small necessities like haircut. If he requires anything else, he must submit a written request to Kobayashi, as he will be the executor until Izuku comes of age. His mother also made investments to see things through for years. With only a few days until the funeral, Suijin and Itsuka return, and the girls do all they can to support Izuku as he prepares for the fateful day. Itsuka leaves the couple at night so they may seek comfort in each other's embrace. It differs from the last time. Not frenzied, comforting, tender, and passionate. It also provides a welcome distraction from the grief, a moment of respite. Izuku is surprised at how many of his mother's co-workers come to pay their respects. Mitsuki comes but stays only briefly. She apologizes to Izuku. He can see she wants to say more desperately, but she can't find the words, so she leaves, hoping to not cause a disturbance. Izuku is torn. He wants to yell at her, scream and berate her, but at the same time, he wants to hug his Auntie Mitsu. Regardless of the hell he has gone through with her son, she was always kind and loving towards him. Sadly, the day after, Itsuka has to leave them again. The following day, it is Suijin's turn. Izuku sits in the house alone. The silence is oppressive, so he decides to walk. When he opens the door, sitting on his doorstep is a beautiful oak box. Bringing it in, he carefully sets it on the counter, studying it. He sees no markings. He opens it. The box contains a letter, an envelope stuffed with cash, and a bottle of Blanton's Single Barrel. He opens the letter. Izuku Midoriya, my deepest and most sincere condolences in this hour of grief. Know that though your mother has departed this world, she is still looking down on you from on high, watching you see you grow into the man she always knew you were inside. The letter is simple and typewritten, with no signature. The paper feels nice, but that is all Izuku can tell. He sets it aside, and there is easily 500,000 yen opening the envelope. His attention turns to the bottle, his mind racing. He had never had a drink before, and that was to change swiftly that night. It turns out getting alcohol underage is relatively easy. All Izuku would do is find someone down on their luck outside the liquor store, give them money to buy what they wanted, and they would procure him what he wanted. Slowly it all begins to blur together. Suijin's heart breaks as she talks to him in his drunken haze daily, answering his phone calls in the middle of the night and responding to drunk texts. She knows he is hurting and just trying to bury it away, but she tells him every day that he should stop. She doesn't yell or threaten, but she tells him he should stop daily and that she loves him. She is trying to get back to him to be with him to ease his pain, but she can't at the moment. Izuku wakes up one day. He is in his mother's room. He hadn't been in there since before the funeral. He is lying at the foot of her bed, curled up, holding her sweater. As his eyes focus more, he sees her dresser just across from the foot of the bed. It is a photo of Inko and him. It is from a fireworks festival years ago. He is little holding her hand, and they are looking up at the fireworks exploding in the sky. He has no idea who took the photo. It could be his father from his age in the image. His body odor and the smell of booze assault his nose. Looking at the picture, he just thinks she is watching. Izuku makes his way to the quirk registration office to update his status. While looking at what to name his quirk, one word comes to mind: attraction. That was what his mom's quirk was called. He can affect small objects like her, but he seems stronger. It doesn't matter that he registers it. The clerk goes to tell him the name is already taken. But Izuku quickly explains. The clerk nods her head and stamps his registration form. He puts the bottle down and doesn't pick it back up. He realizes he has been drowning his sorrows for the last 6 months. He calls Suijin, thanking her for standing beside him, and he tells her the realization of what has happened. They can only talk briefly as she is about to step into a doctor's office. With a giggle, she assures Izuku that she is just fine. The appointment is with her woman's doctor for her yearly checkup. Izuku blushes and asks her to call him after. She does, and they talk and text daily, just as promised. Itsuka can only communicate when she comes into town. Suijin and Izuku have fun, almost making her phone blow up as all the texts and communications download when she returns to service. After talking it over with Suijin, Izuku enrolls in online schooling, having decided not to return to Aldara. He exercises when he feels emotionally overwhelmed and returns to the dojo. Itsuka's dad is forgiving of his absence and welcomes him back. The end of the year is the hardest. Izuku does his best, but his mood is low. The first holidays are always tricky. The feeling of such loneliness as he is alone for the first time during the winter holidays. His mind drifts back to the bottle. He takes it and buries it in a box in the back of the closet. Suijin goes silent for a few days, citing that she is experiencing an Itsuka-type situation as her family went to visit relatives. He laughs as she sends him a text proclaiming December 15th the best day ever. She never thoroughly explained it. The year slowly passes, with Izuku at the shrine offering prayers for a better year. The year he turned 16. Or, the day Izuku met a sludge villain. Online classes allowed Izuku to do so at his own pace. And with his mind wholly focused on types, he was tearing through them at a stunning rate. He only hated having to go to testing sites to complete the class. This day he found himself leaving Aldera. Thankfully, he had been able to arrive after classes started and were leaving before school let out. Next to zero interaction with his former schoolmates had made it more bearable. Not running into Bakugo had made it heavenly. he decided to take a long way home, not knowing that this choice would kick his life in an entirely different direction. He was absorbed in his phone, texting Suijin that he had finished his testing. She had just responded that she needed to talk to him tonight about some great news. An unknown voice snapped him back to reality and the precarious position he had wandered into. What a fine-looking skin suit. Don't worry, kid, it will be over quickly. Izuku whirled towards the voice. A green sludge enveloped his vision, and it wrapped itself around his body. He felt it was trying to force itself into his mouth and nose. He quickly called upon his quirk, which allowed him to fight, but he still couldn't breathe. As his vision blurs, he can hear this thing taunting him for his struggle. The villain doesn't see someone climbing out of the manhole behind him. Everything fades to black for Izuku. He startles awake and feels something strike his cheek. Wake up, kid. His eyes snap open, but he still believes he is dreaming as he looks up at the #1 hero in Japan, not the world, All Might. Thank goodness, kid thought I was going to call an ambulance. You put up a good fight, though. Izuku immediately felt like a kid again. He reached for his notebook. Can I get your autograph, sir? Already done, kid. I read your analysis. You got a sharp mind, a good trait for a hero. Now I must be off. Careful walking through any tunnels in the future. Wait, All Might, I just have one question? Izuku reached out to grab the hero's shoulder. Unfortunately, All Might had already turned and leaped, pulling Izuku into the air with him. Izuku almost fell, but desperately he managed to snag onto All Might's leg. What the hell are you doing, kid? Let go. Are you insane? That would kill me. All Might quickly finds a rooftop for them to land on, and the kids tumble free. Why did you grab onto me like that? I was going to ask you a question, and I had just put my hand on your shoulder when I leaped off. I started falling, so I grabbed onto your leg. Honestly, I wasn't trying to do anything. Well, you're safe now. Head down the stairs. I have to go. All Might, hold on. I was quirkless for most of my life. My quirk just awakened 9 months ago. It isn't powerful, but do you think I can still be a hero? All Might mind raced. He had to get out here. His time limit was about to. And then it did. Suddenly, smoke erupted from All Might, startling Izuku as he jumped back, and when the smoke cleared, All Might was gone. Instead, there was a skeletal man with hair and eyes like All Might wearing his suit. What the hell is going on? Izuku yelled. Are you some sort of imposter? Easy, kid, it's me. Now I will ask you to keep what you have seen here to yourself. Of course, but what happened to you? Is this why you have slowed down over the last few years? Izuku asked. I am impressed that you noticed, but yes, All Might lifted his shirt revealing a massive wound on his side. I got this about 5 years ago, when I was battling a villain. Was it Toxic Chainsaw? You know your stuff, kid, a true fanboy. Izuku blushed. But no, it wasn't him, it was someone else, the strongest villain I ever fought. Ultimately, I won, but it cost me my spleen, half my rib cage, a kidney, part of my diaphragm, stomach, a lung, and parts of my liver and intestines. What is your quirk? It's similar to my mom's. I can attract small objects to me, Izuku said, demonstrating by pulling some gravel on the roof to his hand. All Might pointed to his wound. This was done after I had trained my quirk and myself for decades. While it is true that even if you have such a quirk that with years of training, you may be able to be a hero, with such an unrepresented late awaken, you are so far behind the starting line. I am sorry, young man, I don't think heroics are in your future. With your mind, you can still become a doctor, a quirk analyst, or even a detective. It may not be the life you seek, but it is one where you can do good. Izuku was stunned. Part of him who had lived for so long quirkless was devastated. Doubt was creeping into his mind, clouding his thoughts. Then he thought of Suijin, Itsuka, all the time spent in the dojo, working out, pushing himself. Then he thought of his mother. With her last breaths, she told him he could be an amazing hero. He hadn't yet manifested his quirk. The tear immediately stopped. Izuku raised his head and looked at the #1 hero in the world, staring straight into his eyes. You are wrong. I may be behind the starting line, but I just have to work harder. I have people who believe in me. My mother believed in me. You watch, All Might. I am going to be a hero. A lack of a quirk wouldn't stop me. And now that I have one, I am sure as hell not going to stop. I am sorry for all this happening. I promise your secret will be safe. Izuku turned to leave the rooftop. All Might was impressed by the fire the boy spoke with. He had to admire that even though the kid was behind the 8-ball, he wasn't about to give up. What's your name, kid? Izuku Midoriya, he called back as the door closed. Izuku made his way down the streets. His heart was pounding. He had just talked back to All Might. Now he had to back it up. A fire roared in Izuku's belly. His mind began to race at how he could train his quirk, turning the analytical mind inwards. He started formulating ideas. His brainstorming was cut short by the sound of explosions. Very distinct explosions. A sound that no matter what happened in his life, Izuku would never forget. Ones that he could identify at any time, anywhere. Following the sound, he thought he was prepared when he was not. As he pushed through the crowd, he saw Death Arms and Kami Woods holding back, not engaging whatever was happening. Izuku saw it. The sludge villain that had attacked him earlier, the one All Might had. Oh no, when I almost fell and grabbed his leg, I must have knocked him free. I am partially responsible for this. Why are the heroes not doing anything? He looked at Death Arms and Kami Woods. They complained about their ineffective quirks, and Mount Lady couldn't get near in her giant form. He could hear the sludge villain telling Bakugo to stop struggling. He could listen to the explosions getting weaker. He saw the fear in Bakugo's eyes. Before Izuku could think, before Izuku could reason, his legs moved before his mind caught up. Izuku dashed forward, slipping past the barricade. The heroes called after him, which he ignored. As he ran, his mind raced through all his countless notes. Distract the target. He grabbed his backpack and threw it at the monster, its contents spilling through the air. Luckily, a pencil flew and stabbed the villain in his eye. It screamed in pain. Izuku threw his hand forward in a clawing motion. The sludge tore from Bakugo's face, allowing the explosive teen to take a much-needed breath. Deku, what the hell are you doing here? Trying to save your life. The heroes weren't doing anything. My feet moved on their own. I don't need your damn help. Get out of here. Look, let both of us get out of here, and then we can argue about this. The sludge villain recovered and swung his arm at Izuku, sliding underneath as Bakugo managed to momentarily free his arm and fire off another blast that seemed to irritate the villain. His eyes are vulnerable. Wait for a second, I can target small objects. Izuku reached out with his quirk. He felt it grab the villain's eye. He ripped the eye free with a pulling motion, and a scream that would haunt the boy filled the area. Izuku turned his attention to Bakugo. Using his hand and quirk to free the trapped boy's arms and head, he was pulling for all he could. Rocket us out of here, damn it. Izuku screamed. I don't take orders from you. A whole Bakugo responded. Bakugo knew it was desperation time, so he poured all he could, placing both hands in front of him. Die, you bastard, he yelled as a massive explosion erupted from his palms. The shock reverberated through his body, dislocating one of his shoulders as Izuku and he was thrown free. They tumbled to the ground in a heap, and Izuku managed to see a massive appendage falling towards them. He quickly pushed Bakugo one way and himself the other as the concrete spiderwebbed from the impact. The two teens struggled to gain bearings when a dozen appendages rose to crush them. Bakugo rose to a knee, throwing his hand out to blast the appendages about to rain down on that useless Deku. Izuku reached out to try and grab the ones heading for Bakugo. He knew he couldn't target the whole appendage, but he could target a ring on them, severing them from the primary units. They both prepared for their end. Thank you for reminding me what it is to be a hero, young man. Detroit Smash. All Might appeared before the villain, and in a single punch, they blew the villain away. When the wind settled, rain began to fall. All Might just changed the weather with a point, the boys thought. It was a blur of activity as heroes rushed in as well as paramedics. The heroes began to reprimand Izuku for running and almost getting himself killed. Izuku couldn't believe it. He had run in because they were doing nothing. What was I supposed to do? Let him die. You guys weren't doing anything. Watch your mouth, kid, snapped Death Arms. Our quirks couldn't do anything to that villain. I distracted him with a pencil. You're a goddamn pro. You mean to tell me that if your quirk isn't suited to something, you just stand there and let someone die? I have had enough of this. How about I arrest you for vigilantism? Arrest me then. I would rather go to jail than stand by and let someone die when I could have tried to help. That is the true essence of a hero. Young man, now I don't think we need to bring charges. Death Arms. The young man is emotional at the moment, and he does have a point. While I may have defeated that villain, I would not have arrived in time if this youngster had not bought young Bakugo extra time and held off the villain, especially while 3 pro heroes watched. The words seemed to sink into Death Arms, who knew he couldn't go against the number 1 hero. And if he did file charges, it would look like he was being petty that a kid had run in and done something while he stood by. All Might gave Izuku a nod. Izuku got up and slipped away, starting to make the trek home after an incredibly long day. Tonight's conversation with Suijin was going to be epic. He stopped to get a drink from a vending machine. Taking a long drink of water, he heard his name being called. Not his real name, but Deku. Izuku turned to the voice of his tormentor. What do you want, Bakugo? I didn't need your help back there. I could have freed myself. It was All Might that saved me, not you. Izuku was shocked. Oh my god, Bakugo, I am so tired of you and your bullshit. What did you say? Are your explosions making you deaf? I don't care anymore, we are done. The day you couldn't pull your head out of your ass because my mom's death might inconvenience you in some manner. That was it, Bakugo. We are done, stay the hell away from me. Izuku bellowed. He didn't notice Bakugo flinch. Go home to Auntie, hug her, and be thankful that you have someone at home waiting for you to get there, you arrogant piece of shit. Izuku stalked off, leaving Bakugo behind. Bakugo didn't say anything. He stood silently for a minute before walking off, the fading light of day casting a long shadow. Izuku was a block away when suddenly All Might burst from an alley. Never fear, citizen, for I am here. He barely managed to get his catchphrase out before he coughed up blood and reverted to his skeletal form. Hold up for a minute, young Midoriya. How did you get away from all those reporters and fans? Years of experience, young man, but that is neither here nor there. I came to apologize to you, young Midoriya. I had the nerve to tell you that you couldn't be a hero just because you had manifested your quirk late. Then just moments later, you reminded me of what a true hero is. You can be a hero, young man. You can be a fantastic hero. It was a dream, it had to be, but it was a dream come true. Here was All Might telling him he could be a hero, another person who believed in what once was an impossible dream. Thank you, All Might. As I told you on the roof, I will be a hero, just you watch. I have no doubt, but I would like to help you. I am not just in Mustafa to catch villains, but to find a successor. I believe I have found that in you, young Midoriya. You want me to be your successor. What do you mean? Being the fan of mine that you are. I am sure you noticed how I never answered what my quirk is. You always deflect the question with a joke or something. Exactly, my quirk is called One for All, and the truth is I wasn't born with it. It was given to me by my teacher. What do you mean? Given to you? I don't understand. It means what I just said. Now I will tell you something few people know. My quirk can be transferred from one person to another. This has happened 7 other times before me, and I would like to pass it on to you. I wasn't lying when I said that starting line was far ahead of you, but with your heart, my help, I think not only can you run in the race, you can dominate it. It makes sense that you would keep it quiet. It would change what people think and know about quirks. You believe me worthy. Yes, young Midoriya. You lived most of your life being quirkless. I can see that you have worked out and trained despite that. You have the heart and the dedication. Now, it won't be easy. We must train hard for the next 2 years before your entrance exam. But if you trust me, I guarantee you can pass any entrance exam. Now what do you say? Will you become the 9th inheritor? Yes, All Might. Yes, I will. Izuku spoke with conviction. A few tears were shed. He looked to the sky. Keep watching, Mom. All Might and Izuku exchanged contact information. The pro told Izuku to meet him this weekend at Takoba Municipal Beach Park at 5 a.m. They would begin then. Izuku smiled and shook the pro's hand before making his way home. All Might watched the boy disappearing into the distance. He knew his work would be cut out for the lad. Izuku's body was probably close to accepting One for All, but he had to train him to control it. All Might know that would be a problem. He could handle One for All right from the beginning. His teacher had been surprised. All Might was a great hero, not a very good teacher, but he knew someone who was. He stared at his phone as he made his way home. This was a phone call he was partly dreading having to make. Home. On his way home, Izuku stops and grabs dinner from a burger joint. His mind is racing about the day as he enters the silent home. He knows who he needs to share it with. He immediately dials Suijin. She knows he is smiling from how his voice sounds over the phone. She can hear the joy in his voice, and very coyly, she asks about his day. Over the next hour, she listens to the unforgettable day, the tests, the sludge villain encounters 1 and 2, and the All Might encounters 1 and 2. He tells her about One for All. He has to. He knows he should keep it secret but can't from the woman he loves. Suijin listens to everything, her heart racing and soaring, plummeting as he recounts everything. In her arms sits a newborn baby girl, their daughter. Their night of passion had resulted in her being pregnant. She was going to tell him that was what she needed to talk to him about, to let him know what had happened, but she knew what he would do. Drop everything and run to her. Toss all his dreams aside and run to them. As much as she wanted to tell him, she knew she couldn't, especially now that All Might would pass his quirk on to him, not now that the number 1 hero would train him. She would keep quiet for now and tell him later, even if he hated her for it. She would keep this a secret for now. She loved him, and he loved her. It wasn't right. She knew he had the right to decide. She was going to take that away from him. She had to. When he asks about what she is so excited about, she lies. I got a job babysitting this little girl. It pays well, and it will allow me to save up some money for college. Oh, you should see her, Izuku. She is so beautiful. Her heart flutters when he asks for pictures. She carefully chooses one before sending it. You are right, Suijin. She is beautiful. What is her name? Anari, Suijin replies, catching her voice before it breaks and betrays her. She holds her emotions in check when he comments on how pretty the name is. I can't wait till I graduate from UA. I will marry you, and we will have our babies. Tell me that again. Baby, she says, tears leaking from the corner of her eyes. As you wish. Life is what happens when you are busy making other plans. Life has a way of happening regardless of the plans anyone has. Izuku and Suijin were no exception. With his training and raising Anari in school, the fantastic thing is that they still talked every day through it all. Izuku had started cleaning the seaside junkyard known as Takoba Municipal Beach Park, meeting All Might there at 5 a.m. The plan had been laid out for the boy. The mornings would be dedicated to cleaning the beach. This would be his physical workouts, increasing his muscle mass to get him physically closer to being ready to accept One for All. After lunch, they would do quirk training. Izuku had questioned this. He knew that he needed to work on his quirk, but he hadn't expected All Might to want to train him. All Might told him that his quirk training would be just as necessary, if not more so, than his physical training. He told his successor how his teacher Nana had been born with the simple quirk of float. It had performed exactly as labeled. Yet, after receiving One for All, her quirk was empowered. She could no longer float but could fly. All Might reasoned that when Izuku inherited One for All, Attraction would also receive some power-up. They needed to be as ready as possible. Suijin had her struggles. Raising a child alone is difficult. Factor in trying to attend online classes, villains for parents, a long-distance boyfriend, and having to lie daily to the one you love can take a toll on a person. And last Suijin checked, she was, in fact, a person. Yet sadly, the more you do something, the better you get at it, even lying to the one you love. The lies worked partly because of a few factors. Izuku was physically and mentally exhausted daily from training and schoolwork. The second factor was that, as the old saying goes, love is blind. Also, Izuku could not tell if his girlfriend was acting weird, as he had no other reference point. Suijin would say to him about his daughter's growth and development daily. For Izuku, it seemed a little strange that Suijin would talk so much about the little girl, but when Suijin kindly explained how much attention Anari demanded, a large part of her day revolved around that Izuku understood. While he couldn't quite understand Suijin's joy in sharing tidbits about Anari's day, he loved how happy it made Suijin. It started to be a favorite part of his day. The end of every call would turn to dreams of the future, hopes for tomorrow, and longing for each other's embrace. It took 3 months for the beach to be halfway cleared. All Might smiled at his successor and proclaimed that time had come for Izuku to inherit One for All. They traveled to Might Tower in Tokyo. It was at that point that Izuku was introduced to 2 people who would become very important for the rest of his life. The youthful heroine, Recovery Girl, and All Might's second teacher, the jet hero, Gran Torino. Aside from having to eat a piece of All Might's hair which he found perfectly disgusting, it took a few hours, which they passed in a reinforced room with Izuku attempting to dodge Gran Torino as part of his combat training. Around the end of the first hour, Izuku began to use his quirk to tug at various parts of the hero, his costume, his hair, or even forcibly closing his eyes. Torino smiled as the boy was thinking on his feet. Then to reward him, he proceeded to move about the room even faster. As Izuku lay panting on the floor, he felt it. Something exploded in his gut and behind his eyes. It was an explosion of pain followed by warmth. It was an overwhelming of his senses. He could feel something all around him, thousands if not millions of things around him. Slowly he realized it was the air. He could pull on the very air or push it away. His quirk had changed. When the blinding pain subsided, Izuku looked up and smiled at All Might. It worked. Izuku was trying to run before he could walk. And when All Might asked him to throw a punch, Izuku decided to go full power right away. Gran flew in and kicked the boy right in the gut, stopping him. Recovery bobbed him with her cane and wanted to take him to be checked for brain damage. Izuku sat on the ground catching his breath and rubbing his head. I apologize, young Midoriya. Going full strength like that, it was more likely that you would severely hurt yourself. You need to limit your output to an acceptable level to not damage yourself. You could have said something, Izuku said as he stood up, attempting to draw upon the quirk once again. Once again, it roared to 100%. Just holding it, Izuku thought he would explode. It proceeded this way for the rest of the day until Izuku became frustrated. Relax, young Midoriya. Rome wasn't built in a day. You didn't master your quirk in a day either. We need to take our time so we don't rush and set you back before you start even more. Izuku wasn't happy, but he understood he was behind in some aspects and was trying to rush to catch up. That night, Suijin immediately wanted to know how everything had gone. She let him do his best to deflect before forcing the issue. She listened to his ranting and complaint before she let a giggle slip. Suijin, this isn't funny. Izuku, you are sometimes the dumbest smart guy I know, quite trying to be the brute squad. Huh, you are trying to brute force this when you need technique. I can control water, right? Yes, why do I make water take forms? I could pull up the whole river and throw it at someone, but it would cause me to pass out, and I couldn't direct it very well anyway. You are trying to throw the whole river. Just drink a little water, drink. Don't try and drink the lake. Silence. So instead of standing in the river and trying to control it, divert some to the side. Essentially, make a small channel and let it flow naturally. Oh, and don't just direct it to your arm. Spread it out all over. Water will always follow the path of least resistance. If you only have it go to one spot, it may overflow. It can also carve its own path. How did I fall in love with such a smart and beautiful girl? Some bullies tried to drown you. You know I have never been happier for a near-death experience. Why didn't you apply to UA? You could be an amazing hero, Suijin. It never appealed to me the same way. I love my quirk, but I don't think I could go out there every day and fight villains with it. I want to pursue child development. I leave the fighting of villains to my big strong future husband. Now start digging some channels. I want to know if this works. Izuku laughed and placed the phone on the bed, placing the call on speaker. He closed his eyes and began to imagine a river flowing through him. He then started creating imaginary channels all through his body. Suijin told him to dig into every part of his body, fingers and toes. It felt different, slowly connecting it to the river and letting it flow through him. Instead of a rush, it came like a cool trickle. When he opened his eyes, green electricity was running all over his body. He let out a cheer. Suijin was laughing, hearing him let out cries of joy and praising her as the reason for his breakthrough. When he went to work out the following day, he proudly demonstrated his technique. All Might smiled and congratulated him. Recovery Girl was thankful he wasn't hurting himself. Torino smiled sadistically. Now let us see if you can use it, Zygote. Bring it, old man, Izuku replied. The old man brought it. Throughout the year, they diligently worked on cleaning the beach and training. By the end, he had made significant progress in controlling approximately 15% of the one-for-all power while continuing to improve his other quirk. He was getting closer to reaching his goal. Thankfully, the holidays were not so bad this year. He didn't spend them alone. Instead, he spent them with All Might, or Mr. Yagi as Izuku now called him, and Torino. Recovery Girl even came by as well. It wasn't the same, but it was much nicer than being alone. Suijin continued to raise their daughter, the lies flowing like a river of honey. It broke her heart, but she knew it was what she needed to do and what was best. Inari had become a part of her parents' lives, although her father seemed unhappy and kept his distance from his granddaughter. On the other hand, her mother adored the little girl wholeheartedly. However, their criminal activities continued despite Suijin's pleas to stop and lead an everyday life. Suijin kept dreaming of a different life, pushing towards it. The year rolled over as time waited for no one. Her father approached her with one final task. Once completed, he and her mother would retire from their life of villainy. Suijin agreed, despite feeling conflicted, as Izuku's birthday was only a few weeks away. If the plan succeeded, she would reveal the truth to him. However, lying to him was taking a toll on her conscience. In addition to her duty to her father, Suijin also needed Izuku's support. Soon, Izuku, everything will be out in the open. I only hope you forgive me. The week passed, and Izuku hadn't heard anything from Suijin. He had managed to get in touch with Itsuka, and she hadn't heard anything. He was starting to panic. They had never gone this long without communicating. He was hoping that with his birthday approaching, she might show up to surprise him. He focused his attention on his final exams. The thought was that if he could finish his schooling early, he could devote more time to training. He had managed to increase his control of one for all to 20% in the first half of the new year. He had just gotten home from the testing center the day before and was reviewing his grades. He had passed everything with an A and had been sweating classic lit. It had now been 8 days, and still no word. He had tried to call for a wellness check, but the police in that area refused to do so on the word of a possible ex-boyfriend. He had asked All Might to see if he could pull some strings. All Might was aware that Suijin knew everything, from when Izuku had met him on the beach to begin training almost a year ago. While the discussion was slightly heated, All Might knew there was no putting the genie back into the bottle. Izuku's passion for the girl and his intentions to marry her once he graduated sealed the deal for the pro. All Might had promised that he would see what he could do. The knock at his door snaps him out of his worries. When he opens the door, he is surprised to see Kobayashi standing there. He notices a woman with a frog quirk standing behind him. She seems pleasant, dressed in a simple classic suit. Slightly confused, he invites them in, heading to the kitchen to offer them a drink. As he returns with some bottles of water, he then notices that the woman is carrying a car seat. Looking at the occupant, he is sure that the child is Anari. He recognizes her from all the pictures Suijin had sent. His knees wobble, and his voice cracks as he asks, "What can I do for you today?" "Mr. Midoriya, you need to sit down and listen to what I am about to say," Kobayashi says gently but firmly. Izuku takes a seat as he notices the woman looking around the house, seemingly judging the state of the home. Izuku is about to say something when Kobayashi gets his attention. "Mr. Midoriya, I need you to ignore Mrs. Hisui for the next few minutes and focus on me. Can you do that?" Same tone in his voice. Izuku, not trusting his voice, nods. "Mr. Midoriya, I regret to inform you that there has been a terrible accident. Suijin Yamada has been killed." Izuku's mind immediately flashes to the unfinished bottle of booze. Not only does he think about it, but he also knows precisely where it is. He is in shock. His hand is trembling. No, this cannot be happening, not again. His thoughts are interrupted by Kobayashi snapping his fingers to regain Izuku's attention. "Mr. Midoriya, Suijin had given birth to a child about a year and a half ago, on December 15th. Best day ever." Izuku's mind snaps to that strange text. "We have run paternity and the child, in fact, yours, Mr. Midoriya." The woman brings the car seat cover so Izuku can look down at his daughter. Wrapped around the car seat handle like a charm is a gold necklace with a gold dolphin charm with aquamarine eyes. Izuku sees the chain and immediately goes to talk, only for his eyes to roll back into his head as he faints. Izuku's mind. What is going on? Oh, dear God, Suijin is dead. I have a daughter. It was Anari all along. Why didn't she say something? It was the day I met All Might. That is what she needed to talk to me about. She was going to tell me that she was pregnant. She knew I would drop everything to be with her. She wanted me to follow my dream. She wanted me to go to UA and become a hero. She hid this from me. We had a daughter. I have a daughter. How am I going to raise a kid? Why did they not take the child to her parents? If my name was on the birth record, is that why they brought her to me? Maybe her parents are out of town. Oh my God, they will come home to find their daughter dead and their grandchild missing. Why didn't her dad say something or her mom? Like a puzzle coming together, it all fell into place. How she would gush about Anari and share everything with me makes sense now. She shared my daughter's life with me so I would know how she was doing. How could she lie to me all this time? What am I going to do? Shit. All Might. What is he going to say? What is he going to do? Can I still be a hero? I have a daughter now. Wait, should I have a daughter? If her parents don't take Anari, I may give her up for adoption. I know nothing about kids. I have never even held one before. I don't think I can do this. The darkness dissipates as purplish light emerges from the night. It starts to drift closer and closer to Izuku. As it gets closer, he realizes that in the center of the light is a person, a woman. With a final bright pulse, the light dissipated, and standing before him was the seventh bearer of One for All, Nana Shimura. Black hair, purple eyes, dark, sleeveless bodysuit with a high collar, yellow elbow-length gloves, white knee-high boot, and small white cape. He recognized her immediately from pictures he had seen. Nana, hey, kid, I know you are in a bad place, but I want you to listen to me, she pleaded. But how are you here? Is this real? Izuku said, looking around. Yes, this is real. That's the easy part. You are inside One for All right now. You are not alone here. All the previous bears are here as well. When you pass on, parts of yourself like an echo or a vestige of you are held inside One for All. Why didn't All Might tell me this? He said, confused. He doesn't know. We have never been able to talk to him like we are. I tried hard sometimes, but that big dummy never heard me. Or if I could get through to him, it was while he was sleeping. He would dismiss it as a dream. So, how is this happening now? Well, after Yagi passed One for All onto you, we could tell something was different. Maybe it is because Yagi had One for All for so long, and it has accumulated so much power that it has changed. But we all knew we would be able to talk to you soon. But when all this happened, I knew I had to talk to you now. What is happening is too important. I just had to talk to you. Why did you need to talk to me now? Did you somehow know about Anari? No, I knew nothing about your daughter. I had suspicions, though something was up. As sharing your mind, we know what is going on in your life. But that is not why I am here. I just need you to listen to me, please, Nana said as she grabbed Izuku's hands. Izuku nodded. When I was alive, it was a lawless time. Being a hero was even more dangerous than it is today. There was an ancient villain. His name was All for One. He was the brother of the first bearer of One for All, and he is the reason One for All exists in the first place. All for One has been chasing down One for All for 150 years, trying to take it back, but he just can't. So, he hunts down the bearers and kills them in this vain pursuit. I was married and had a child when I inherited One for All. And when I found out that this big bad was coming for me, I was terrified. First he killed my husband, and in fear, I put my son up for adoption, thinking I was doing what was best for him by hiding him. I wasn't. I was afraid, and instead of trusting the people around me, I abandoned him. I made my decision out of fear. No good decision comes from that place. But if he is still out there, shouldn't I follow your lead? First, All for One is dead. Yagi killed him. That was the villain that injured him. It was him. If you let her go, you will regret it for the rest of your life, and she will never entirely understand either. Izuku, I will not sit here and lie to you and tell you it won't be challenging, because it is the hardest thing you ever do. But it will also be the most rewarding, even if it is a simple smile or a laugh. If you walk this path, you will soon realize that you are not walking it for yourself anymore and will be walking it for her. It will be hard, and sometimes she will not understand your sacrifices, but hopefully, in the end, she will. In the end, you will. What if I am not ready? I know I am not ready. I don't want to fail her. No one ever is, Izuku. And no parent is ever perfect. All you can do is when you have raised a child is hope to be better than your parents did. Doing better than your dad is a guaranteed win, but it will be hard to outdo your mom. It would be nice to try, though, wouldn't it? I don't know if I can. His body begins to shake as the tears that have just been below the surface begin to emerge. It all seems so impossible. I feel so broken. A hero's job is to figure out the impossible, Izuku. Regardless of how long you are a hero, no situation is the same, no villain is the same, and every task will seem impossible. But it is our job to figure that out. It is okay to be broken. It is okay to collapse, but you smile. You smile for that little girl as if you are their world. You smile so everything will be okay. Then you cry for those lost, for the pain, and for the uncertainty. Smile for me once, and show me that everything will be all right. Inko's final words echo in his mind. Izuku loses all sense of self-control and sobs. He feels Nana pull him in tight and hold him while he lets it flow. He doesn't know how long it lasts, or how time would work within One for All. Nana releases him. I have faith in you, Ninth, she says as she begins to drift and fade back into the darkness. Izuku sits there in the darkness. Can I do this? Should I do this? He thinks of Suijin, and his heart tightens. He then thinks of all the pictures, the joy in her voice whenever she would talk about Anari. Besides memories, all he has left of Suijin is Anari. All Anari has is him. He knows that he must find out about Suijin's parents and that he must tell All Might. He wants to be a hero, but Nana is correct. It is not for the same reasons as before. It's for his mom, Suijin, and Anari. He will become a hero that they can be proud of and the greatest hero this world has ever seen. With a shaky resolve, he begins to regain consciousness. The real world. As the world slowly came back into focus, Izuku's eyes fluttered open, taking in the house's ceiling, gingerly. He turned his head to see Kobayashi staring at him and Mrs. Asui doing the same. She had a neutral look on her face showing neither concern nor dismissiveness. How long was I out? He asked. Just a few minutes. Under the circumstances, it is understandable, so do not fret, Kobayashi replied, helping Izuku to sit up slowly. Take your time, but there are some things that we need to address. Izuku took a few more minutes to make sure everything was clear, his mind focusing on what Nana had told him, the thought of his daughter. Aside from Suijin's parents, Suijin was gone, and Izuku was all the little girl had. It was unfair to think that he had to decide so soon that would affect his life and, more importantly, Inari's life. Errant thoughts that Suijin may have been unfaithfully moved through his mind. Not only did he feel immediately guilty, but he also just as quickly immediately dismissed it. She loved him, and he was sure she had hidden the truth about Anari to allow him to follow his dream of being a pro-hero. She had accepted the burden of being a single mother for him, doing her best to raise their daughter. Nana's words rang in his smile, for you are her world. Pushing down his tears, he ensured his full attention was on Kobayashi. I am sure that you have questions, he said. Too many. First, tell me what happened to her. What of Suijin's parents? And is she mine? I can answer all that, but somewhat out of order. Now, please focus on what I am to say. Izuku nodded for Kobayashi to proceed. Suijin's parents were the villains Water Dragon and Elementa. They had broken into a secure facility and stolen some sensitive information. I do not know what that information is. The villains retreated, unknowing that they were already being tracked by pursuing heroes. The heroes attacked the secluded home the villains were in. They did not thoroughly check the home and were unaware of Suijin's or Inari's presence. As the battle escalated, it threatened her and the child's life. In an attempt to calm the conflict and protect Anari, Suijin got in the middle of the fight and was unfortunately struck and grievously injured. Her parents immediately surrendered, and medical attention was sought for Suijin. Sadly, the help was too far away, and she succumbed to her injuries en route to the hospital. Before she passed, she named you as the little girl's father, and made the paramedic promise to make sure you received her necklace. According to the testimony, she was adamant about that and kept saying she was sorry for not telling you. Genetic testing was done at the hospital confirming that Anari is your daughter, at which time I was notified as I am your legal representative in all matters. Izuku, who had been on the verge as soon as the story started, began to cry softly, tears running down his cheeks. Kobayashi continued after handing over a linen handkerchief. Suijin's parents have been arrested and going to jail for a long time. Even if not, raising Anari would be out of the question. You do have the right to give her up for adoption. You can also choose to take Anari in and raise her yourself. Should you choose to do so, Mrs. Asui has been assigned as your caseworker. She is with the Child Safety Division. She would have the final say on if it would be in Inari's best interests to stay with you or be placed in foster care. Izuku's mind was filled with a flurry of thoughts. Was he capable of handling this situation? Could he pull it off? What if All Might asked him to give up One for All? And how would he manage to balance being a hero and a teenage father? Suddenly, his inner turmoil was interrupted by the sound of a crying child. He watched as Mrs. Asui carefully lifted the child from the car seat and held her close, doing her best to calm her down. Then, as he caught a glimpse of the child's eyes, he saw a beautiful blend of his and Suijin's, a stunning teal color. He noticed strands of blue and green in the sunlight in her hair. This wasn't just any child but his daughter and Suijin's. At that moment, all his worries dissipated. He had to do right by her. His resolve became unbreakable, and he knew exactly what to do. Izuku looked at Kobayashi with no tears in his eyes, instead of fierce determination. I will take her. I want to raise her. Good. Now Mrs. Asui is going to assess the house, after which she will have forms for you to sign and outline the program you must adhere to. I took the liberty of picking up some of the essentials that will see you through for now. I will inform you what needs to be adjusted with your stipend and the financial records. I will provide you a copy of all the information I need. Now, Mr. Midoriya, would you like to hold your daughter? Izuku nodded as the woman came over and guided him properly to hold Anari. For Izuku, it felt like they had handed him a bomb. Anyone who had a child knew it was a more accurate analogy than others would give it credit for. They left him there on the couch as Kobayashi went outside to bring in the items he mentioned. And Mrs. Isui went to perform her evaluation. Father and daughter meet for the first time. She gazed up at this new face yet familiar face before her. Why was it familiar? She didn't know. When this person whispered her name, she liked it. She was mesmerized by the new face, taking it all in. Izuku was lost in a sea of teal. He felt himself melting. He knew he was sinking. Then Anari wrapped her little hand around his finger, and it was all over. She had him hooked, wrapped around her finger. He knew he would move heaven and earth for her. He couldn't help but smile. And when he did, she smiled back and made noises at him. It was the most adorable thing he ever heard. They were lost in a little moment in time. Kobayashi watched silently, not wanting to ruin an obvious bonding moment. Though he had no children of his own, he was not immune to the cuteness of children. Watching the new father and his daughter stare at each other, he couldn't help but smile a little. He even looked to see Mrs. Isui admiring the situation. With a slight cough, she called their attention. Mrs. Isui told him that the house was adequate, but he would need to acquire many things. But for now, it was safe and clean enough for a start. She left him a detailed list of things he needed to acquire, should acquire, and areas that needed to be cleaned better. She deemed the supplies that Kobayashi brought to be a good start. She assisted him with Inari's first feeding, a diaper change, how to handle her, how to hold her, and how to take it when Inari would inevitably cry. The woman ran over a list of things for Izuku to do, pamphlets for him to read, and recommendations for support groups for single parents. She then sat down and detailed the program he would be entering to ensure he was fit for the new role. He had to sign some papers as she double-checked the list. She then stood. Now, Mr. Midoriya, the important thing is not to panic and avoid loud noises that will startle the child. I will be back tomorrow to perform a wellness check. I wish you the best of luck on your first night. If you have any questions, my number is at the bottom of my card. Good night, Mr. Midoriya. The woman bowed before excusing herself. I will be in touch as well, Mr. Midoriya. I hope to be here tomorrow to review everything we need to do to comply with the regulations. I am sorry for your loss. My heart goes out to you for enduring such heartbreak so soon, Kobayashi said with a bow before he left. It was just the two of them. It took Anari a bit to process that they were not returning. When this realization sank home, the experienced adults had left her in the presence of an amateur of the highest order. Anari began to cry. Izuku was calm for a very long 2 seconds. Okay, he went over to the pamphlet that Mrs. Isui had left. He was glancing over the list. She wasn't hungry, didn't want a bottle. Her diaper was exemplary, and swaddling didn't work. He placed her on his shoulder, trying to stay calm while looking at the diagrams in the pamphlet. He started gently patting her back and lightly rubbing it up and down. Inari still cried, burped, and threw up on her dad. Suddenly everything seemed better. Effing really, Izuku thought, deep in his mind. Nana, who was watching, laughed. Welcome to fatherhood, kid. The talk. After Izuku was able to settle Inari down, he started to think about his next step. He would need to go shopping for Inari, but he couldn't do that now. He would have to wait to talk to Kobayashi first. Izuku called Itsuka. He had to tell her what had happened to Suijin and about Inari. He left a voicemail telling her to call him day or night, which was incredibly important. Staring at the phone, he knew the conversation he needed to have. All Might looked at his ringing phone, seeing his protégé's name appear on the identification. He smiled, assuming that Izuku was calling to tell him about his final exams. Young Midoriya, did you receive your grades? I did, Mr. Yagi. I passed everything with an A, but that is not why I am calling you. I know this is sudden, but I need you to come to my home immediately. There have been some developments, and I need to talk to you in person. All Might could hear the unspoken plea in the boy's voice. In truth, he was about to depart to look for the boy's missing girlfriend, but something told him that his protégé needed him. I will be there in about an hour, young Midoriya. Thank you, Izuku said, disconnecting the call. He took a deep breath, placing Inari in a high chair. He put some infant cereal on the tray to keep her occupied as he fixed himself a quick meal. It was distracting, to say the least. He kept looking over his shoulder, afraid that if he didn't, some catastrophe would befall his daughter or she might disappear. Having prepared a quick meal with some soft food to share, he sat and ate, taking joy when his daughter ate some of the food and hearing her smack the tray. It threw him for a loop. His daughter, his and Suijin's daughter. His mind went to what he had missed already in Inari's life and all that Suijin would forget. He managed to keep his emotions in check as he washed the dishes and wiped down the counters. Then there was a knock at the door that he stiffened, suspecting who was on the other side but afraid of what that would mean. taking Anari into his arms. He opened it, seeing the smiling face of Mr. Yagi and watching as it morphed into confusion at the child in his protégé's arms. All Might stepped into the house, removing his shoes. The silence was beginning to build. He sat in a chair opposite Izuku and the child, who took a seat on the couch. Young Midoriya, I didn't know that you had taken a job babysitting. Not exactly, Yagi-san. He crossed the room, lifting Anari from the bassinet. All Might, this is my daughter Anari. Anari, this the All Might, the girl cooed. WWWHHHAAA. All Might yelled as the girl burst into tears. It took Midoriya 5 minutes to calm Anari down while looking at All Might, who looked sheepish while he studied his protégé and the child. Anari sat in her father's arms, sniffing as she finally settled down. I apologize for my outburst, young Midoriya, but I am sure you can explain. I can, and I will, he said. Midoriya then began to explain. He told All Might everything about how he and Suijin had sex before she left. She never told him that Anari was his daughter. She was just a kid that Suijin babysat for. Then about Kobayashi and Mrs. Isui coming over today as he finished his school finals. He told him how Suijin was dead. Her parents were villains, and how she got caught in the crossfire trying to stop the fight to protect Anari. He told him how he thought about adoption and how he had passed out. Meet Nana and what she had told him, and that he was going to keep Anari. However, he was terrified of failing his daughter, Suijin, his mother, and All Might himself. All Might was surprised when Izuku said that he would surrender one for all if All Might asked him. He was also reeling from the shock that somehow Izuku had talked to Nana and that she and the others somehow resided within One for All. It had to be true that All Might had never told Izuku about All for One. Izuku would understand if All Might were to ask. He would give up One for All. But he could not give up on Anari. He needed to be the best hero for his daughter, and his mother and Suijin were watching him. All Might watched as the tears fell. He watched as Izuku tried to hide the emotion as he held his daughter. All Might took this all in. Could he do that to Midoriya? No, Izuku. He had met with Night Eye's candidate, and Myro was undoubtedly on his way. He knew that in his heart, Izuku was the one. But now he had a child. All Might, of course, he had never had children. Not that he didn't like them, but he was always so busy being the symbol of peace. And here was the next symbol telling him he would give it up if asked, in the same breath telling him that this would drive him to new heights. Izuku had known so much pain. The abuse, his father's abandonment and death, his mother's death, and now Suijin. All Might closed his eyes in contemplation. He would have to talk to Nezu. There are dorms in the UA. Would a child be allowed? What about childcare? He saw the fire in Izuku's eyes when he talked about being a better hero. He believed it, and he felt it in his bones. He would have to speak to Torino about Nana giving her child up for adoption. But he knew he couldn't ask that of Izuku. All Might had denied himself a life out of fear of All for One. Nana had given up her child in fear of All for One. But he had defeated that bastard. It may be too late for All Might to have any of that. He couldn't take that from Izuku. Izuku could hardly breathe. It felt like hours as he waited for All Might to say anything. He couldn't look at his mentor, afraid of what would be displayed. Instead, he focused on Anari, smiling at her and making faces, to which sometimes he was rewarded with giggles and smiles. Izuku, All Might said, finally breaking the silence. Izuku winced a little bit, expecting to receive bad news. After all, Mr. Yagi had never called him Izuku. It was always young Midoriya. I will not ask you to give up One for All. We will have to talk to Nezu about this situation. But I want you to know you are not alone. Izuku, I will help you through this the best I can. I may not know much about children, but I have the financial resources to ensure you are stable, and Anari will want for nothing. He was cut off when All Might raised his hand, signaling he was not done. But I am not going to let up on your training while. I am very pleased that you can manage 20%. But if you cannot manage 30% by the time of the entrance exam, we will have to revisit this topic. I know it may seem harsh or unfair, but I need to know that even with your new circumstances that you are still dedicated to taking over as the next symbol of peace. I don't think it is harsh, Mr. Yagi. I need to prove that I can do this and manage to be a father. If I can't complete this task, how can I continue to grow once I have entered UA? He managed. Izuku looked down at Anari's smiling face. I know I have already asked a lot tonight, but can I ask a favor? You are raising an eyebrow. Of course, you can always ask. The worst anyone can tell you is no. But you will never know unless you ask. If something happens to me, can you please ensure Anari is okay? All Might was touched. Of course, Izuku, of course. I swear to you that if something were to happen to you, Anari would be well taken care of. Thank you, All Might. I am sorry, but I am going to have to skip training tomorrow. I'm sorry. I have to meet with Kobayashi to review any changes to my finances, and I have a list of things I need to buy before I meet with Mrs. Isui. That is completely understandable. Would you be available around 4 tomorrow to talk to Nezu? We need to see if you has a childcare system in place, and what is the option for living arrangements at the school? After all, it is a dorm system. I believe so. If anything changes, I will let you know immediately. Excellent. Now, do you have a car seat? Izuku nodded, pointing to one in the corner. Would you also consider teaching me how to drive, as it seems I will need that ability sooner rather than later? Izuku asked. His attention was momentarily distracted by the cutest yawn ever. Izuku smiled at his little girl, placing her against his shoulder and gently patting her back. I would be honored as soon as you obtain your permit, All Might said. Excuse me for a moment. Let me put her to bed. Izuku stood up, walking Anari down the hall to where the bassinet had been set up in his room. He exited, leaving the door cracked, before returning to the living room. All Might stood up. Is there anything else you need? Izuku stopped, walked over, and stood before All Might. It's okay now to cry, right? Nana said I could cry when it was at night. All Might stepped forward, wrapping his arms around the young man. Yes, Izuku, it is okay to cry now. It was a torrent of emotions from the day. It was all so much. News of Suijin's death, Anari being his daughter, talking with Nana, agreeing to be a single father, All Might still believing in him. It was a lot for one day. It's okay, Izuku. Call Toshi from now on. Thank you, Toshi. Is this what it is like to have a father? Izuku thought. All Might left shortly after. Izuku made his way back to the couch and sat there numbly, emotionally exhausted, physically exhausted. It was just a numbing sensation that took over his body as he sat there in silence. He didn't even realize that he had fallen asleep sitting up. He was startled awake by his phone ringing. He needed to figure out the time. He saw it was Itsuka. His heart fell into his stomach. Hi, Itsu, he said. At any other time in his life, he would be overjoyed to hear from his best friend. Itsuka knew something was wrong. His voice told her something terrible had happened. Oh God, Izuku, no. Please tell me everything is okay. I'm sorry, Itsu, I can't. That would be a lie. What's going on? Come on, I need you to answer me. Izuku took a deep breath. I'm sorry, Itsu, Suijin is dead. She was killed in the crossfire between some heroes and villains. He could hear her break. All he could hear was Itsuka sobbing on the other side of the line. Itsu, that's not all. Suijin had a daughter, our daughter. She never said anything to me. A daughter. It's Anari, isn't it? Yes, she is staying with me now. Itsu, I miss you so much right now. I know, Izu, I miss you too. I am coming home, I promise. I will stay this time. You won't be alone. What about school or inheriting the dojo? I can transfer schools. Some things are more important than a dojo like you and Anari. I will be there soon, I promise. I know this sucks, but I have to go. I need to. I understand. Itsu, I can't wait to see you. Same. The line disconnected, leaving the silence again. He sat in the darkness for about an hour. He heard the alarm in his room go off. It was 5 a.m. Inari started to cry immediately. Oh, for FS sake, I didn't even think of that. He ran down the hall to his daughter as he opened the door. It's okay, Inari, it's okay. Why? Because I am here. Daddy is right here. Izuku. The first morning went downhill after the 5 a.m. alarm incident. It wasn't that bad, it was more that it was new. Having to get Anari changed, dressed, and fed while trying to figure out how to do so himself was a unique experience and one that Izuku was struggling with. Still new to diaper changing and Izuku being well himself, Izuku's process took much longer than it should have as he read the pamphlet and checked his work. Inari tolerated this in the beginning, but then she started to get cold due to her state of undress. This prompted her to cry. This flustered Izuku to think he had messed up. This, of course, caused him to start the process over as he was unsure where he made a mistake. Inari's frustrations increased, and she knew she wanted Mama. So, she said so, and between cries came the little voice and word Mama. Izuku would instead have simultaneously taken full power attacks from All Might and Gran Torino than hear that. His mind was immediately filled with Suijin and her permanent absence from their lives. Izuku fought back his tears, enough to get the job done. After he wrapped Anari in a blanket and held her, the little girl began to calm some, but she repeated her call. Izuku could have been imagining things, but each time he heard Anari say it, he swore there was an increased tone of desperation. Verbal daggers drove through his heart with every call. He just held onto Anari, whispering any words of comfort that sprung to his mind. Inari didn't understand any of this but felt safe in this person's arms. As that feeling permeated through her, she began to calm down. After the new family calmed down, Izuku got her dressed in one of the outfits that were brought over. The struggle was the socks and shoes, which Inari did not like. A breakfast of scrambled eggs, baby cereal, and milk was presented to the little girl. After what seemed to Izuku as judgmental taste tests, she deemed the offering worthy and began to eat. He noticed his daughter perked up when he presented her with bananas and sliced grapes. He sat and smiled as she would grab her little plastic utensils and bring the food to her mouth, dropping most of it back to the plate. but the supreme look of satisfaction for what food she did manage kept on the fork. At promptly 7 a.m., he received a message from Kobayashi that he would be coming by soon so they could go over paperwork as they had a full day ahead of them. Izuku had time to clean up the kitchen before Kobayashi arrived. As the lawyer looked around, he seemed pleased that Anari was dressed and seemingly fed. He waited for Izuku to sit before he set his briefcase on the coffee table. Opening it, he began to remove several packets. Izuku listened attentively as the first thing Kobayashi wanted to discuss was Izuku legally recognizing Anari as his daughter and all that it involved. While this was the most lawfully dense of the paperwork they would be going through this day, it was also the easiest, many signatures and stamps. Next, Kobayashi offered a polite smile. I understand the sensitive nature of what we are about to discuss. If at any point you need to take a break, simply do so, as we are not against a hard time limit. He waited for Izuku to nod before continuing. With Suijin's parents incarcerated, the responsibility of her funeral falls to you. I understand. I would like to have the same services that were performed for my mom performed for Suijin. How will this cost affect? Before he could continue, Kobayashi politely interrupted. The Hero Commission will cover all the expenses for the funeral. There has also been a large, sizable donation made that will more than cover all of Inari's initial expenses. Sound a lot like blood money, Izuku said. Do we need it? Need no. But it would allow a much easier start without jeopardizing future holdings. Also, as Inari's now sole legal guardian, you can seek financial restitution for the incident on Inari's behalf. Will that allow me to know the heroes' names? Not likely. We can ask, but they will deny us. What seeking restitution will do is provide a sizable payout that we can use to help ensure Inari's future. It will also mean that should any mental trauma arise for her later, it will be fully paid for by the Hero Commission. I still don't like financially benefiting from Suijin's death. Understandable. But if you like, we can put the payout in a special account just for Anari to access in the future. Also, if you are still going to pursue a future in heroics, the better financial situation you can leave her in. Izuku thought about it. No one planned to die anytime soon, but his life proved that death didn't care for your plans. Okay, I think I can live with that. Can we do a 9-10 split? With only 10% of the payout going to my current finances, the rest to her future fund. Yes, that is well within the amount you can legally claim. If you want, I can make sure to begin an investment portfolio for her along the lines of the same one I have for you. As long as we are not invested in everything together, and the appropriate amount of risk is kept in mind. I don't have a problem with that, Izuku said, and Anari started to wage battle against her shoes again. Then I would like to simply arrange a simple service along the lines of my mother's and have her laid to rest in my family's plot. How soon can we draft up a will? Kobayashi pulled out another packet. I already drew one up last night. I have Anari named as your sole beneficiary. You just need to name an executor and guardian. If possible, sir, I would like to retain your services for that, Izuku said. I would be honored, Kobayashi replied with a slight bow. Her guardian, Toshinori Yagi and Itsuka Kendo, but I must discuss that with her. I am sure she will say yes, but I want to double check. But Toshinori Yagi has already agreed. Excellent. We will just need him to sign the paperwork. Once I get all this information added, I will provide you with a copy for him to sign, and when you talk to Ms. Kendo, we can do the same. Izuku's attention was called to Anari as she made a triumphant yell as her right shoe was now on the floor. When Izuku picked up the shoe and put it back on her foot, she pouted at him as if saying, "Do you know how long it took me to get that off?" Kobayashi smiled at the little girl's reaction before looking at Izuku. Is anyone else you need to notify of Suijin's passing? Sadly no. There will likely be less than 15 people for the service. We can have the after-gathering catered since the Hero Commission is paying. Izuku said, I want the rest of Inari's and Suijin's belongings and personal effects. It is already on its way. It should be here in a few days. Now we must go shopping for the little lady, as Mrs. Asui will be here tomorrow and want to know our progress. They left home and went shopping, discussing many things. Izuku had arranged to have his mother's room cleaned and some of the stuff placed in storage. He wanted to keep the furniture but wanted to replace the mattress. He would remove everything from his room and wanted to turn that into Inari's room entirely. The house had a third room converted into an office and spare bedroom. Izuku decided to leave it that way. So, movers and painters were going to be needed. As Izuku walked around the streets with a small child and an older man, he noticed the strange looks of passers-by and shop staff at the baby store where they purchased furniture. Despite feeling overwhelmed by the items needed and their cost, Kobayashi reassured him that the donation covered everything. They even arranged for delivery of the more oversized items. They bought clothes, toys, and children's videos at the next store. Izuku was impressed by Kobayashi's knowledge of child rearing. And during lunch, he learned about safe foods for Anari to eat. They even visited a bookstore where Izuku picked up parenting and picture books. They made it home, and Kobayashi helped him inside and even told him that he would watch Anari while he bathed. Izuku was thankful and did precisely that. When he came out, he quickly dressed and found Anari asleep in her new playpen while Kobayashi ended his phone call. I believe we have made as much progress on my end as we can today. I will be in touch with the painters and movers tomorrow. Please begin to sort the items you wish to keep or put in storage. I will find a proper facility for your needs. If you need anything, I am always available at any time, Kobayashi said with a bow. Thank you, Kobayashi. No thanks are needed, Izuku. With that, he took his leave. Izuku took advantage of the moment to decide which items he wanted to keep or sell from his mother's room. His 1-year-old daughter Anari slept peacefully, giving him more time to sort things out. During her waking hours, Izuku cradled her and strengthened their bond. When All Might arrived, he was seated in the living room, browsing the requirements for obtaining a license. He opened the door, telling All Might that he needed to get the diaper bag ready and that he would be prepared to depart. Izuku just enjoying the ride talking with All Might. No, he was talking with Toshi as they drove. All Might was the #1 hero. This was the man that had not only changed Izuku's life, but he was also the man that was standing behind Izuku and giving him support. Is this what it is like to have a father? Meeting the principal. As Izuku sat in the car, he couldn't help but admire the joy on Anari's face. She seemed entirely mesmerized by their surroundings. And he couldn't blame her. He wondered if all she could see were the changing lights. Eventually, they arrived at a private parking area and were led to a private elevator by Toshi. Once they reached their destination, they were politely greeted and shown to a luxurious office. Izuku sat in one of the leather chairs facing the large oak desk while Anari sat in her car seat beside him. As the chair turned around, they were greeted by a white rodent-like creature. Am I bear? Am I a mouse? Neither am the principal of UA. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Hearing a giggle from his side, he looked down at Anari. When he looked back, the principal was gone. He listened to the laughter again and looked to his side. He saw the principal beside him looking down at Anari, who was giggling up a storm reaching out for the principal. Much to Izuku's surprise, the principal looked down and extended his paw, which Anari grabbed onto and started laughing. What an adorable child, was all he said. Toshi cleared his throat. Sir, you know why we are here. I am sure that young Midoriya would like to begin this meeting. Also, as I am sure you have surmised, young Midoriya, the principal, is aware of everything regarding One for All. Yes, let us begin, Nezu said as he freed his paw from Anari, much to the girl's dismay. Izuku distracted the girl by slipping a rattle into her hand as Nezu leaped on the desk and sat facing them. The principal crossed his legs staring intently at Izuku. Mr. Midoriya, start at the beginning and don't leave anything out. Izuku took a deep breath and told his story. That is quite the tale, Mr. Midoriya. I am sorry that one so young has experienced so much loss. He turned his attention to All Might. And what have you decided, All Might? Yesterday, young Midoriya contacted me and shared his strong convictions and dedication towards his newly acquired daughter. Despite a slight shift in his motivation, he remains committed to becoming a hero. I stand by my decision and have conveyed my expectations for the upcoming year before his entrance exam. While there may be some initial hurdles, I believe in his abilities and potential. Internally, Izuku wanted to cry some. The way Toshi spoke was more like a father than a mentor. He could feel the warmth and passion in his voice. At our university, we have faced unforeseen consequences from romantic encounters. However, this time, there is no parental or grandparental support available. The mother's parents are absent due to their villainous actions, possibly for the rest of their lives. We have a daycare facility on campus, but it is not free. Additionally, due to this unique situation, Mr. Midoriya, some conditions must be met before I allow you to take the entrance exam. Izuku looked up at Nezu. I understand, sir. Would you please elaborate? Absolutely. Firstly, we will thoroughly review the report from your caseworker, Mrs. Asui, who will also provide input on whether you can take the exam. Secondly, you must fulfill all the requirements outlined by All Might. Lastly, it is essential that you demonstrate financial responsibility to support your child while pursuing your study. I suggest seeking employment to prove your ability to juggle your training and parental duties, as this will be a practical test of your preparedness to handle the responsibilities of being a student and a father. As you may already be aware, a dorm system is in place. If you are interested, there is a potential opportunity for you to become a dorm caretaker, which would involve meal preparation and building oversight. This would provide you with the necessary funds. Additionally, we could offer better accommodations for your unique needs. I suggest applying as soon as possible. An evil grin passed over the principal that made All Might shudder. That sounds like a great idea. Working here for a year would enable you to enroll your child in the daycare for free and receive training from All Might with my supervision. However, there is a fourth condition. You must attend weekly counseling sessions with Hound Dog for your mental health and grief counseling. Depending on his evaluation, it could affect your ability to take the test or continue your employment. What are your thoughts on this proposal? All Might suspected Nezu had a plan when he offered the caretaker position at the dorms, which had never existed before. However, All Might needed clarification on what Nezu had in store. He couldn't advise Izuku to turn down such a great opportunity despite his doubts. As a UA employee, Izuku would receive additional health coverage for Anari and have the financial means to support his family. All Might was willing to provide financial assistance, but he knew Izuku would feel uncomfortable accepting it. Furthermore, the position would offer Izuku the support he needed during his studies, including a safe training environment and counseling. All Might placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder as the boy considered the offer. Izuku, this offer holds tremendous potential to assist you in your current situation. I encourage you to consider it carefully on your own. Additionally, please rest assured that I am prepared to offer you and Anari any necessary financial support should you require it. I urge you not to base your decision solely on financial considerations. This is good, too good. I should ask for a contract to be drawn up and have Kobayashi look it over, Izuku thought. Izuku knew it was a fantastic offer that would help to solve many of his problems. It was more than he could ask for. I agree as well, but I would like to have all this in writing so I can have my lawyer look it over before we formally agree, Izuku responded. Nezu smiled. I completely agree, Mr. Midoriya. I will finalize the document and send it to you tomorrow morning. He hopped off the desk and shook both their hand before turning his attention to Anari. I will see you soon, bright eyes. Anari let loose a torrent of giggles and babbled again. The drive home was silent as the car's rocking motion caused Anari to drift back to sleep. Once they arrived at Izuku's home, Izuku carried Anari quietly to her room. He turned on the newly acquired baby monitor and returned to the living room with Toshi. So, what do you think? He asked his mentor. I have a feeling that Nezu may have some ulterior motive. However, the offer in the city is unbeatable. It has the potential to resolve many issues. Let your lawyer review everything, and we can skip physical training for a few weeks, he said, raising his hand to prevent Izuku from objecting. Izuku, settling down with Anari is crucial, and there's also the funeral to attend. Skipping training won't harm the plan. It's essential to set everything up accurately. I want you to succeed. He stood up, gave Izuku a reassuring pat on the shoulder, and left. Izuku sat there in silence for a moment before slipping off into dreamland. Flashback. Izuku sat down on the couch next to Suijin, handing her the popcorn as he got comfortable, a soft smile on his lips as she snuggled beside him. What is this movie? An absolute classic. Trust me, darling, you will love it, she replied, hitting play on the remote. The Princess Bride. SHH. I never knew that about Sicilians, he whispered. Now you do. It may save your life one day, future hero. Ruse, he asked. I don't believe in them. I am not a witch, I'm your wife, she said, stealing the last popcorn. Have fun storming the castle, Izuku yelled at the screen. Now tell me that movie wasn't great. I dare you, she said, sitting up. For being as old as it is, I enjoyed it. It is so quotable, he responded, getting up. Will you grab me another soda while you're up? Izuku looked over his shoulder at her. As you wish. Flashback ends. The sound of Anari crying erupted from the monitor, stirring Izuku awake. He wiped the dampness from his cheeks and hurried down the hall. It's okay, princess. Daddy is here. Mrs. Asui. It was yet another exhausting day for her at the child safety system. She had to deal with paperwork and work long hours. After finishing her work, she still had to enter her notes for the day's visit. When she returned home, she realized her husband had yet to arrive. They both worked in the same department, and she knew he was investigating some severe neglect cases at an orphanage. Such cases tend to get complicated, and the system is often overwhelmed. The attacks by villains have left many children without a safe place to go. Parents often abandon children with unwanted quirks by dropping them off and disappearing. Despite her best efforts, there are too many cases and insufficient resources to help them. Her job is challenging and can be very demoralizing, with victories being rare. However, she remains hopeful that the most recent case she is working on will succeed. Despite the initial promise, she knows that appearances can be deceiving. Taking a deep breath, she steps out of the car, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Upon opening the door, a chorus of mom, mommy, and mother greeted her as her two youngest children ran up and embraced her. This heartwarming moment was the highlight of her day and brought a sense of peace. Satsuki and Samada, her youngest children, were excitedly sharing stories about their day and visiting the park, talking over each other. Baru attentively listened to their accounts and asked them essential questions before instructing them to wash up for dinner. She then proceeded to the kitchen, where her eldest child was cooking. Hello Tsuyu, how was your day at school? Her daughter turned and placed her finger near her mouth. Hiro, good Kyoka stabbed a boy in the ears today. Why did she do that this time? She said he was making a rude comment under his breath. You know, the usual. But school is good. I need to study for my math test after dinner. Oh, are you working on Saturday? Yes, I have a home visit in the morning, but I think it will be brief. Why? I wanted to go to Kyoka's house so we could study history and English. Sounds great. I'll call you once I'm on my way home, and you can leave at that time. Kiro, thanks Mom. Kiro, here is your dinner. Oh, spaghetti. Yes, the sauce was on sale. Thank you, Tsuyu. Hey Tsuyu. Yes, Mom. Is there a boy you like at school? Kiro. Tsuyu tilted her head sideways, thinking. No, not really. There are a couple I think are cute, but that's it. Why? Well, if you do, I want you to promise that if you ever get a boyfriend, make sure you are safe. I don't want you to have any tadpoles just yet. Tsuyu was perplexed. Although she knew that it could happen at some point in the future, she had recently begun taking birth control to regulate her cycle for UA, as recommended in the information packet. Additionally, she had not encountered any boy that sparked her interest. However, upon further reflection, she concluded that the situation might be linked to a specific case. Does this have something to do with your case, Kiro? Yes, this boy is about your age. His girlfriend got pregnant from a night of passion before she moved and never told him. I had to deliver his daughter and watch him receive the news that the mother was dead. Watching the emotional roller coaster he had to endure was difficult. Today was the first follow-up. He seemed committed to meeting my goals and listened attentively when I talked. I hope he makes it. What about the mom's parents or his? The mothers are unavailable, and he is dead. Oh, that's sad. Kiro, how do you think he is going to do? I think he has good potential, but we will see. Many cases like this start good, but then it all crashes down as the difficulty of the situation becomes overwhelming. Like you, he aspires to attend UA. As hero course, I received word from the school that part of his potential enrollment will hinder my report. He wants to go to UA. With a kid, is that even possible? They have some systems in place. It's a university. Tsuyu, nights of passion happen. That is why I want you to be prepared. In case you meet a special someone. I am going to miss you, baby. Mother, I will miss you as well. I can file for an exemption to avoid living in the dorms. This way, I can still care for Satsuki and Samidare while fulfilling my responsibilities to my sibling. Her daughter's offer deeply moved Baru. She got up from her seat and walked towards her, embracing her tightly. No, Tsuyu, you've already sacrificed so much. It would be best if you didn't give up on anything else. Besides, it seems your dad will get that promotion, so he won't have to work late nights anymore. I want you to enjoy your college life to the fullest. Just promise me you'll call and come home now and then. I will, Mom. I love you. I love you too. Izuku. Izuku rolled over, expecting to find more bed. Instead, he encountered open air and the sudden knowledge that gravity was still working. As his eyes began to focus and the slit throb from his sudden drop receded, he found himself on the floor next to the sofa. He remembered sitting with Itsuka. The events and emotions of the day prior, the overwhelming feeling and sense of loss, and that was it. He must have fallen asleep on the couch, and Itsuka left him there. He noticed that he had not brought out the baby monitor. He quickly got up and worried that he had slept through Anari's crying or her wet diaper. Mentally chastising himself, he went to Anari's room. Hearing nothing, he quietly opened the door. He immediately saw Itsuka, having pulled the rocking chair next to the crib fast asleep. Carefully so as not to make too much noise, he walked over to look inside the crib. Anari was fast asleep, having kicked off her blanket, showing the only sign of any distress. Her diaper appeared dry, so he covered her back up and watched her for a few minutes. Turning his attention back to Itsuka, she looked peaceful in the chair. He loathed to disturb her but knew she would wake up sore from sleeping there all night. Gently he worked his arms under her to lift her into a bridal carry, hoping not to wake her. Once he lifted her, he was surprised when she lifted her arms around his neck, and he heard a contented sigh escape her lips as she snuggled closer, her breath tickling his neck some. She felt so warm, and her arms around his neck felt nice. He maneuvered his way out of the room and down the hall to his room, knowing his new mattress would be more comfortable. Some quick uses of his quirk to open the door and turn down the bed allowed him to lay her gently to rest. He was momentarily concerned when she let loose a grunt as he disentangled her arms from his neck but was relieved when she rolled over, grabbed his pillows, and drifted back off to sleep. He covered his sleeping friend before leaving the room, remembering to bring the baby monitor. Itsuka. She was walking through a field of wildflowers, the petals gently tickling her ankles. The sun was bright almost blindingly, but there was a gentle warmth. It was as if being wrapped in a perfect hug warmed her deep in her soul. Soft laughter danced around her on the wind. As she turned to find the source, it was always outside her peripherals. The laughter wasn't mocking. It was joyous and filled with the promise of tomorrow. Itsu, a familiar voice called to her. Turning and smiling, there was Izu, older and even more handsome. From behind him, a little boy with orange-red hair and freckles with emerald eyes ran up to her, calling out, "Mommy." As she wrapped the little boy in her arms, love just erupted from deep in her soul. Izuku stepped closer, slipping his arm around her waist. She tilted her head up as he came, leaned down as their lips gently touched. Her mind erupted in sparks of fantasy, love, and lust. "Itsuka," a new voice interrupted. Suddenly, her son and Izu were gone, as were the wildflowers. There standing before she was Suijin, battered and bloody. Itsuka reached out to her. "Wait, I can explain." "Can you?" Suijin turned to leave as darkness crashed all around Itsuka. She bolted upright, covers falling from her as she got her bearings together. She was in a strange room in bed, quickly checking herself. She was still in the same clothes as last night. She placed a hand on her chest to calm her pounding heart. She pulled her knees up to her chest, hugging them close. The dreams of what a kiss should linger, and the sound of Suijin's voice echoed in her mind. "I am so confused. I thought I was over this or had been able to put it behind me. But I still feel for Izuku. We buried Suijin yesterday, and I am dreaming of him again. This isn't what Izuku needs right now. I need to get myself together, be someone he can lean on, and help him with Anari." Looking around, she summarized that she must be in Izuku's room. She rationalized that her mind had picked up on his scent, which triggered the dream. "Did he carry me in here?" she thought. The image of him gently carrying her in a bridal position into the room and laying her on the bed invaded her mind, and her heart thumped hard against her chest. Shaking her head, she rose from the bed and gently opened the door. "You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy. When skies are gray, you'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine away." Izuku's voice drifted down the hall, singing the simple song. His voice was soft and warm. She could hear the sound of giggles and baby babble accompanying it. Quietly, she made her way down the hall to peek into the kitchen. "The other night, dear, as I lay sleeping, I dreamed I held you in my arms. When I awoke, dear, I was mistaken, so I hung my head, and I cried." Standing in the kitchen holding Anari was Izuku, gently swaying and singing. She noticed how Anari looked up at her daddy with a mesmerized gaze at the song. Izuku was plaiting some food one-handed and through the usage of his quirk. "You are my sunshine, my only sunshine. You make me happy. When skies are gray, you'll never know, dear, how much I love you. Please don't take my sunshine is away." He had walked over to the high chair near the table, the plate of food following behind him as he finished the song. He set Anari in her chair and kissed her on the forehead, setting the plate of food down in front of the little girl. "Well, my princess, I present scrambled eggs, French toast cut into sticks as you prefer, bacon, and your favorite fruit. Would you care for some apple juice this morning?" "Yes." Inari's tiny voice rang clear and accurately. "As you wish," he said, setting the cup on the tray. Itsuka felt an all too familiar thump inside her chest. Turning, she made her way back down the hall and pulled the bedroom door closed to announce her arrival as it was. She walked into the kitchen as Izuku slid a plate of food down on the counter, her eggs over medium instead of scrambled, remarking how he remembered that detail. Instead of apple juice, a nice cup of hot coffee was placed next to her plate. Itsuka, one true vice, was coffee. The aroma wafted through the air to fill her nostrils, causing her to smile as she sat. "Morning, Izu." "And good morning, Anari." To Itsuka's glee, the little girl smiled and babbled back to her before returning to eating eggs. With great joy, Itsuka watched as Anari lifted the spoonful of eggs, losing 80% back to the plate, before plopping the remaining 20% in her mouth. Anari was beaming. Thump. Itsuka took a bite of her breakfast and offered compliments to Izuku as he sat across from her and near Anari to eat himself. "How did I end up in your room?" she asked. "Well, I woke up by falling off the couch." Itsuka laughed, making Anari laugh, and Izuku smiled. "I had a small panic attack thinking I may have slept through Anari crying, so I checked on her and found you sleeping in the rocking chair near the crib." "Yay, I was just telling her stories, and I fell asleep," Itsuka said between bites. "Well, after checking on my princess, I didn't want you to wake up sore, so I carried you to my room. You didn't wake up, so I tucked you in and started my day. You looked adorable asleep next to Anari. You watched over her all night." Thump. "Well, I hope I wasn't too heavy for you," she said, daring him to take the bait. "Nope, not at all. Besides, I work out," he replied while he flexed one arm. "How are you this morning?" "Sad. Maybe just slightly less than yesterday, but sad." I want to hear her voice again, talk to her about Anari and everything. Knowing that Anari won't have Suijin to guide her is hard, but I am thankful she has you. Thump. "The hardest part is when she calls for her, and there is nothing I can do or say that she can understand. I know I will have to explain in the future, and I don't know if that will make it worse or better. I will always be there for her and you," Itsuka said, squeezing his hand. He smiled and returned the gesture before returning to his breakfast. "What is on the agenda today?" "Well, the first thing is that I have a surprise visit from Child Safety today." "How can it be a surprise if you know about it?" "Mrs. Asui from yesterday. Izuku said. Itsuka nodded in acknowledgement. She is my caseworker and told me the first one is free. It has more to do with how I am holding up after yesterday's events. What can I do to help? If you wouldn't mind bathing Anari, that would be wonderful so I can get the dishes done and a few things taken care of. That seems simple enough. I will take one with her so we can both get clean. Izu. I know it sounds stupid, but I wanted to thank you for yesterday, for giving up your life and coming home to help me and Anari. I don't know how I would have gotten through yesterday without you. So, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Itsuka wanted to tell him not to worry about it, but she knew that was not the proper response. She paused momentarily. Izuku, I know if somehow I was in the same boat or something terrible had happened to me, you would have done the same. Now where can I find her bath stuff? Izuku smiled fondly at his friend. Her towel is behind the door, and all her products are in the bath on the ledge. Itsuka. She sat in the bath, bent her knees, Anari resting against them, and splashed in the water. I understand why you said nothing, Suijin, but it's frustrating. On the bright side, your child looks fantastic. Anari wasn't fussy or complicated. The child seemed home in the bath. She was very content to splash around in Itsuka's lap. Itsuka was marveling at the wonder and joy in the child's eyes. Her heart wavered some when Anari seemed to look around and said, Mama. Sorry baby girl, Mama is not here, but I will do my best by you, I swear. Although she wanted to sit longer, she was still determining the timing of the surprise visit. Therefore, she wrapped Anari in a towel and positioned her outside the door, notifying Izuku that Anari was ready from behind the slightly open door. She heard Izuku approach and collect Anari, and then she closed the door to prepare for the day. Upon exiting the bathroom, she witnessed Anari moving around the living room in her walker, adorned in a lovely dress and a little ponytail held in place with a clip. During Mrs. Isui's, it felt more like an inspection than a casual visit. Fortunately, she was content with Anari's cleanliness, recent bath, well-fed state, and tidiness of the house. As Izuku showed her around Anari's new room, Mrs. Isui confirmed that he had met the minimum requirements set by the state. She also provided Izuku with valuable personal advice and cautioned him about potential pitfalls to watch out for. During the next step, Mrs. Isui interviewed Izuku to assess his current mental state, any modifications to his future objectives, and financial matters. Upon learning about Itsuka's relationship with Inari's grandmother from Izuku, Mrs. Isui arranged an interview with the young girl. After the follow-up with Itsuka was set, the woman left for the day. Izuku turned to Itsuka. Itsuka, I am serious about you being Inari's godmother. I would like to put it into my will should something happen to me. So, if something happened to you, I would legally be responsible for Anari. Yes, Kobayashi would manage the estate and make sure you have money to help raise her, but I would want you to raise her if I were not around. I would be honored, Izuku, she said, wrapping him in a big hug. I will let Kobayashi know so he can bring you over the paperwork to read. Do you want to take Anari out? Maybe we can do some shopping, get her more clothes. That sounds nice, we can catch up. Although they hoped to go unnoticed, it was inevitable that they would draw some attention as they walked with a stroller. Sadly, in this society, young parents often receive strange looks. Fortunately, they didn't hear any negative comments. Izuku took the opportunity to catch up on everything that had happened while she was away, providing more detailed updates than their sporadic conversations allowed. So, you had 2 boyfriends and never said anything. Yeah, you dated the second for a while. Why didn't you say something to me? To be honest, I have no idea. I think it was because I didn't know how I felt about them, so I didn't want to bring it up till I did. But with Ojiro, I should have ended things sooner. There wasn't a spark, or it never felt right. I keep thinking it was in my head. I understand that, but you should have said something sooner. You're right, but let us talk about something other than my love life. Like, what are you going to get the little princess today? The trio spent the day together shopping and enjoying being around each other again. At the train, they separated as Itsuka had to return home to unpack and prepare for school on Monday. They embraced tightly as she boarded her train. Izuku and Anari. Sunday was a difficult day for Anari and her father. Anari continuously cried and called for Suijin, causing much distress. Despite attempts to soothe Anari, she continued to cry and fuss throughout the day. Even at night, she refused to sleep in her crib. Eventually, Izuku settled her down after he brought her to his bed. It was a heartbreaking experience for all involved. Monday was a better day for the young family. Anari was still fussy, but Izuku discovered that she had calmed down and enjoyed watching Disney movies, especially those with lots of singing by female characters. Even though she still murmured, Mama, she slept in her crib that night. She sweetly said, Night, night, Dada, when he put her to bed. This made him emotional. Once in his room, he cried silently into his pillow for the loved ones who were no longer with them. On Tuesday, Izuku began his new job at UA. He and his daughter, Anari, arrived early, but the morning train ride with a child stroller and diaper bag was a nightmare. Anari did not enjoy it. However, they arrived on time for Inari's health evaluation with Recovery Girl. She was in good health and up to date on her vaccinations. Izuku also met Mrs. Hamero, who was in charge of the daycare, and her assistants. Anari seemed to take to them well. The daycare closed at 6 p.m., and if Izuku were late, a report would be sent to the principal and child safety. During his orientation, Izuku helped out the staff and spent the day working with lunch rush. He made a good impression and enjoyed learning how to cook. Although some students looked at him strangely because he was younger, most were friendly. After lunch, he trained with All Might and Torino. Later, he picked up Anari from daycare, and she cried when she saw him. Mrs. Hamero explained that Anari missed him and her mom. Mrs. Hamero comforted Anari by placing her hand on her back, and Izuku saw a mental image of Suijin smiling and singing. Izuku combined the visuals of Suijin singing and the Disney princesses singing. When Mrs. Asui sang to Anari, the little girl was instantly soothed, and she appeared to relish it when Izuku sang to her while holding her. As a result, he intends to sing lullabies to her during bedtime to enhance the nighttime routine. As he neared his home, his neighbor Mrs. Koi stopped him and kindly gave him some delicious katsudon. She inquired about his well-being, and he gave her a brief update. She offered to help if needed, and he expressed gratitude for the meal. He caught up with his partner Itsuka about work and heard about her first day at school. He also shared his new bedtime ritual with their daughter Anari, singing her to sleep with a sweet lullaby. As he said goodnight to his little princess, she glanced at the photo of her mother above her crib and bid her goodnight as well. He experienced mixed emotions when he witnessed the act, which warmed and broke his heart. He could sense her emotional reaction when he informed Itsuka about it over the phone. They talked for about an hour, seeking a necessary distraction. When Itsuka yawned, he wished her goodnight and ended the call. Adjusting to a new routine can be challenging, but Izuku is skilled at following rituals and establishing habits. The initial week is the most difficult, but with Itsuka's assistance, they complete much shopping and prepare meals. While he takes a nap, she takes over some of his responsibilities. On Tuesday, Mrs. Asui visits him during the second week, providing support and understanding as he adapts to the new routine. On Thursday, instead of attending faculty, he has his first session with Hound Dog, which is challenging but a positive start. Over the weekend, Itsuka is there to help him with household chores, shopping, and being a listening ear. When feeling overwhelmed, he often turns to Itsuka for support, while he also reaches out to Toshi. He finds he can be more open and emotionally vulnerable with Itsuka. She creates a safe space for him to be honest about his feelings. It's a two-way street, as Itsuka shares her struggles with readjusting to life at home, making their relationship mutually supportive. They lean on each other, offering a helping hand whenever needed. There are even some weeknights when she sleeps over, helping Izuku with Anari or Izuku helping her with her schoolwork. Week 3. With the routine, Izuku and Anari would have recovered. As he settles into his job, he becomes adept at anticipating the preferences of the professional heroes. He manages to obtain some autographs from them as well. For instance, Midnight enjoys a sweet treat after her second class, while Eraserhead prefers to be left alone as much as possible. Ectoplasm tastes tart flavors, and Vlad likes his coffee strong and black coffee in the mornings. Recovery Girl is partial to English tea and biscuits, Cementos enjoys taffy, and Snipe prefers American lemonade. His training is getting back into the swing of things as well. With his learner's permit, Toshi takes him out to learn how to drive. Izuku, when you pass your test, I ask that you allow me to purchase a vehicle for you and Anari. Toshi, I don't know. That seems like a lot. Please, Izuku, allow this old man to do this, Toshi said, placing his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku looks into the gentle gaze of Toshi, and he understands inside that this is what the feeling of having a father is like. Without thinking, Izuku hugs Toshi, whispering a thank you as he does. Toshi, for his part, is surprised but welcomes the embrace. The two separates with a cough and a laugh. Anari is fond of Toshi and Torino, as the two men sometimes take turns walking with Izuku after training to pick her up from the daycare. Anari always hugs and kisses her daddy first after greeting him with a hello before she wiggles out of his arms to whichever is walking with them. Izuku smiles as Torino always complains about the girl in his arms but will only hand her to Izuku once they arrive at the train station. During their daily routine, everything runs smoothly except when Anari is involved. She seems to enjoy causing chaos by interrupting whatever Izuku is doing and doing the opposite. Socks end up on the floor, shoes are refused, and she may even object to the color or removal of a shirt. Fortunately, Itsuka is a godsend and greatly assists in managing Inari's unpredictability. On the Sunday before Itsuka's departure, Anari took her first steps, abandoning her habit of shuffling while holding onto things. Itsuka reacts like a proud mama, getting her to do it again while demanding Izuku record it. In their joy, especially Izuku's, he never considered that the agent of chaos had just developed a new weapon. Week 4. Like many points in life, it all seems to be going well until suddenly it isn't. Work was fine. It was the therapy session that went wrong. Izuku had a rough session with Hound Dog, ending in Izuku storming out of the session. It affected his training, causing him to get critiqued by Torino more than usual, leading to a spat between them. At night, Mrs. Asui came by when his agent of chaos daughter had just caused so much havoc, and Izuku was already afraid that it was terrible. He received an unfavorable report for the first time. It almost caused a panic attack in the boy as he suddenly feared that Anari would be removed from his care at that very second. Thankfully, Itsuka arrived and calmed him down, and Mrs. Asui could sit down and explain to him that a negative report was not the end of the world and that it was not as if he was severely abusing or neglecting Anari. Mrs. Asui had a heart-to-heart with Izuku and asked him to recount his day. As he narrated the unfortunate events, she empathized with him and comprehended how things had spiraled out of control. Being a caring mother and social worker, she patiently shared techniques with Izuku that could help him cope with such situations in the future. She also advised him on handling similar cases should they arise again, which she, unfortunately, predicted they would. However, she saw this as a valuable teaching moment and encouraged Izuku to make the most of it. Mrs. Asui was confident he would regain positive reviews by the next visit after she left. Itsuka set about reigning in the goddess of chaos and helping Izuku get his night in order at the very least. Friday night, he stopped for dinner with Anari instead of cooking at home. As he entered, he almost ran into Mitsuki, whom he hadn't seen since his mother's funeral. Behind her, he could see Bakugo and his father. Mitsuki looked at him and then noticed the girl in the stroller. Her eyes widened, and her mouth opened like she was about to say something. Instead, tears welled in her eyes, and she ran past him and down the street. Bakugo went to go after his mom. He stopped and glared at Izuku, not seeming to notice Anari. Izuku noted he was taller and had a noticeable scar on his right eye. He said nothing and continued past in pursuit of his mom. Masaru said nothing to Izuku. Instead, he set some money on the counter, instructing the woman to use it towards anything Izuku ordered. As he moved past Izuku, he said, "I hope you have a good night, Izuku." Then he left as well. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Izuku calmly requested a table for two and was promptly escorted to his seat by a friendly woman who also provided a high chair for Anari. As he scanned the restaurant, he caught sight of Mrs. Asui and her family seated in a cozy corner booth. They made eye contact and exchanged a polite nod and smile before Izuku settled into his seat. The Asuis. Mr. Asui turned to his wife, noticing her acknowledgement of the green-haired teen. "Who is that, honey? You remember the negative report I told you about I had to file yesterday?" "Yes, is that him? Why did that bother you so much?" "It was just a congruence of a bad day. Everything was going bad. I felt bad for having to file it. He has potential and trying very hard. We have all had bad days. It is terrible. It coincides with a home visit, but it happens sometimes." "Is that the case you were telling me about? The one you were telling me that you hoped he would win?" Sue asked. "I want to win. What are you guys talking about?" Samador voiced. "I bet they are talking about work like always," Satsuki said sullenly. "You know what, Satsuki? We do talk about work too much. So, no more talk about work tonight. We are here to celebrate my promotion and have fun. Can we have dessert tonight?" The youngest Asuis asked. "Yes, and afterward, we are all going to the movies," Mr. Asui said to the cheers of his youngest. Mrs. Asui smiled and kissed his cheek. "It is nice that we are having a family night out. We haven't had one in a while," Sue thought, turning her gaze to the teen and his child. "I hope Mom is right about you. She is putting much work into your case." "That sounds like fun, Father. I would enjoy that very much," she said. Month 3. Everything is going well for Izuku. He made a breakthrough in training. His full cowl is now at 25%. Hound Dog's sessions are rough and full of emotion that Izuku thought he had handled. Grief, anger, sadness, and survivor's guilt. His follow-up visits with Mrs. Asui had gone well as she had predicted. Once again, life was going well till it wasn't. After putting Anari to bed on a Friday night, he realized he had run out of diapers and apple juice, which was quite inconvenient. He hurried to Mrs. Koi's house, explained his situation, and gave her his spare key and the monitor. He requested her to keep an ear out for Anari while he quickly ran to the store. Mrs. Koi kindly agreed to help him out. He hurried to the store and purchased everything he required, even picking up a pint of ice cream to share with Anari the following evening. On his way home, he heard a voice from the alley that stopped him. "No, stay back." A female voice rang out. He could hear the fear. Izuku set his bag down at the alley entrance and hurriedly followed the sound, trying to be as quiet as possible. The alley turned to the left, and they cautiously peeked around the corner, anticipating a potentially dreadful sight. He saw a beautiful woman with a spiky black ponytail wearing dirty white pants and a ripped red shirt, leaving her top mostly exposed except for her bra. She had a bruise on her cheek and cuts on the top of her chest and arm. She was holding a metal staff. He could see the panic in her eyes. It was painfully apparent what their intentions were. A man with a spider quirk, towering at 6'3" and well-built, stood before her. He had 4 additional spider limbs protruding from his back. each with sharp talons. Meanwhile, a man lay on the ground clutching his groin, with a black substance oozing from his body. Finally, a third man seemed ordinary, except for the large spikes jutting out from his shoulders. "See, baby, why did you have to go and make it more difficult?" said Spider. "I told you to stay away. If you leave now, I won't call the police," the girl said, trying to keep an eye on her three assailants. "With what phone?" said the shoulder spike man as a clear liquid formed in his palm and seemed to consume the girl's purse. As the man Spider advanced, the girl's training vanished from her mind as she envisioned the terrible fate that awaited her. She attempted a clumsy swing, but Man Spider effortlessly deflected it with his elongated arm before delivering a powerful punch that sent her into the wall. "Now, let's have some fun, boys," he said menacingly. In an instant, the shoulder spike was struck by a forceful flying kick that sent him hurtling into a nearby wall, rendering him unconscious. Izuku's movements were swift as he leaped and bounded off the walls, skillfully evading Spider's swings. He maneuvered past Spider with impressive agility and delivered a powerful punch to the secreting guy. As he attempted to surprise Spider with a sneak attack from behind, he was swiftly blocked by one of Spider's limbs, which caught him and hurled him into a nearby dumpster, causing it to crumple. Izuku noticed that the man had eyes with a compound lens, and he realized that he couldn't prolong the fight any longer, as the loud thuds from their blows would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Instead, he grabbed the crumpled dumpster and chucked it as hard as possible. The Spider used his extra limbs to hold it and tear it apart. What he needed to prepare for was Izuku barreling in behind it. Detroit smash, knocking the man out. Izuku turned his attention to the girl who had managed to return to her feet, holding her head and wobbling from the blow. He heard her say, "No, please don't do this." He saw her eyes roll to the back of her head, dashing towards her. He could catch her before she fell. Izuku pulled out his phone and called the police, not wanting to get arrested for vigilantism. He removed his jacket, wrapped it around the girl's torso, and raced off with his quirk still active, remembering to grab his groceries. Upon returning home, he breathed heavily as he placed the girl on the couch. He quickly rushed next door to express his gratitude to his neighbor and retrieve his key and monitor. Upon his return, he promptly retrieved the first aid kit to attend to the girl's wounds. Luckily, the cuts on her chest and arms were shallow and only required simple bandaging. Fortunately, there were no visible wounds on her head. He retrieved a t-shirt from his closet and slipped the girl into it as quickly and gently as possible. Retrieving a baseball bat from the closet, he placed it near her and his phone on the coffee table within her easy reach, moving across from her and waiting for her to wake up. He didn't have to wait long as she jolted awake with a short scream. Looking around, she quickly saw Izuku and the bat. She grabbed it soon as she got to her feet and assumed a defensive stance. "Who are you? What did you do to me?" She panicked. "I heard your call for help and came to your rescue. I understand that this may be a difficult situation, but rest assured that you are safe," he spoke calmly and soothingly. He even raised his hands to show he was unarmed. "Although it may not mean much in a world full of quirks, why should I believe you? Just let me go," she shouted. It was then she heard a child start crying. "My name is Izuku Midoriya. I have no intention of holding you. I heard you call for help, and that's what I did. Those men are unconscious. Unfortunately, they destroyed your purse and phone, so I could not identify that you were accessing your emergency contacts. I called the police. The child you hear screaming is my daughter. My phone is on the table in front of you. It is unlocked, and you can call whomever you want. Please calm down for just a minute. I know what happened had to be quite traumatic." He circled, keeping a wide berth, and went down the hall. As she listened, the sobbing gradually grew louder before tapering off. When he came back, he held a weeping toddler who appeared to be younger than 2 years old. "This is my daughter," he announced, stepping away from the frightened woman and returning to his previous spot. The woman's mind was racing, processing everything that had happened. She had been bandaged and was wearing a t-shirt that wasn't hers. Her shirt was still underneath. If he were planning something, he would unlikely come holding such a small child. She thought, "I brought you here, bandaged you up. Sorry, your shirt was destroyed. I just put you in one of mine. The cuts look shallow, and there was no cut on your head. I am sure that you want to go to the hospital. I brought you here because I used my quirk to stop those guys. I didn't want to leave you in the alley, and I didn't want to get arrested for vigilantism, as you can see why." He gestured to his daughter. "You can call the police if you want, though I ask that you don't. I understand if you do." "Where is her mother?" the girl asked. "No longer with us," Izuku replied. "I am sorry. It is just fine, considering your night. I promise I will not hold it against you. Is there anyone you can call?" "Yes." She lowered the bat and picked up the phone, quickly dialing a number. "Hello AI. Yes, this is me. There has been an incident. I need you to come to pick me up." Izuku provided the address. "Please bring me a change of clothes as well as Vigo." She hung up the phone. "Do you have a name?" "Momo Urazu." "I know this is the dumbest question ever. Are you okay?" It has been a terrible night, but I survived. He saw the desperate demeanor she was trying to maintain begin to crumble as the word survived seemed to drive home her ordeal. The bat tumbled free as she began to sob. Izuku, still holding Anari, slowly sat beside her and gently placed his arm around her. She stiffened up and then collapsed into his shoulder. He did his best to reassure her that the worst was over and that she was safe. As she opened her eyes, she looked into small teal eyes. Momo wiped her tears as the little girl looked up at her, leaning forward and placing her hands on Momo's arm, seemingly trying to pat her arm to comfort her. "What's her name?" "Anari," Izuku said, keeping his voice soft. "Hello, Anari, how old are you?" 22 months, said in a higher voice, bringing a small smile to the corners of Momo's mouth. Inari began to babble at Momo, providing a sweet distraction till there was a strange knock at the door. Momo sat up and said clearly, "I have seen the sunrise in the west." Izuku raised an eyebrow. The door opened to a man with no hair and black eyes in a crisp black suit. He had a collapsible nightstick in his hand, a woman with blue hair, a chauffeur outfit, and a bag. Momo rose and took the bag. "This is AI and Vigo. Is there someone I can change?" "Of course, you can use any of the bedrooms or the bathroom at the end of the hall on your left," Izuku said. The woman followed Momo while the man sat there watching Izuku. It was quiet. Soon Momo returned in a fresh set of clothes. "I will launder your shirt and return it." "Izuku Midoriya, thank you for saving my virtue and, I am sure, my life. And thank you, Inari, for calming me down." She bowed from her waist. "I will be pressing charges against those men, but I will not reveal your involvement. I owe that to you and this precious one. Thank you again, Midoriya. You are welcome and thank you for your discretion. Good night, Yaoyorozu." "Bye, bye," Inari chimed in. Momo gave a small smile. "Bye, bye, Inari." The group left the house, and Izuku let out a deep breath, turning to look at Inari. "I will never run out of diapers again, I promise you that." Inari giggled as Izuku took her back to her room to try and get her settled down. Momo sat in the back of the limo as AI drove towards the hospital. She gazed out the window, wiping some stray tears as city lights flew by. Momo spent the night at the hospital. Her parents arrived soon after she was admitted. They strolled into her private room. Vigo was standing guard outside when she found her parents' embrace. Her mother sent her father out before sitting beside her on the bed, holding her daughter's hand. "Momo, my dear, are you okay?" her mother asked hesitantly. "Did they?" The question hung heavy in the air. "No, they didn't." Momo wiped her eyes. "They were going to. One had managed to get a hold of me and wrestled me to the ground, but I managed to free myself. They had ripped my shirt and began making vile comments as they started to attack again. It was almost like they were toying with me. I started to become more desperate as I tried to fight them off. As I was losing and calling for help when none came and I began to see what my fate may be, I started to panic." "It is okay, my darling. You must have been terrified." "What happened next?" her mother said, holding Momo's hand and reassuring her. "The large spider one hit me into a wall. That is where I got my head wound." Then she squeezed her mother's hand as the tears trickled down her face. "They said that after they did, they would kill me." Her mother wrapped her in her arms as Momo cried. "I was so scared." Momo sobbed between the tears. "All my training, all my studying, and it all went out the window. I am supposed to be a hero. And here I was on the verge." It took a few moments before Momo could gain a semblance of composure. "Then he appeared as I lost consciousness. He saved me, took me to his home, bandaged me up and let me use his phone to contact the staff." "Are you sure he didn't do anything?" "To be honest, not 100%, but undergarments did not appear further damaged, and there was no sign of trauma from the rap kit." Momo looked down in shame at having to say the very word. "Do not hang your head in shame. Momo, many have been in your position. You survived. Your dignity is intact. Before you say something that doesn't matter to your father or me, we would love you as if the worst had happened. And if that had happened, we would instead you were alive than anything else. But it is precious, and I am glad it is still yours to give, your choice. But I am supposed to be a hero, and this happened. Momo, there are pro heroes that have that happen. You are not a pro, not yet. Remember what your father says, why do we fall? So, we can learn to stand. Does the mystery savior have a name?" "Yes, but I won't tell the police that," she said, sitting up some. "He asked me not to. It was the only thing he asked in return." "Why?" "He is a young father with a small child. The child's mother has moved on to heaven. I saw a shrine to what I can guess was his mother. He told me he brought me to his home because he didn't want to go to jail, implying there was no one to take the child and as he had used his quirk to batter the men who attacked me. He hopes to avoid jail, and after what he did, I feel that is the least I can do." "Understandable, especially that he didn't take advantage of the situation. Make sure you thank him." There was a knock at the door when her father entered. "Momo, the police are here. Do you think you can speak to them?" Momo straightened herself up on the bed and patted her eyes dry. "Yes, send them in, please." Sorry. The day was spent mostly in a state of anxiety, as he expected the police to show up at any moment. It was causing him to be a little jumpy and distracted, especially when he went to the grocery store to do his shopping along with Anari and Itsuka. Images of being arrested on the street played through his mind. Itsuka noticed something was off. After they got home and began to put the groceries away, she pressed him to unburden himself. She was not expecting him to tell her that story of the night before and his encounter with Momo. Izuku was surprised when Itsuka didn't scold him heavily for his actions, more so because he had run out of diapers, but if he hadn't, Itsuka hugged him tightly instead. "I wouldn't want to imagine what could have happened if you weren't there," she said. "Even with all my training, it still worries me and my parents. We even teach special classes at the dojo for just that scenario. I know it is out there, as something I have read about, but to see it almost happen. Then I thought about Mom and Suijin. Then you and Anari. The very thought made me angry before, but now it was more of a personal anger. It could happen to people you have a closer connection to. Now come on, you promised the princess that you would take her to the park," Itsuka said as she packed some snacks and drinks into the diaper bag. It was a welcome distraction, and having Itsuka there put Izuku's mind at ease because if he got arrested, Itsuka would be right there to take care of her. The other parents at the park had grown slightly accustomed to seeing Izuku and Anari. They no longer gave them stares. Instead, they would greet the young family and talk with the boy, seeking to offer him any advice should the need arise. When Itsuka arrived, they got more of the story and were happy that the young father was not alone anymore. It was an offhand comment from Itsuka that Anari seemed to enjoy the sandpit, making Izuku wonder about getting one for the backyard. Anari appeared to enjoy the swings but not the slide, causing his search to change to a full playset. When Izuku offered to go out for dinner, Itsuka couldn't help but smile and agree. As they were walking down the street, she pushed the stroller, Izuku walking by her side. The thoughts of how they looked like a couple danced through her head. Of course, they caught odd stares and glances, but she ignored them. They chose a decent restaurant and had a rather lovely night. It was during dinner that Izuku asked her to spend the night. "We can hang out and not watch Disney or some cartoons," he said with a smile. "Of course, let me just notify my mom. I still have some clothes at your place, so it should be fine." After they got home and got Anari settled with her and Itsuka taking a bath, they called her tucked in and settled down for the night. Itsuka waited as Izuku ran to take a quick shower, scrolling through the video services to find something for them to watch, as she heard him enter the room. "Hey, want to watch Star Wars? I haven't watched that in forever." Suijin was not a fan. "That sounds like fun. I never understood that, she just never got it." Itsuka then did her best Darth Vader impression. "Izuku, I am your father." No, that's not possible," he responded with terrible acting before putting his finger by his mouth. "Well, besides the fact that you're a girl, from what I know about procreation, you lack the right equipment, and my mom wasn't a lesbian, I think. Unless sometime in the future you get a sex change, travel back in time, and seduce my mom, then 1, Ike. 2, you have many birthdays presents to make up on. And 3rd, I have nothing to add to that." She laughed and tossed a pillow at him. "Now, come sit next to Daddy," she said, patting the seat before making a fake gagging sound. Izuku laughed before sitting next to her as the film crawl began. At first, there was a small distance between them, mainly occupied by the popcorn, but once that slowly found its way to the coffee table, that distance closed. Neither Itsuka nor Izuku could explain who did it, but soon Itsuka had her legs curled up on the sofa and leaned against Izuku as they watched the movie. The banter between the two slowly quieted as she felt his head rest on top of hers, and she took notice of the steady breathing. He had fallen asleep. With a pang of guilt, Itsuka held the moment for longer than she probably should have. His arm was down around her shoulders, her hand on his chest. But the guilt finally won out, and she woke him to send him off to bed. He offered a quiet apology as he shuffled off down the hall. She straightened up before going to sleep herself. The day that had begun wrapped in nervous anticipation. It ended in peace and good dreams. Anari dreamed of rivers and waterfalls of apple juice with her daddy and auntie. Also, the woman that made her feel so safe would be there. It was hard for Anari to see her face, but it was the same in the picture above her bed. The lady would hold her and sing. Anari didn't quite understand it all, but she knew this woman and the one with green hair, like her daddy, loved her very much and were there watching over her. Izuku dreamed of peaceful days, a warm house, and Anari's laughter. Someone else was in the dream, but he could never see her, only hear her laugh or feel her as she hugged him from behind. The embrace was familiar enough to be comforting, but not enough that he could place it. His mind went with it to a home where he was loved, and everything felt right. Itsuka was in the field this time, but there was no interruption. Instead, she got her kiss and much more as he laid her down amongst the flowers. Sunday was a quiet day as the prep for the week had already been handled. Itsuka sat at the table, working on her schoolwork, and getting help from Izuku. Anari decided to sit at the table and color, asking her dad which color to use next. It was very adorable. It was a nice, lazy day. Itsuka departed after dinner, leaving daddy and daughter to have movie and cuddle times. Anari had a fuss and didn't want to go to bed instead of saying, "No, da, sleep you." It took Izuku a moment to figure out his daughter wanted to sleep in his bed. But it was good for both of them once he did. He fell asleep with her beside him. Her rhythmic breathing was music for his soul. Month 4. The first week of his 4th month at UA was going rather well. The fear of being arrested had faded. And after talking with All Might about the incident, the number 1 did some digging and found that while the police were interested in who had saved the girl, they were not looking for him. They didn't have a good description. And the victim was silent, much like Itsuka. Toshi chided him for running out of diapers more than anything. The two were talking as the new place that Toshi had insisted on buying was being installed. "Now, my boy, let me teach you the secret of how to grill a proper steak," he said. His work with the teachers was going well for him. His training felt good. He had his visits from Mrs. Asui, which went well, he felt. His therapy session was solid. He felt like the incident was behind him, and life was going well till he got home. It got interesting. As he approached the house, a black limo was parked outside his home, which was slightly worrying. He knew what was happening when he saw the bald man from the incident. The man Vigo, he guessed, leaned down and knocked on the glass before opening the door. Out stepped Momo. She was dressed casually, looking much better than when they had last parted, though it would be hard to see her looking much worse. "Hello, Ms. Yaoyorozu," Izuku said, and he got closer. "Hello, Mr. Midoriya," she responded with a slight bow. "Would you and your bodyguard like to come in? I need to get inside. The weather is getting nasty," Izuku said, looking up to the gray threatening clouds. "Yes, please, Vigo, would you grab the bags?" Izuku raised an eyebrow but said nothing as he went and opened the door, letting his guests inside. "Excuse the mess. Would you like some tea or coffee? I have apple juice as well." Momo found the house reasonably clean, and a rich aroma of beef stew filled the home. "Some tea would be lovely." "Herbal if you have some," she said, taking a seat offered to her at the table. Vigo entered shortly after that with 4-5 bags. "Tea," Izuku offered. The man shook his head. "How are you feeling, Ms. Yaoyorozu?" "Call me Momo, you saved my life. If you are okay with it, can I call you Izuku?" "That's fine. So how are you feeling, Momo?" Izuku felt a little relieved that she had asked to be addressed by her first name, letting him feel relieved that this would not be a difficult meeting. Before Momo could answer, she felt 2 little hands hitting her leg. She looked down into the beautiful eyes. "Up," the small voice demanded. Momo looked at Izuku. "Is it okay?" Izuku nodded his head, curiosity running wild in him. Anari was okay with strangers, but she had never been so bold as to go to one and demand to be lifted. Momo reached down and lifted Inari into her arms. Inari snuggled in momentarily before looking at the counter for something. Izuku slides her water cup to her. Inari pouted. "Juice. Water first, then juice," he countered. Inari, still pouting, took a sip of her water, which was adorable. Momo, for her part, chuckled. She found Inari comforting, like somehow this child would drive all the bad stuff away. That this child could improve everything was a weird feeling for the heiress. "To answer your question, physically, I am doing well. All the wounds have been healed with next to no visible scarring. The nightmares, on the other hand, I understand that. Not exactly how you do, but yay. What did you do? If you don't mind me asking. I do not wish to burden you by forcing you to relive your trauma, but if you didn't mind, I would appreciate the advice," Momo asked. Izuku took a deep breath. First time was after her mom was forced to move away. "And that day that she left, my mom died in a car accident. I drank for 6 months. I don't recommend that solution. The second was when her mom died, and that comes and goes. Inari helps, to be honest. She keeps me focused. Therapy and having a support network have been the best. Knowing that the pain won't just magically go away overnight and that some days it will be worse than others. Learning not to blame yourself, but to be honest, it is easier said than done. Therapy has been beneficial, but as you said, the blame or guilt is difficult. Not wanting to feel weak is something with which I am grappling. But I can see how Inari helps, for some reason. This little girl somehow makes me feel better. But, Izuku, I do not want to take up much of your or your daughter's time." She returned her hand to Vigo, who handed her a filled envelope. Izuku immediately knew it was money and set it on the counter. "A thank you for saving me." Izuku looked at the envelope for half a second before he responded. "I hope I do not offend you, Momo, but no, thank you. I didn't do it, hoping to get cash or any reward. It was simply the right thing to do. Even you had been arrested. What if I told the police who you were?" she said. "I would be upset for sure. But of all the reasons to go to jail, I'm sure my daughter would forgive me once I explain. I did it, Momo, because it was the right thing to do. Yay, I could have just called the police and let it be at that, turned my back, and left it to others. But what if they didn't get there in time to stop? You know," Momo nodded. "I have a daughter, I had a girlfriend. My only friend is a girl, my mom. If they were ever in that position and needed help, I pray that someone would step in. Sometimes doing the right thing does not go hand in hand with the legal thing. It was a risk I was willing to take. Momo smiled. I was hoping you would say that. Honestly, I was. I felt that you were a good person, and that confirms it. Then let me offer this instead. She returned the envelope to Vigo, who handed the bags to Izuku. He opened the first one, and I had a super cute winter coat with a matching hat, gloves, boots, and even a scarf. The second had some winter clothes for Anari. The third had a nice new winter coat for Izuku and a scarf. The last one had a few stuffed animals, plus his shirt was laundered. Please accept these gifts instead. Allow me to show my gratitude for what you did and were willing to risk. Izuku smiled. He has a dazzling smile, she thought. He gave a small sigh. He did need a new coat, and Anari could use winter clothes. He may not know fashion, but he could tell these were excellent quality and knew it would make Momo feel better. Thank you, Momo, he said as the sound of rain began to fall outside. Would you and your driver and bodyguard care to join me for dinner? He pointed to the big pot of beef stew. We wouldn't want to impose, Izuku. She responded. He wouldn't be imposing at all. There is no way I can eat it before I would have to dispose of it. He would be helping me out. I wouldn't say I like wasting food. Then, of course, we would love to. Vigo, please fetch AI. Izuku smiled and placed a tray of biscuits in the oven. It was nice. Vigo didn't say much, but Anari was fascinated with him, making him sit on the floor with her while they watched the most recent animated feature. AI insisted on doing dishes as thanks for the food. Izuku was incredibly surprised at how much Momo could eat. Soon they got on the topic of quirks, which made much more sense to him. He explained psychokinesis and how it had first manifested as moving small objects as his mother could. But he had found that he could spread the energy throughout his body, increasing his strength and such. He told her he had a job at UA and would take the entrance exam soon. Momo was surprised that he worked at UA, raised Anari, and trained to be a hero. They chatted for a while. Momo was enjoying it. It was a welcome distraction from what her life had been recently to talk to someone her age, though their lives were more different than could be. Momo checked the time before looking up. Izuku, I had a great time, and it looks like Vigo and AI also enjoyed themselves. She did prepare to leave. I did too. Momo, it has been so long since the house was so full. He said, I can understand that. I last lived in the area a while ago, so my home is rather empty. So, I thank you, Izuku Midoriya, for saving me and opening your home to us. Hey, Momo, would you like to exchange numbers? It may be presumptuous of me, and I am sorry if that offends you, but I had a good time talking to you. Anari likes you, and it would be nice to have someone to talk to and maybe make a new friend. Momo contemplated it momentarily, and the thought of being here and doing this again made the darkness hovering over her life push back some. That sounds good, Izuku. It would be nice to have a friend as well. They exchanged numbers and had to detangle Anari from Vigo so they could depart with the official bye-bye Anari. The group departed. That night Momo slept a little better. Framed next to her bed was a picture from Inari's coloring book. December. The holiday season rolled in, and Izuku felt a sense of giddiness at the prospect for the first time in years, and he knew it was due to it being his first with Anari. He was excited to see her reaction to all the lights and differences accompanying the season. He wasn't the only one. As the holiday bug was biting those in his circle, Toshi, Torino, and Itsuka were also looking forward to the holiday. Momo, who was usually reserved, began to feel excited as she found herself shopping for gifts for the little girl and her new friend. Izuku and Momo started with text messaging before it graduated to her coming over or joining him on an outing with Anari. It was how he also introduced Momo to Itsuka, hoping the two girls would get along. Momo found Itsuka pleasant and friendly. It also helped that Anari wanted nothing more than for the three of them to play together, so it helped to bridge the gap. Itsuka was happy to meet the woman that Izuku had saved, though a tinge of jealousy arose when Izuku failed to mention how stunning she was. It made Itsuka a little insecure when she compared their looks. It was abated as she didn't notice Izuku checking the girl out or being flirtatious. The first time Izuku and her went to Momo's house, they were smacked with the financial difference between the trio. But Itsuka noticed that the home, while grand, felt empty and lacking warmth. The way Momo lit up when they arrived with Anari told Itsuka that despite the opulence and the money, Momo was lonely, and that was all Itsuka needed to befriend the girl in earnest. Izuku was a flurry of activity at home and work. The school was preparing for the holiday break, so the students were abustle with activity. Numerous little celebrations were being held, and he watched as some romances blossomed and others fizzled. It was a scene he watched, wondering if he would ever be in that situation again. The excitement of the holiday held a measure of loneliness for him, but his support network was doing wonders in keeping him focused. Hound dog sessions were a little longer than usual as Izuku felt the need to unburden himself more. Mrs. Asui's visit was also pleasant. They mostly talked about the holiday season and the preparation for the children. The most significant part was that 2 weeks before Christmas, Izuku took his driving test and passed. He was giddy on the ride back to the house with Toshi. who was beaming like a proud father. When he entered, he was greeted with a surprise celebration with Kobayashi, Mrs. Asui, Itsuka, and Momo present. Having never had such a thing, it was a memory that burned itself into his heart. The night wasn't over when Toshi delivered a brand new top of the BMW SUV, Itsuka, and Momo wondered exactly who Toshi was, but it wasn't their place to question the relationship as the two seemed close. Izuku did his best to protest, but all Toshi did was produce the safety reports for the vehicle, and Izuku caved. The two men stood in the driveway after the others returned. "Thank you, Toshi," Izuku said, and he turned and hugged the man tightly. "Not only for the car but for everything." "Izuku, my boy," he responded as he returned the hug. "I would do it all again 1,000 times over. You continue to amaze me with your dedication to Anari and your training and work. Most would have given up long ago and claimed the hardship was too much, but you rose to the occasion, and I know you will continue to do so." The weekend found Momo and Itsuka joined Toshi and Izuku as they went shopping for a tree and more gifts as Torino babysat Anari. The flurry of decorations and merriment was a great way to chase away the blues for some. When Izuku found out that Momo would be alone, he insisted that she join him for the day along with Vigo and AI. Momo tried listlessly to protest, but she knew she wanted to be there and agreed. Her only instance was that they would handle dinner that night. Izuku agreed and smiled, knowing that the house would be complete. Itsuka celebrated Christmas Eve with her family before coming over to be with Izuku and Anari. She wouldn't miss the experience of seeing the little girl on Christmas morning. It also helped to foster her romantic feelings. She knew it was her playing house, but she wouldn't deny herself this and instead just rolled with it. At the end of the evening, she found herself sitting with Izuku in a darkened living room, enjoying the fire and lights blinking on the tree. "Is that enough presents?" she asked, looking at the small mountain. "I think so, but Toshi and Torino will be over in the morning with, I am sure, a large mountain of their own, and AI told me that Momo has been rather busy at the shopping mall as well. Inari is going to make out like a bandit," he said, handing her a mug of hot chocolate. Itsuka saw him look at the shrine, and melancholy filled his eyes. "Izuku," she said, taking his hand and gently pulling him down to the couch. "I know it must be hard with Inko and Suijin being gone and how much you would want to share this moment with them. They are always with us and with you, so don't feel bad about looking forward to enjoying tomorrow. They wouldn't want that for you. I know that mentally, but I get lonely sometimes," he said, taking a seat next to her. "If I didn't have you, it would be too much. Toshi and Momo are great, don't get me wrong, but with you, I can be open. You won't judge or think less of me, which means much, Itsu," he said, looking at her. "I mean it from my heart, Itsu. Thank you." He put his arm around her and pulled her into a hug. Itsuka's heart pounded as she wanted to pull him into a kiss but not a hug. But she didn't want to break this moment. She just hoped that he didn't hear the pounding of her heart. They stayed like that for an hour, not talking, just cuddled together before he finally rose to head to bed. She watched him disappear down the hall before she went to the spare room, a longing in her heart that did not abate in the morning light. Christmas morning. Izuku and Itsuka woke early to set up the video camera and prepare breakfast. Toshi and Torino arrived early, bringing an overwhelming amount of presents. Toshi dressed as Santa Claus, which was a delightful surprise. When the guest of honor woke up, she wore matching pajamas with her daddy and auntie for Christmas morning. Then chaos ensued, but in the best way possible. Inari was more interested in tearing open presents than what was inside, except for the toys. She was always satisfied. Unwrapping Inari's presents took so long that they had to take a break to eat before continuing. Meanwhile, the adults exchanged gifts and marveled at the joy of Christmas morning amidst the chaos. Inari was outside playing with her motorized car under the watchful supervision of her grandfathers while Itsuka and Izuku cleaned up some. Then, Izuku handed Itsu a small box he had kept hidden. When Itsuka opened it, her breath caught in her throat. It was a matching necklace to her favorite earrings. She noticed Inari's birthstone offset with the stone. She turned and lifted her hair for him to fasten it. The intimacy of the moment was not lost. Izuku had to stop himself when he almost impulsively kissed her neck after securing the clasp. When Itsuka turned, kissing his cheek only took a supreme act of will. "Merry Christmas, Itsu," he said as they embraced. "Merry Christmas, Izuku," she said, snuggling in. It wasn't too far past noon when Momo arrived, and chaos erupted again. She made sure to gift the little girl some more toys and stuffed animals, but she also purchased Anari some adorable clothes. The house was filled with laughter and merriment as the groups intermingled, and Anari was basking in being the star of it all. Izuku looked at everything and joked about needing a new house for Inari's Christmas haul. Momo and Toshi blushed, admitting they may have gone a little overboard. For Izuku, when he got everyone together to take the holiday photo, which was his perfect moment, him in the center with Anari on his lap, flanked by Momo and Itsuka, Toshi and Torin over the back, and Vigo on the ends. It was perfect. The joy on everyone's faces and the bliss he felt. Dinner was terrific. Everyone leaned back on full bellies and just relaxed. When everyone departed, it was almost a sad feeling. Izuku hugged Momo and thanked her, making the heiress blush, but she returned the affection as it had been her best Christmas in years. Itsuka and Izuku ended the night watching an old pre-quirk movie, It's a Wonderful Life. It had been his mother's favorite. He had fond memories of watching it every holiday with her. He hadn't done so since her passing, but tonight, it felt right. The New Year. The group spent New Year together and made their first shrine visit together. Izuku was floored when he saw Momo and Itsuka in their yukata. The one they had picked up for Anari was adorable as well. As he saw the girls dotting on Anari and was stunned by their beauty, he felt himself not looking at them as his friends but as women. It raised a feeling of guilt. Momo he had rescued, and Itsuka was his best friend. It was the first time he had felt that way since Suijin had passed when he brought it up in a session with Hound Dog. He was relieved that the man didn't condemn Izuku but told him it was a sign that he was healing and that he shouldn't beat himself up over it. To his surprise, he encountered Mrs. Asui and her family at the shrine. He walked over, offered his New Year greeting, and was even introduced to her husband and children. He smiled and talked with them briefly before excusing himself to return to his group. Sue looked at her mom and saw her smiling at the boy as he left. "Is he doing well?" she asked. "Better than I could have dreamed. He doesn't wallow when he gets set back and is building a strong network around himself," her mother replied. "Now, did you get a hold of Kyoka?" "Yes, she is on her way." Mrs. Asui was incredibly pleased with Izuku. The boy would reach out when he was having difficulty, even if that would shine a bad light on himself, showing he was more concerned with Inari's well-being. She was proud of that. The birthday. Izuku started talking to the group about putting a party together to celebrate Inari's 2C&D birthday. At first, he was planning something nice at home, but then Toshi mentioned an excursion to the Magic Kingdom, which was quickly taken from Izuku's hands. Momo quickly sided with Toshi. And to his surprise, so did Kobayashi. Itsuka was only on his side till Momo showed her different princess dresses they could put Anari in during the trip. Then he was alone trying to fight the tide, and he caved. It was the best thing he ever did. Toshi had to pull. Being the #1 hero in all of Japan had its benefits, and he rarely reached out to ask for a favor had endeared him to many. So, when he made the call, his group received VIP tickets and guided tours. And they were also granted permission to stay in the secret rooms in the castle. His granddaughter was going to get to be a princess in a castle. Izuku was floored when Toshi revealed their travel plans and accommodations. Izuku was floored. He could only hug the man. And it just slipped out. "Thank you, Dad." Izuku froze. He didn't mean for it to slip out. He expected to be rebuffed. But instead, Toshi said, "You're welcome, son." They arrived in the evening after the park had closed and went to the luxurious rooms for the night. The morning he again left Izuku's jaw on the floor and his heart in his throat. They were getting ready for a private character breakfast when the doors to the girls' room opened and out walked Momo, Itsuka, and Anari, all in princess gowns. The cut for the girls was what floored the young man. Momo in a golden bell gown, Itsuka in teal Little Mermaid, and Anari as Cinderella. He only managed a wow to Momo and Itsuka, making them blush. He recovered and bowed to Anari, calling her princess, which was all the girl needed. It was so interesting to see people asking to take photos with Momo and Itsuka as they were walking around the park. It was a trip filled with many memories. The shows and treatment they received were out of this world. Momo even expressed that she hadn't experienced this kind of treatment. Toshi even gets the trio into a dance club to have fun while he and Torino pamper Anari a little more. It was a fantastic night as he danced with the girls, his eyes wandering to places on them that made him blush. He didn't know that they caught the looks he had given them, and it was welcomed. They also took the opportunity to admire his physique. It was a night of internal revelations as sparks of attraction that had been dormant were beginning to ignite. In the case of Momo and Izuku, or roar to life in an inferno for Itsuka. Ultimately, it was the best trip Izuku had ever been on, and he was so thankful that it was something he could enjoy with all those presents and celebrate Inari's birthday in such outlandish fashion. March. He had done it. Toshi had set a mark he needed to hit for the entrance exam. And he more than hit the target, he blew it out of the water. The drive had always been there, but the thought of making his father happy was more motivation than he could have dreamed. The smile and joy on Toshi's face were more prominent and brighter than when he finished cleaning the beach. He was at 45%. Not 30%, but 45%. "I knew you could do it, son." No sweeter words could have reached Izuku at that moment. Mrs. Asui informed him that her visits would decrease soon. It was almost sad as the two had grown close over time. With a bright smile, though, she leaned in and told him she would recommend that he take the exam. All he could do was hug her. It was surprising to them both. Hound Dog sat with him, congratulated him on his progress, and said that he would also receive his recommendation. Izuku sat back before asking if they could continue his sessions. The counselor just smiled. "I was going to offer that myself, but with you doing so, I just reaffirm my decision." Nezu. Well, Nezu unleashed hell. Izuku had to take a personalized test that lasted 5 hours. Then, he had to compete and engage in a mock battle versus the third-year training robots. He passed. He still had to take the entrance exam, but he felt good. If he could do all this, he could pass the exam. Momo revealed that she would be taking the recommendation exam. She had been afraid that Itsuka and Izuku would be mad at her or that jealousy would tear them apart. She was relieved when they were just proud of her and how they supported her as she prepared to take her test a few weeks before theirs. She felt great pride when Izuku asked if she would babysit Anari on the day of their exam. The fact that he trusted her so filled her with warmth. When the exam morning came, he woke early, dressed himself in Anari, picked up Itsuka, and drove to Momo's. After they said goodbye to the princess, he and Itsuka made their way to UA for the day that would define the rest of their lives. After parking, they walked in together. Both were a bundle of nerves, even though Izuku had just gone through what he was positive was a more difficult exam. Courtesy of Nezu, his mind was plagued with thoughts of what might go wrong. Itsuka slipped her hand into his not only to calm him but herself as well. They stood there momentarily before breaking their grip and stepping across the threshold. After checking in, they embraced tightly. "See you at the auditorium. Save me a seat," he said. As they broke apart, she kissed his cheek. "For luck," she said, turning and leaving so he couldn't see her blush. He reviewed his preparations after entering the room and settling into his seat. Suddenly, he heard someone taking the seat beside him. Upon looking over, he saw Bakugo, the last person he wanted to encounter. They shared a tense moment when Izuku noticed Bakugo clenching and relaxing his hand. Eventually, Bakugo sat down without uttering a word, though Izuku could hear him grinding his teeth. As the room filled up and the instructor arrived, Izuku put the encounter out of his mind and focused on the test much different from the one Nezu had given him. Izuku felt confident and double-checked his answers before submitting his test with ample time left. As he left the room and headed towards the auditorium, he accidentally bumped into Midnight. She smiled at him and handed him his favorite coffee drink, wishing him good luck. He took his seat and waited for Itsuka. She joined him in time, and they talked about the test. She was happy the written part was over and was ready to hit someone. He saw Bakugo again. No words were said. Itsuka and he went over the literature, and we whispered until President Mike took the stage. President Mike tried to loosen up the crowd and failed miserably. A guy with blue hair and glasses interrupted him by asking about what was dubbed the zero-pointer. President Mike explained that the zero-pointer was an obstacle to avoid and that engaging it would give the student no points. Itsuka and he were in different test areas. He leaned down and returned her gesture from earlier, kissing her cheek. "For luck." She laughed and spoke. "Don't do anything stupid, okay? How can I? You are taking all the stupid with you." They laughed and bumped fists. "See you on the other side," they said in unison. He watched her depart. Turning, he saw him standing there waiting. "Deku, Bakugo, don't trip now. Not when you are so close to the end of the race." "I don't plan to. I can't wait till I hear that you failed. Your stupid quirk won't help you at all." "Don't worry, Bakugo, I'll see you in the hero course. If you make it." "What did you say?" "You heard me. See you on the other side, Bakugo." He saw the hand clench again but no sparks. He didn't hear the explosions or anything. Bakugo turned and left. All Izuku heard was "stupid Deku." It wasn't even yelled at. Izuku took a seat on the bus and found himself next to a charming brunette with a beautiful bob haircut that framed her face. She had a natural blush that made her look even more adorable. Although he felt guilty for noticing her, he knew it was a positive step in his healing process. He wasn't ready to date or engage in physical activities but could appreciate other girls. Suddenly, he noticed that she was trembling with fear, and he was about to offer her help when he felt a tap on his shoulder. "What are you doing? Are you trying to do something unhero-like to that girl?" It was the blue-haired guy from the auditorium. "No, UD, she seems nervous. I was going to try and calm her down. Why don't you sit down and mind your own business?" The guy looked at Izuku like he was about to say something, but Izuku turned his back on him. He lightly placed his hand on the girl's shoulder. "Hey, you, okay?" She jumped some at his voice. "No, to be honest, I am so terrified right now. My whole life has been building to this moment, and my future rides on it. What's your name?" "Ochako Uraraka." "Izuku Midoriya." "Hey, Uraraka, just a question. Have you trained for this?" "Of course, I trained my whole life for this." "Then you got this. Just believe in your training and believe in yourself. I know you can do it. I can't wait to see you in the hero course." "You're right, Midoriya, I got this. I'll see you in the hero course." "And thanks," she said, blushing a little. "I needed that." "No problem." He held his fist to her, and she returned the fist bump. "See you in class." "See you in class, Midoriya." They arrived at their training center and disembarked. They smiled at each other as they walked to the waiting area. He started stretching, pulling up his full cowl to 30%. His body giving off green lightning, it caught the attention of the other testers. He blocked them all out. He reached into his pocket and pulled a picture of Suijin and his mom. "Keep watching me. Watch over Anari. I love you both. The doors opened. Izuku raced into the battleground. He heard the announcement. There are no starting bells when fighting villains go. He tore into the plaza as many robots sprung up from behind some rubble. He didn't even use one for all. He just used his other quirk and ripped the optical circuits from all the robots, disabling them. He didn't stop. He raced off to find more targets. He did well, as far as he was concerned. He took out some robots and helped a few others. He wanted to succeed, but not at the cost of robbing others of a chance. A kid with sleepy eyes was having a terrible time. It is evident to Izuku that whatever the boy's quirk was, it wasn't suited to fight robots. Izuku gave him a makeshift bat and told him to aim for the neck. He had to several times bail out a kid with purple orbs for hair. He just pulled the missile off course for some of the others, some with this attraction quirk. Things seemed to move in slow motion for Izuku. Not really, but after having to chase Torino around and dodge a punch from All Might, this was pretty easy. He knew time was coming up soon as he dispatched some more robots. Then the ground shook. The zero-pointer arrived. He watched as the other test-takers dashed towards the exit. He was about to do the same when he heard the cry for help. Uraraka was pinned underneath some rubble. He raced over to her and tossed the large pieces off of her. He was freeing her. Can you stand? I don't think so. My ankle is broken. Midoriya, watch out. She suddenly shouted. The area around them suddenly darkened. He turned to see a giant fist coming at him. He knew he couldn't let it impact him. He couldn't grab her and get away fast enough. He turned, pushed up to 50%. And threw his punch. Detroit smashed. Their fists collided in a defining gong of metal as the robot's arm was sheared off, throwing it off balance. He leapt in the air towards the machine. Texas, smash! He dived down with a punch right into the robot's chest, which shattered. He kicked off to give himself some distance. The landing was going to hurt, but he would survive. Then he felt a slap on the back, and he was floating. He looked and saw Uraraka. My quirk, she said. He turned and brought her into his arms in a bridal carry, and she placed her hands together. Release. They landed safely. He cushioned her impact. Time. The call rang out, signaling the test's end. He smiled at her. Thanks for the save. You saved me first, Midoriya. Izuku. Achako. Let's get you over to the gate. I am sure the medical staff are making their way in. You don't have to carry me. I must be heavy. Not at all, Achako. I could do this all day, he said with a smile. The lightning was still dancing around his body. She could feel it dancing across her skin. It was warm, slightly ticklish. Above all that, she could feel his arms and chest muscles as he carried her with no effort. Sadly, for her, at least her ride ended as an older woman approached them. You okay there, Midoriya? She said. Yes, recovery girl. Achako saved me from the worst, so besides my hand being bruised, I think I'm okay. Achako may have broken her ankle, though. The woman had Izuku put Achako down as she examined her. Yup, it's broken. The robot nurses placed Achako on a stretcher. Achako groaned. I definitely cannot afford this medical bill, she thought. She felt a kiss on her forehead and immediately started to feel better. Izuku squeezed her hand. Don't worry about it, Achako. Recovery girl is the best in the business. You will be on your way home soon. Now quit flirting with the patient, Midoriya, and get a move on so you don't miss your bus. Achako's face went nuclear. Thankfully for her, Midoriya had turned away. How can you say you know I only have eyes for you? He playfully flirted with recovery girl. Now get going, you whippersnapper. She swung her can towards him. He skillfully dodged. He turned back to Achako, who had managed to control herself, and smiled. Get better. See you in the hero course. He held his fist out. She gave him a fist bump. See you there, Izuku. He gave a wave as he jogged off. Damn, that's a nice view. She blushed at her thought. She looked, and some other test takers were admiring the same thing. He returned to UA, showered and changed, then met Itsuka. He found her waiting by the car. They just hugged, and they both cried for a second. They had prepared so long for this moment. They looked up at the sky in silence, praying to the one they wanted to have been here with them more than anything. Itsuka saw him drying his eyes. Now come on, let's go get Anari and enjoy feast Momo has waiting for us. He smiled. He couldn't wait to see his little girl. Yaoyorozu household. The day of the entrance exam found the Yaoyorozu household abuzz with energy as the young heiress was checking over her list for the 10th time that morning and ensuring the staff understood the day's importance. The staff, of course, had answered her questions multiple times, but they kept their answers courteous and with any hint of emotional tone. Though quietly to themselves, they smiled and giggled at the heiress's frantic nature. Momo sat going through her list mentally again, running through every possible scenario that may occur and the proper response, still worried that there was something she may have been overlooking. Her attention was snapped back to the present by a polite knock at the door from one of the servants. Madam, they have arrived, she said politely. Momo scanned the room behind her, the field of battle that she had prepared and overseen. Stuffed animals, check. Playmat, check. Disney movies, check. Toys, check. Dress-up options, check. Mini fridge fully stocked with approved drinks and snacks. Check. First aid kit. Check. Fire extinguisher. Check. Panic room. Check. She took a deep breath. Today, failure was not an option. Giving the servant a polite nod, she exited the room and entered the home's foyer. There, she took her position to await her opponent. The butler opened the door. It looked like her opponent was waking from a nap. Their eyes met. Momo, Inari squealed as she struggled to free herself from her captors, or Dada as he was called. Once free, she ran, toddled as fast as her legs would carry her into Momo's open arms. Momo snatched the little girl up and hugged her tightly, kissing her as Inari giggled away. Inari, her father was saying something, but she was too excited to listen. She would play with Momo today. Momo had promised they would play princess. Her excitement had overridden how early it was. She just turned and looked at her daddy. Bye-bye, she was ready to play. It was time to have fun. Then she felt her daddy kiss her cheek and tell her to be good. Then Auntie Itsu kissed her other cheek and told her to have fun. Oh, she was going to have so much fun. His daddy and Itsu were walking out when Momo whispered into her ear, "Dada, it's a Flus Ulta." She raised her fist. Plus, Ultra. They responded as they walked out the door. Izuku and Itsuka. Are you crying, Izuku? And no. Are you? No, just got some dust in my eye. Yaoyorozu household. The home was bustling with life, filled with the joyful sounds of laughter. A child's playful giggles echoed throughout as she played hide and seek with Momo and some of the housekeepers. Inari found the perfect hiding spot, a slightly open door, and darted inside to discover the most enormous bedroom she had ever seen. As she scanned the room, she caught sight of a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Momo. The woman met Inari's gaze. Well, hello, you must be Anari. Is everything okay? The woman was taken aback when Inari blinked at her and suddenly grabbed her hand, albeit with a few fingers. Inari urged her to hide, and the woman complied, curious about the child's actions. It had been a while since she had interacted with someone so young. The woman was surprised when the little girl led her into a dressing room and a closet that seemed to lead to a spare room. They kept going until they were hidden in the back. The woman found it amusing as Inari hid them, and they played a game of hide and seek, with Momo being it. Inari tugged the woman towards the ground to a sitting position. The woman obliged. She was surprised as Inari settled into the woman's lap and pulled her arms around her. Inari looked up at the woman who was smiling at her. Inari smiled and snuggled into the warm embrace. She heard the woman singing softly. Inari fell asleep. Gio, Momo's father, entered from his closet and looked around to try and locate his wife. As he entered her dressing area, he could hear her faintly singing. He recognized the tune immediately. It was the lullaby she would sing their daughter Momo. He quietly opened the door to her closet and found her standing up, holding a little girl in her arms. Kai looked like a goddess to him. She smiled at her husband and whispered, "We are playing hide and seek." They returned to the bedroom and sat beside each other on the bed while Kai held the sleeping girl. Momo was in a panic. The household was in a panic, and Inari was lost. The hide and seek game had turned into an all-out game of finding Inari at all costs. Maids and butlers were frantically searching for the best hider in the hide and seek history. Momo ran to her parents' room to enlist their aid. She was terrified that she had lost Izuku's child and that Izuku would never forgive her. Itsuka would never forgive her. As she burst into the room, "Mother, father," she froze. There were her parents with the sleeping child. Momo fell to her knees. Her heart was almost pounding out of her chest. The sleeping child woke up rubbing her eyes. "Did I win?" Gio and Kai looked down at the little girl and then her daughter. Her mom smiled and spoke, "Yes, little one, I believe you did." The remainder of the day was beautiful for Momo as she spent it with her parents and played with Anari. Momo was thrilled to spend time with Anari but also enjoyed spending quality time with her parents. She couldn't recall the last time she had seen them smile and laugh so much. They didn't discuss company matters, projects, or meetings and rekindled their bond. Overall, it was a fantastic day. Izuku and Itsuka returned in the late afternoon and were warmly welcomed by Momo and Anari. Both girls were dressed in matching princess dresses that melted Itsuka's heart. Anari even attempted to curtsy and greeted them with "Welcome home, Dada, Auntie." It was an adorable sight. Izuku smiled so big but also flushed slightly as when Momo curtsied low, he got a rather generous view of her cleavage, causing a torrent of inappropriate thoughts to run through his mind. Izuku composed himself and picked up his daughter, who immediately began recounting her day in a flurry of words. Izuku chuckled, realizing that muttering was a common trait in their family. Itsuka had made a similar observation. Momo guided them to the dining room, where a lavish feast awaited. Her parents greeted them with warmth and introduced themselves. Izuku was surprised by the respectful bow her parents gave him, and their gratitude for his help with their daughter left him blushing. They all sat down together and enjoyed the meal while Momo listened to her friend's account of their day's exam. Later, her father requested a private conversation with Izuku, and he obliged while the girls went to the theater room to watch a movie. The Yaoyorozu study. "Mr. Midoriya, may I call you Izuku?" Gio began as he took a seat behind a beautiful oak desk. He gestured to a nice leather chair. I don't mind, Izuku replied as he sat. Please call me Gio, the man replied. Please don't be afraid of this conversation. I know you declined a monetary reward from Momo, but I would like to offer the same thing. Gio, I want to clarify that I acted based on what I believed was right, not for personal gain. This is the same explanation I gave to Momo before. I have an idea to propose. Why don't I put the money I'm offering into a trust for Anari? The money will be invested and grow. When she's old enough, she can use it for university or as a good start in life. If something happens to you, I know how much you love your daughter, just as I love my own. As a fellow father, I'd like to show my gratitude for all that you've done for my Momo by doing this for you. Izuku thought about it for a moment. He put himself in Gio's shoes. If the role were reversed, he would want to do everything he could to thank the man that did that for Anari. That I can accept, just as long as everything is written out so that it is all for Anari for her access when she turns 18, Izuku said after some thought. We can do that. I will have my people draw something up. Good, just send it to my lawyer. Izuku wrote down Kobayashi's contact information for Gio. You have a lawyer on call. My life has been interesting. The two men shook hands and went to join their ladies watching the movie. Gio and Kai were happy as they watched for a little while before excusing themselves. They hugged their daughter tightly and let her know her friends were welcome to spend the night if they wanted to. Inari's hugs and kisses brought them much joy. Are you sad that we never had another one? Kai said as they walked up the stairs. Some, Gio responded, but you are more important, Kai. It wasn't worth the risk. Besides, you already gave me one perfect child. Why would I be greedy and demand two? Kai just laughed, taking Gio's hand and leading him to bed. Izuku was lounging on an incredibly comfortable couch, with his daughter snuggled up on his lap and his two closest friends by his side. At first, he had refused the suggestion to stay for the night, but as he grew sleepier, he eventually relented. He was then led to a guest room. Anari, though, would not be joining him as she was kidnapped by Momo and Itsuka as they were all going to have a slumber party. Anari kissed him on the cheek as a goodnight gesture, and then asked Momo and Itsuka to do the same. Izuku blushed when the girls complied with Inari's request and kissed him before bidding him goodnight. Before going to bed, he asked Itsuka to promise she would get him if anything went wrong, or they required assistance. As he drifted to sleep, he felt the comfortable mattress lull him into a peaceful slumber. Dreamland. He was floating in a comforting warmth when suddenly he was jolted awake by a poke on his cheek. Nana was there, and he looked around, confused. He had been in the same void as when they first met, but now he saw an old-fashioned dojo. The roof was missing, revealing a breathtaking view of a night sky filled with swirling masses he had never seen before. I hope I didn't faint again, he said. The kisses on the cheek were unexpected, but I hope that didn't make me faint. No, you're asleep right now, Nana said, offering him a gentle smile. Before anything else, I want to say that I am immensely proud of you, Izuku, for what you have done with Anari and the steps you have taken. You have done great, but I am most proud you can ask others for help. It is not the easiest thing to do sometimes. It's not about what's easy, he responded. It is about what is best for Anari. But I have to ask, did I do something wrong? No, Izuku, you have done so much right. I and the others are so proud of you. Nana replied. Others, looking past her around the room, he saw shadowy figures edged in different light colors. Yes, the other bearers of One for All, you will meet them in time, but since you and I have already spoken, it decided that I would go first. You are going to inherit my quirk. Wait, what? Izuku said, stunned. When you described One for All as a stockpiling quirk, you were not far off. Whenever One for All would be passed on, it would carry a vestige or ember of its previous bearers. Part of that is that the One for All would absorb the bearer's quirk into itself and improve it. For example, my quirk is float, and I could do exactly what you think. When I became the seventh, it became flight. As your quirk has also increased in strength, has it not? It has. It still works better on smaller objects. I can affect things much smaller than my mother did and bigger. But why didn't you grant these to All Might? It is like when we first talked. Something changed when he passed One for All to you. We knew that we would be able to one day talk to you, and I did when Anari came into your life. Now I know I can pass my quirk on to you or allow you to access it, as it is now part of One for All. I am sure it will happen with the others in time, but maybe I can go first because I was able to break through and talk to you. So, do I have to eat hair again? No, unless you have some fetish now. If so, talk with Hound Dog about that in your next session. Izuku scowled at Nana, causing her to laugh. I can only give you the basics. It is up to you to learn more. I suggest talking to Gran. He was the one that helped me get it under control. Izuku felt something strange, like a shiver, ran through his body, and he looked at her questioningly. Was that it? Yup, she said. Sorry if you were hoping for more, but... No, it's fine, he said. After the hair-eating thing, I never know how these things will go. Good, now on to the basics. This is how you float. Izuku. Upon waking up, Izuku tested himself and discovered he could now use Nana's quirk. He invited Toshi to dinner that night, as he had something to discuss with him. Izuku also requested that Torino join them. After assuring Toshi that he and Anari were doing well, Toshi agreed to come. They all had breakfast together before saying their goodbyes. Itsuka accompanied Izuku to the grocery store before he dropped her off at home. Upon returning home, Izuku got everything ready and ensured Anari was bathed and prepared for the day. Torino and Toshi arrived in the early evening. Torino picked up Anari while Izuku led them to the backyard, where he was preparing steaks for an all-American dinner. The menu included steak, baked potatoes, corn, and salad. While cooking, Izuku explained what happened the night before with Nana and One for All. He even quickly demonstrated his new ability, leading to a barrage of questions from Torino and Toshi. Izuku answered as many questions as he could before they sat down to eat. At one point during the meal, Toshi looked up from his plate. "You passed your exam, Izuku. The official announcement will be next week, but I was permitted to let you know you have more to prepare than most." Izuku froze. "I got in with flying colors, my boy," Toshi said, beaming at his protege. No, his son. The two roses from their chairs embraced, with Izuku crying joyfully. He had dreamed a fool's dream of this moment. He had dreamed of a shared dream of this moment with Suijin and his mom. He had dreamed an obtainable dream of this moment when Toshi chose him to become the knight. He had dreamed a dream of determination as he held his daughter. Now it was all coming true, his first step toward his goal. Toshi held him tight and whispered, "You did it, my boy, you did it. Do you know who will be my homeroom teacher?" he asked after he composed himself. "Aizawa, you are going to be assigned to 1A. I don't know much about him. All he has ever told me at work was to, and I quote, leave him the hell alone. Didn't he expel his entire class last year?" Izuku said. "That seems a little extreme." "That he did. As I said, he and I don't agree completely. He is unique. Shall we say he and I differ greatly on the idea of heroics. But I will still see you at UA, as I teach the heroics class. Lord helps those zygotes," Torino added as he was hovering above the ground slightly with Anari, who was having a blast flying. "I have learned a lot from teaching Izuku. I may not be a perfect teacher, but I feel I will be better able to handle it than before. Besides, I wouldn't want to be too far away from my granddaughter in case she needs something." "What about you, Torino?" Izuku asked. "Are you sticking around?" "That I will. Someone has to keep an eye on this big lug and this precious little thing," he said, looking at Anari. The rest of the evening was spent talking and just being a family. Izuku sat back, watching it all. Though none were blood-related, he felt the bond between them all. First, it had been One for All. Now, it was not only that but the little girl toddling after her grandpa as he ran away only to be tackled. He longed for Suijin and his mother to be here in this moment. Silently, he looked to the night sky and thanked them for looking out for him. Yue, Itsuka and Momo were delighted to hear that Izuku had made it in. Itsuka did pout some as she had to wait for official channels to tell her if she made it. All of them were hoping to be placed in one together. The following week was chaotic, to say the least. Thankfully, Torino had stepped up to help keep Anari on her schedule as Izuku had so much to do with his job at UA, and being a student himself getting ready to start. He had to get things from his house packed and ensure Inari's transition would be smooth. The little girl seemed to enjoy her room, so he wanted to make sure it was replicated as much as possible. He understood it would be an extra cost for the custom paint job, but he felt it was needed. He ended up eyeing Toshi suspiciously when it turned out there was no cost to the young father. He was working closely with Cementos as the pro reviewed things for the dorm. The only changes that needed to be made were Izuku's caretaker apartment, as the dorm was unused last year due to the expulsions. Once he could tour it, he was amazed. It was much smaller than he had lived in before but was also much more extensive than he expected. It had 2 bedrooms, a living area that could fit a sofa, an eat-in kitchen, and a small kitchenette complete with an oven and stovetop. Izuku thanked the pro for adding that extra touch so he could cook in his room for Anari and himself should the need arise. The most surprising part was the sliding door leading outside to a small patio with space for a couple of chairs and the small team of workers under the supervision of Midnight installing a child's play area. Midnight just smiled fondly at him and patted his cheek. "A gift from some of the faculty. We are rooting for you," she said. "Thank you, sensei," Izuku said, bowing to the heroine. "Please express my gratitude to all the others." When he returned home one night with Anari and Itsuka to spend the evening together, he found a similar box to when his mother had passed, and inside was a business card for a woman from a home furnishing store and a simple type of card that said congratulations. Izuku was confused and somewhat apprehensive as he wondered who this person was in their relationship to him. Thankfully, there are no boos in this box. He discussed it with Kobayashi and decided to take this benefactor up on this gift again, with the remainder added to Inari's investment account. Izuku was surprised to find the woman answering his call promptly and seemed more than happy to schedule an appointment anytime he wished. They settled on doing so Saturday. To his amazement, the shop would be considered couture as he designed the furniture from the styles, building materials, fabrics, and everything. Izuku nor Itsuka were designers, but the woman was great at her job and could help design and lead them down a lovely path that fit his needs and style. After that, it was all about getting everything ready for the move. Most of the furniture from the central part of his house was staying, and the bedrooms were being moved to UA, especially Anari's belongings. Momo and her family were happy to put the young family up for a few nights so the movers could do their work. The group all got together when Itsuka's letter came in, insisting they be there when she opened it. They sat nervously as the hologram played before it welcomed her UA. They all let loose a cheer. Even Anari cheered. Not sure why, but everyone seemed happy. The only sad thing was the reveal that Itsuka had been placed in 1B. But due to the closeness of the first-year dorms, she could visit freely when time permitted. She could hide her disappointment reasonably well, as she had almost feverishly been praying to be in 1A. Izuku and Anari were granted permission to move in early to allow them to get adjusted and for Izuku to go through some minor training for his new position, which mainly dealt with paperwork and how to do minor repairs. Anari slept with him the first few nights and found her footing. The little girl seemed to enjoy the sizable standard room she didn't have to share with anyone but her daddy. On the day the students moved in, Momo's parents stepped forward and offered to take Anari for a few days so Izuku could focus on his job. He was thankful, but it was difficult as this was the most he had been away from Anari since she came into his life. Momo did have to make several video calls, but she didn't mind. He woke early on the morning of the arrivals to triple-check everything was in place. The appearance of his first classmate had him jump to his feet to greet them. When he greeted them, they seemed to react rather coldly, declining all offers of assistance. The guy was tall with blonde hair, well-built, and a tail. The oddest thing was when the boy asked him if he had a girlfriend. When Izuku answered, the Anjiro just walked away. Anjiro, he had seen enough photos to realize who was standing in front of him. Was the universe playing some sick prank on him? Itsuka never talked about Izuku's quirk, so he wasn't sure what it was, but it had to be good enough to get him into UA. He sized Izuku up to some decent shape and moved confidently, but why was he here helping? They are probably sucking up to the new arrivals. Well, Anjiro knew what kind of person he was. If Izuku was here, then does that mean Itsuka was as well? Effing great. Now I get to watch them parade around together, he thought. He sent a quick text to his group chat with Jiroda and Kanoko. Anjiro, you will never guess who is in my class. Jiroda, who? Kanoko, I am curious as well. Anjiro, IZUKUFING MIDORIYA. Jiroda, no goddamn way. Be careful, don't kick his ass or anything. They might expel you. Anjiro, I won't. I wait for combat class to show him his place. He even denied having a girlfriend or anything. And I don't see any kid running around. Kanoko, Anjiro, I understand that Itsuka hurt you and she could have handled things better. But is it wise to carry on this anger towards someone you haven't ever met? Anjiro, the guy is a effing snake. Kanoko, he stole her from me. F him. Jiroda, yay Kanoko, you know what he did. I got your back, Anjiro. Kanoko, the mushroom queen, has left the chat. Anjiro, what the hell is her problem? Jiroda, no idea, man. I will talk to her when I see her at the dorms and get it straightened out. -1 at dorms. Next to arrive was Shoto Todoroki, the other recommendation student. Momo hadn't said much about him because he wasn't very friendly. His two-tone hair and different colored eyes struck Izuku. While he didn't say much past his name, he seemed nicer than Anjiro. The only help he accepted was Izuku carrying up some tatami mats. Once that was completed, Shoto closed the door to be left alone. A very bubbly, pink-skinned girl with yellow irises and black sclery, short, fluffy, and unruly pink hair slightly darker than her skin. She also has two thin pale yellow horns protruding from her head named Mina Ashido. She wasn't alone as she was joined by her horn buddy. The boy shook his head and introduced himself as Eijiro Kirishima, a muscular young man of average height and a rather impressive physique for his age. He had red eyes and pointed teeth. His hair was somewhat long, dyed a bright red, and spiked away from his head at all angles. His appearance made Izuku think of Bakugo, but he seemed much more likable. Mina readily took his help as Eijiro declined it because he was manly. This was the second time today Izuku was confused. Izuku was happy when Ochako arrived next, and they greeted each other warmly with a fist bump, chatting about the exam and what they had been up to. She didn't have much to carry up, so they did it in a single trip. Ochako apologized for it, seemingly embarrassed, but Izuku could put her at ease. It made him feel good when she smiled. They ended up talking in the common room together after she could unpack. After that, Ochako joined him in welcoming new classmates. Izuku was thankful when a recording studio belonged to the next arrival Kyoka Jiro. The girl had purple hair, black eyes, and 2 headphone jacks coming from her ears. She was a petite, fair-skinned girl with a slender build. She was dressed in black jeans and a deep dope shirt. She was friendly, thanking Ochako and Izuku for their help. Shiro Hanta was next to arrive, a tall, lean young man with chin-length black hair spiked downwards, with jagged bangs coming about halfway down his forehead. His most noticeable feature was that his elbows had the shape of cylindrical tape dispensers. Shiro was good-natured and friendly, which was pleasant, aside from Ajiro, who was cold, and Shoto, who just seemed quiet. All his classmates seemed like they were going to be pleased to be around. His nerves about meeting Anari were easing some. But a teenage father and a hero in training would still be a lot for them to deal with. Next to arrive a boy with short gold hair, parted to the right with a black lightning-shaped streak on the left of his side fringe, angled to partially obscure his left eye. He has slanted, somewhat triangular golden eyes with a slim build. He introduced himself as Denki Kaminari and seemed more interested in hitting on Ochako than anything else. Izuku with Ochako went to the kitchen and prepared a large dinner of spaghetti and meatballs, garlic bread, and salad for the first night. Almost everyone sat down and ate except Ajiro and Shoto. They took the food, said thank you, and left. When they asked about it, Mina and Ochako noticed that Ajiro seemed to be eyeing Izuku. He shrugged and told them he had met the guy for the first time today. It wasn't till he talked to Itsuka later that it clicked. Oh, damn, that is Itsuka's ex. Wonder what he is mad at me about. He ended the night with a video call with Momo and Anari. -1B dorms. Why did you leave the chat? Jiroda asked. Because I didn't want to read whatever you two were going to talk about. Itsuka was in the wrong, and she owes Ajiro an apology, but that's it. I believe what Itsuka said about them only being friends. She left for valid reasons. Why can't you two see that? Kinoko replied. You just don't get it. You're right. I don't get it, she said. Thank you very much for the food, Ibara. It was delicious, but I am going to bed. It was nice to meet you all. The group watched Kinoko leave before the girl Ibara turned and asked, Is something wrong? Jiroda turned to the girl with green vines for hair and shook his head. It's nothing. A young man of average height with slick blonde hair, which gets shorter the further down his head, is styled so that it's parted to the right, his bangs left hanging over his right eye. His irises are a periwinkle blue named Naoto. Monoma tilted his head and smirked. That doesn't seem like nothing. Yes, I must agree with Monoma, Ibara said. If you wish to unburden yourself, I will listen. Yeah, dude, we don't want to start the year with bad feelings, Yosuke said, adjusting his headband to keep his long black hair out of his face. Do we need to beat someone down? Said the boy with a mantis quirk, Tagaru Kamakiri. He took another bite of his food, waiting for Jiroda to continue. I, like the others, am here if you wish to unburden yourself, though I do not know what help I can be. But I am willing to listen, Shishida, said the pale gray hair and blue eyes. Ryuko tilted her head to the side. I did not mean to pry. Ditto, added Yui Kodai as she tucked her black hair behind her ear to take another bite of the curry. Kinoko and I have this friend Ajiro. The next day wanted dorms. Mornings would be a curse, or perhaps the first student he would meet daily would not like him. On the second day, bright and early, Izuku Midoriya was about to greet Katsuki Bakugo. Need some help, Izuku said. No, don't touch my stuff, and don't talk to me, Katsuki responded. Done and done, Izuku said. Katsuki just grabbed his boxes and walked off, when Ochako encountered him on the stairs offering her assistance. He responded with a curt no before moving past her. After he had moved all his boxes, he didn't come out of his room till the end of the day. Next was Yuga Aoyama, the blonde Frenchman who sparkled his way in. By doing so, immediately hit it off with Mina, who, along with Ijiro and Kyoka, came down to join the welcoming committee. When Izuku commented about remembering him from the exam, the Yuga seemed to perk up even more. Of course, you did. Once I have twinkled into your life, none could ever hope to forget moi, he said as he kicked his leg behind himself, twirled, and winked. Today was going to be interesting. Thankfully, Momo was next, and thankfully Ochako was there to remove gravity on the piano for Momo's room. Momo blushed as Izuku teased her about the size of her bed concerning the room. Nina questioned Momo about how she knew Izuku. Momo responded that they had met by chance when she first moved to town and had become friends. Fumikage Takoyami is a short young man with the head of a black bird, possibly that of a crow or a raven. He had a tan, yellowish beak, thin, red eyes with a small black pupil, and a red choker was next. Greetings, fellow travelers, he said, greeting the welcoming committee. It is pleasurable to meet you on this day. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Fumikage Takoyami. Hi, Izuku managed. We are the welcoming committee, and we just wanted to see if you needed any help with your bags. Yes, that would be most amenable. While Dark Shadow can carry some of the heavier objects, I fear I did bring quite a few tomes with me for this journey. Before anyone could say anything, a sentient shadow bird emerged from Fumikage. Hello, everyone, he is trying to say that he packed many books. so that any help would be great. Everyone was stunned. Izuku tried hard not to go into quirk mode. Ochako was the first to step forward. Are you sentient? I am, Dark Shadow responded. That is cool, she said, reaching down, negating some gravity on some boxes as that seemed to kick everyone else back into gear. A short boy with purple orbs for hair arrived next and immediately made the girls uncomfortable with how he looked at them. It didn't help that he licked his lips seductively, introducing himself as Minoru Mind. He seemed upset when the boys volunteered to carry his stuff, as the girls felt that water might not be hot enough if they touched them. Izuku recognized him from the exam, but the boy just responded that it didn't matter as Izuku was a boy. The invisible girl in the floating clothes, Toru Hagakure, was next and just a force of positive energy. Mina put his arm around her and declared dibs. It seemed to be a match made in heaven. Mizo Soji is a tall, muscular young man with pale gray hair swept forwards, covering most of his face. He has 6 arms attached by a web of skin. He was genuinely nice but declined all assistance as he could carry his items independently. Izuku was surprised when Tsuyusui, or Tsu as she asked them to be called. He recognized her from the restaurant and her resemblance to Mrs. Isui. She and Kyoko seemed extremely excited to see each other. Kyoko revealed they had gone to high school together after Izuku dropped the last boxes in her room. Excuse me, Izuku, Kiro, she said. Is everything okay, Tsu? Did I break something, or do you need something moved? No, thank you again for the help. I just wanted to tell you that I am glad to see you here. My mom was thrilled with how well you did. I was just wondering where your daughter was. She is with my friend's parents. With all the chaos of people moving in, we felt it would be easier if they watched for a few days. They will bring her later. I plan to tell everyone about her later. Would you mind keeping this to yourself for a bit? Of course, Izuku, ribbit, she said with a smile. I look forward to meeting her. My mom spoke kindly about her and you. Your mom is the best. She helped me so much. Izuku smiled. She is great, Tsu said. When Izuku came downstairs, the next classmate arrived. As Izuku stepped outside, he sighed, noticing the uptight young man from the exam. It is fine. Maybe he was just uptight because of the exam. The young man rapidly approached in a somewhat robotic fashion and immediately blew Izuku's thoughts about the exam being the source of his uptightness. You, he said. You were the one that used the language unbecoming of a hero. What are you doing here? I am the dorm manager. Wait till he meets Bakugo. Surely you jest. There is no way such a fine institution would hire someone with such a foul attitude. Okay, first, before this gets any worse, let me apologize for my language and attitude. I could have dealt with that better, but the fact that you immediately jumped to the wrong conclusion is something you should work on. I did jump to conclusions, but I still disapprove of such language. But are you the dorm manager? Yes, and I am a first-year student like you. That seems interesting. How did you come to find yourself an employee and a student? It's an interesting story, but let us get you settled before the meet and greet. The rest of the welcoming committee emerged, and Izuku excused himself to start on dinner. Once he was in the kitchen, he made homemade pizzas using the multiple ovens to their fullest. As he slipped the last one in, Momo walked into the kitchen, smiling at him. Did you manage to get everything unpacked? No, I still have more to do, but I will finish later. Are you nervous? Yes, I am about to expose much of my life and, most importantly, Anari to strangers. I have no idea how they will react. Not to mention Bakugo is here. I don't think I have had the pleasure of meeting him yet. Trust me, you would remember if you had. There is history there, I take it. Yes, there is. Too much to go over right now. I promise to talk to you about it tomorrow. Can you start letting people know it is time for dinner? Of course, Chef, Momo said, giving him a wink that made Izuku blush a little. Gathering most of the class for dinner was a breeze, except for Shoto and Katsuki, who were more challenging to convince. However, they seemed content once everyone sat down to eat, and Izuku felt pleased. During the meal, people chatted and enjoyed each other's company. As dinner ended, it was time for the meet and greet. Izuku was taken aback when Katsuki stepped forward first. To his surprise, Katsuki spoke calmly without any shouting or explosions. Izuku was impressed. He noticed that he flexed his right hand twice before he started talking. My name is Katsuki Bakugo. I am not here to make friends with any of you. I am here to be the best hero of all time. My quirk is an explosion. Shoto followed suit simply by saying his name and was here to be the best. Everyone had stepped forward, introducing themselves, some added hobbies, and their quirks, getting to know everyone a little more. At the end was Izuku. He took a deep breath. Hello, everyone. As all of you know, my name is Izuku Midoriya, and I am the dorm manager, so if something breaks, I am the guy you tell, or if you need something for your dorm, that is also me. I am an employee of UA, but I am also a first-year student like all of you. I enjoy playing the guitar, movies, and when I can reading. My quirk is a version of telekinesis that I call psychokinesis. The smaller an object is, the better I can affect it. It doesn't work on things much bigger than a cat. The most important thing I must tell you is that I am a father. I have a 2-year-old daughter. Some students responded silently, while others yelled, "What?" He held his hand for silence. The commotion and his confession had even stopped Shoto heading up the stairs. I will answer some questions, but before any of that, let me finish. Yue is aware of my situation, which is part of the reason I work here. My daughter's name is Anari, and she will also be living here. I do not expect any of you to look after her. I will ask that you don't just give her food or treats without clearing it with me. Her mother was my longtime girlfriend, who moved in 2 years ago. I never knew that she was pregnant. She kept that from me so I would not drop everything and run to her. About 8 months ago, she was killed in a fight between pro-heroes and some villains. He heard some gasps as some of the girl's eyes watered. So, I have been learning to be a father for the past 8 months. I immediately reported my circumstances to Yue, as I still intended to apply but was unsure I could. I have had to comply with the terms of a contract set forth by the principal to provide proof of financial capabilities and mental capacity. I had to clear a strict evaluation by child safety, which I have. There are a few people who are aware of my situation in class. Momo, whom I met before school, became friends, and Sue. Her mom was my case manager. The other is Itsuka Kendo from Class 1B, whom you will probably see over here often, as she is Inari's godmother and my and Inari's mother's childhood friend. Inari should be herein. He looked to Momo, who held up 10 fingers. 10 minutes. I will answer any questions. Ida's hand went up. Don't you feel that this will be a distraction to yourself and our class? Honestly, I don't see how this will affect the class in any way. Simply put, this isn't your circus or your monkeys. I have a network set up to assist me. I have friends and mentors to do so. Also, if you or someone else can't handle living in a dorm with a child, it is honestly not my problem. As I said, I am not asking you to look after her or care for her in any way. She is my daughter. Isn't pursuing being a hero dangerous when you have a kid? Zero asked. When will it not be? You mean to tell me that none of you will ever have a kid? Many of them looked away. Yes, the situation is not ideal, and I wish I were not having this conversation, but that is not an option. Before or now? Both, she replied. Before I wanted to save people with a smile, like All Might, but now it is for her. I want to make this world a safer place for her. It sounds like a stock answer, but it is the truth. I want the world she inherits to be much better than it is now. But what if something happens to you? Sue asked. I have things already put in place for that. There is her godmother and others. I have already started setting aside funds and have a life insurance policy. So, you're just going to play at being a hero then, DEKU. Katsuki spat out. Make no mistake about it, Bakugo, there is no playing. I will reshape this world to make it a better place for my daughter and all those who will come after us. No one will stop me. Both he and Momo felt their phones vibrate in their pockets. She's arrived. If you're interested, I would love for you to meet her. However, I won't push it. We'll spend the next 3 years together, so I hope to become friends with as many of you as possible. He nodded to Momo, and they walked out. Shoto walked upstairs. Katsuki muttered some stuff under his breath and headed upstairs as well. Most boys soon departed, except Ijiro, Koji, and Fumikage. Mina spoke up. Dude, I was not expecting that. I almost cried when he told me her mom was dead. Yay, that was some heavy sit, Jiro added. You knew too. My mom had talked some about the case. Never details, though. She placed her finger near her mouth. I saw him at a restaurant where my family and I ate. I asked my mom if that was him, and she said yes. I recognized him when I saw him. He asked me to keep quiet till tonight. I figured I could do that. My mom liked him. She said he worked hard. Ijiro added, that's manly. I just hope I don't scare her. Children sometimes get scared when they see me, Fumikage added. I respect him, Toru said, catching the group's attention. Imagine how much your life changes when being so young and finding out you have a kid. And it sounds like Yue made him jump through hoops, and the child safety division signed off on it. Soon the doors opened, and in walked Momo with Izuku trailing behind, holding Inari. She hid her face and was peeking at the group. Sue and Achako walked up. Inari leaned out of his arms towards Sue. Azui, she said. Sue looked at Izuku, who nodded. Sue extended her arms, and Inari leaned over to her. Azui, Inari said, looking at Sue's face. Sue, she replied, looking at the little girl. Azui, Sue, Inari said hopefully. That will work, Sue said with a smile. Inari giggled, and the girls started to come closer. Inari looked at Achako and hid her face in Sue's shoulder before peeking out. Inari, the little girl said. Achako leaned in and smiled. Achako smiled and thought for a moment. Acha, Inari smiled. Acha. It took some time, but eventually she introduced herself to all of them. It took her a few moments with Fumikage. She ran and grabbed Mina and made her come with her to meet Fumikage. Mina smiled as the little girl took her fingers and pulled her over. After Mina showed her that Fumikage was safe, he became Fumi. Everyone found seats and started talking. asking about Anari and what I was like as the little girl ran around, finding herself playing with Koji. The conversation flowed, with everyone beginning to ask about each other and their quirks. They expected Anari to be very afraid of Dark Shadow, but instead, her eyes widened, and she said Peter Pan and started asking Fumi for Tinker Bell. This caused the class to get a good laugh. After that, she asked for dessert from her dad, and when he said yes, she ran to the bag to produce a very fancy pudding. She insisted that Momo feed her. After dessert, Izuku had her say goodnight and walked off to put her to bed. Most of everyone dispersed after leaving Ochako, Su, and Momo in the common area. You seem close, Su asked. I would not like to go into details, but I ended up in a precarious situation when I first moved here, but Izuku saved me. My family offered him a sizable cash reward, and he said no. He did not want anything. How could you not want to be a friend to someone like that? After that, we became friends, and Anari is adorable. I get that, Ochako added. He saved me at the entrance exam. He calmed me down before the practical, and when I was trapped, he smashed the 0-pointers and took me to get medical. He did not try anything or cop a feel. I was not expecting the kid thing. Do you know anything about the mom? Not I know her name and what she looks like. I have heard some stories from Itsuka. From what I can tell, she was rebellious and didn't take anyone's crap. Momo giggled. Izuku emerged from the room, carrying a monitor. And how is the princess? Momo asked. Sleeping. She tried to hustle 2 songs but was asleep before the first one finished. I think your parents wore her out. You sing to her? Su asked. When my mother taught me how to handle her tantrums, she would sing to Anari, which always calmed her down. I realized that Anari's mother might have done this, so I made it a part of our nightly routine. Ochako giggled. That is cute. So does she look like her mom? Izuku pulled out his phone and pulled up a picture of Suijin, the blue in Anari's hair, but Anari's eyes are like a mixture of mine. They talked for a little bit more before Izuku stood up. I am going to head to bed. I just wanted to thank you all for being so cool with this and Anari. Let the other girls know for me, too, please. Honestly, I was terrified of how people would react. Su and Ochako told him it was fun as they headed off. He motioned for Momo to linger for a second longer. Itsuka will be by at 7 if you want to join us for breakfast. Sounds good. Good night, Izuku. Good night, Momo. After he was alone, he proceeded to pick up the remaining bits of trash and walk the floors before returning to the common room. Making everything locked up, he turned off all the lights and headed to his apartment. He stopped and looked at his shrine. Keep watching over us. We miss you. -1B. Itsuka arrived at the dorms. She took a deep breath and looked up at the building that would be home for a bit. She glanced across the way, seeing the one dorms silently. She cursed her luck, but it was much closer than she had been yesterday. Walking in, she watched as everything was bustled with activity. A girl with blonde hair, a pair of horns, and big Prussian blue eyes skipped to a stop in front of her with a significant smile. Greetings, I am called Pony, the girl began in Japanese. I would like to help with your boxes, yes. It took Itsuka a second before she responded. I can manage, she began to say, only to see the girl deflate some, but it would be much easier with some help. The girl perked up. Itsuka pointed to a few boxes. If you could grab those, that would be a huge help. Itsuka Kendo, she added. Pony Tsunotori, I am pleased to meet you. Forgive my Japanese, it is not very good, but I practice, Pony said, picking up the boxes. A chubby young man with short blue hair and black eyes stepped forward with a clipboard. Hello, I am Shota Nyaranjiki. For some reason, I am supposed to check people in. I am not sure how I got the job, but it is a pleasure to meet you. May I have your name? Itsuka Kendo. Welcome to 1B Itsuka. You are in room 304. Here are your keys. After you get settled, we plan on eating dinner together and getting to know each other. It starts at 7, he said with a polite smile. I hope to see you there. Itsuka and Pony made their way up the stairs to the 3rd floor. Finding her room quickly, Pony set the boxes and left her to settle in. It didn't take Itsuka long to get everything squared away. A knock at the door left in surprise as she opened it to see a floating head. Hey yo, I'm Setsuna Toga. I came by to see if you had any recycling. The head with dark green hair and eyes said. You seem to be missing part of yourself, Itsuka responded. Itsuka Kendo. It's not missing. I know exactly where it's at. It should be around the corner in a moment. The head turned down the hall, and sure enough, a headless body was walking along carrying some boxes with another student, this one a boy with a young man with relatively long chin length, messy gray hair, and black eyes which are tilted dramatically inwards, each line with a very jagged, tan-colored hair, fur, which gave him the appearance of wearing a bandit mask. See, told you, the head said, sounding proud. The boy smiled and smiled. Sorry, Set gets carried away sometimes. I'm Tetsu. Wait, what? Itsuka said. He smiled. That's my name, but you can call me Tetsu. It's the name so nice my parents used it 4 times. Well, then call me Itsuka, she replied as she stacked more boxes on the boy's arms. Thank you for taking the boxes. Yeah, sure thing, he responded, Set smirked as the door closed. She's pretty cute, huh? Yeah, she is, he responded without thinking before he blushed and walked off down the hall with the boxes quickly. Set followed him laughing. After she finished, she made her way downstairs to meet some other of her classmates. She was impressed that Pony wasn't the only international student when she met Huryu Rin. He was friendly. His shoulder-length black hair was pulled back in a nice braid. The most interesting sight was the boy with no head but instead had a caption bubble for a head that he used to speak. And when he introduced himself as Manga, Itsuka almost thought he was messing with her. The oddest was the girl with vines for hair. She came off as very cold to Itsuka and dismissive. It was a little confusing for Itsuka as she had never met Ibara before. She noticed it from a few others. They looked at her funny or seemed guarded when she met them. She wanted to say something but didn't want to be rude. She was watching for Jiroda and Kinoko, hoping she would have a chance to catch up. Kinoko was the only one that kept in contact, though it wasn't much. Kinoko had told her they had made it in with Ajiro, and Itsuka knew from Izuku that Ajiro was in 1A. She knew she was going to cross paths with Ajiro soon, as if she wanted to be around Izuku or Anari. It was inevitable. She just hoped that they could be civil, but judging from what Izuku had said, it seemed that Ajiro was blaming Izuku for their breakup. As she entered the common room, she saw Kinoko, who waved at her, and Jiroda, who looked at her like he was trying to look through her. Itsuka sighed and joined the rest of her class. Hopefully, the night would be pleasant. As they sat down to eat, she noticed the students that had given her an odd vibe were all sitting together with Jiroda. Effing great. After dinner, a blonde boy with a grin that made Itsuka feel like punching him walked over. I apologize that I didn't have a chance to introduce myself, Nido Monoma, he said, extending his hand. It is a pleasure to meet you. Itsuka Kendo, she replied, shaking his hand. Nice to meet you. I heard that you have a boyfriend in 1A. Is that true? Itsuka's eyes narrowed. No, I have an ex-boyfriend in 1A. My apologizes, I must have misheard, he said, a smarmy smile playing across his face. May I ask who you heard from and why you were talking about me? It was nothing sinister, I assure you. Kinoko told us last night how she knew you before UA, and such. So she was the one that mentioned the boyfriend thing? Itsuka asked. Itsuka felt hurt that Kinoko was talking about her behind her back. She would have expected it from Jiroda, especially the look he gave her when she entered, but Kinoko had greeted her fondly. At least, that was how she interpreted it after all. Why would this guy lie like this? Itsuka kept her distance instead, not wanting to cause an issue on her first day here. Luckily, she was invited to sit with Setsuna and Tetsu. The evening was pleasant at the very least. She didn't hang around afterwards, not wanting to miss out on breakfast with her friends. Morning, with the morning rays of sunlight to greet him in a still slightly unfamiliar surround, Izuku found himself being pulled towards wakefulness, the last figments of his dream tugging at his mind. He wasn't sure, but he knew he was talking to someone on a bridge. As he struggled to recall it, the more it seemed to slip away. Once he was presentable, he made sure to go and take care of the princess, who awoke without much fuss, though she pouted till Izuku promised she would see Momo and Itsuka at breakfast. Momo was heading downstairs towards the kitchen to join Izuku, and Anari had just received a confirmation text from Itsuka that she was on her way. As she descended the steps, she heard the giggling first, followed by the singing. Pulling out her phone, she crept forward. Now I'm the king of the swingers. Oh, the jungle VIP. I've reached the top and had to stop. And that's what bothering me. With an impeccable measure of self-control, she did not giggle to betray her presence as she watched Izuku swinging his arms about, dancing in the kitchen to the delight of Anari. Of course, she had to record it. I want to be a man cub, and stroll right into town, and be just like the other men. I'm tired of monkeying around. Oh, Ooby-Doo. I want to be like you. I want to walk like you. Talk like you, too. You'll see it's true. An ape like me can learn to be human, too. Inari smiled the entire time and kept saying Ooby-Doo as her dad sang. She was having a grand time, especially when her daddy handed her some grapes to snack on. She liked it when her daddy was silly. Now don't try to kid me, man cub. I made a deal with you. What I desire is man's red fire. To make my dream come true. Give me the secret, man cub. Clue me what to do. Give me the power of man's red flower, so I can be like you. What do you say, princess? Can I have the secret? He asked as he made his eyes as large as possible for his daughter. No fire, she said proudly. Izuku made his face droop some before he kept singing. Oh, Ooby-Doo. I want to be like you. I want to walk like you. Talk like you, too. You'll see it's true. An ape like me can learn to be human, too. Momo watched the scene before her with a smile and a warm sensation spreading in her chest. It was so precious to see the bond between Izuku and Anari. Oh, Ooby-Doo. I want to be like you. I want to walk like you. Talk like you, too. Oh, Ooby-Doo. I want to be like you. I want to walk like you. talk like you, too. You'll see it's true. An ape like me can learn to be human, too. As he finished and Anari was clapping, Momo couldn't help it. She gave him a slow clap as she walked over. Perfect, King Louis. But no one here is foolish enough to trust you with fire. Izuku froze upon hearing the voice. He knew she was coming down, but he had gotten so wrapped up in his routine with Anari that he forgot. Blushing, he asked, "How long have you been there?" Momo smirked as she pressed the send button on her phone. "Long enough, Your Highness, to have bore witness to the entire routine and to preserve it," she said, holding up her phone. "For posterity, of course," she added, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Might I be able to persuade you that such a thing should not be saved or shared?" Izuku said. Too late. The dorm's front door opened, and Itsuka entered, looking at her phone with a massive smile as she nibbled on her thumb, watching the video. Izuku could hear himself singing and Anari telling him, "No fire. That's it, Anari. We have to move and change our names. I can never be cool again." "When were you ever cool?" Itsuka said sarcastically. "I was in a dream once. Very cool. Sunglasses at night cool," Izuku responded proudly. "No one is that cool, Izuku." The two girls walked over and gave Anari kisses, and took a seat as Izuku served them banana French toast, eggs, and bacon. As they all sat down, they started talking about their moves. Itsuka was very interested in hearing about how the rest of the class reacted to Anari, wondering if she would have to beat up anyone mean to her goddaughter. Itsuka was relieved it went all right. Bakugo was a douche, but that didn't surprise her. Once they were all done eating, "Now that I have plied you with breakfast, I want to talk to you two about something," Izuku said, directed at Momo and Itsuka. The two girls nodded. "I would like your permission to put you two down as having permission to sign Anari out of daycare. In case I get tied up with something or something happens. She has to be picked up by 6 p.m., or they will report it to child safety. It might be a lot to ask, but I trust you both. I am her godmother. Izuku, of course. If I am willing to raise her if something happens to you. Picking her up from daycare is a no-brainer," Itsuka said. "I would consider it an honor that you would trust me so," Momo added. He smiled. "Thank you both. Second, would you two be willing to help me potty train? I watch videos and read books, but I figure girls." Itsuka and Momo started laughing. "What? It's not funny." Itsuka wiped a tear from her eye. "You are such a dork." "We will do our best," Momo added. "And I agree with Itsuka that you are a dork." "Well then, I will get things cleaned up here. Please mind the princess," he responded. Momo grabbed a damp cloth to clean Anari before freeing her from the high chair. The three went to the living room to relax and play. Reunited, Hajiro was making his way downstairs when he heard the sound of a child laughing and another voice he couldn't forget. He took a deep breath. "Hello, Itsuka." A voice from the stairs sounded into the common room. Itsuka looked, seeing Hajiro. "Hello, Hajiro. It is good to see you again," Itsuka responded, doing her best to sound polite. "How are you settling in?" "Well enough," he responded, doing all he could to stay calm as his emotions fluctuated wildly. "I was fairly sure when I met him, but now I know for sure, so this is really that Izuku." Itsuka, who was bouncing Anari in play, handed her to Momo. "Maybe you should take her to the kitchen," she said, getting to her feet. "Yes, it wasn't like I hid him from you." "Is there a problem?" "Problem," he said. "Oh, I can think of a few. He gives you jewelry, calls you all the time, and God only knows what else. So what after you broke up with me, you just ran home to play house together?" Itsuka calmed herself momentarily. "I did not run home to play house. I came home to help out my best friend and bury another. I apologized once, Hajiro. I didn't mean to hurt you, and I know what I did was wrong." "Damn right. It was wrong. You dump me, disappear, and next thing I know, I make it to UA. And get stuck with him in my dorm. I know you just didn't run home to help. How long were you home before you spread your legs for him? The two of you just getting your rocks off at how you made me look like an idiot. How effing dare you, Hajiro?" Itsuka responded, her voice full of anger. "How dare me? How dare you?" he retorted. "You better choose the next words that come out of your mouth very carefully," Izuku said, walking out of the kitchen. "If you don't when you regain consciousness and locate your teeth, you can try again." "Oh, now you want to get brave, trying to be tough in front of your girlfriend." "Hajiro, I have been brave long before this day. Itsuka is not my girlfriend. She is my best friend and the godmother to my daughter. I have known her since I was 12. I am severely sorry if the death of my girlfriend and Inari's mother put some damper on your life, and I will do my best to make sure not to let it happen again." Izuku's voice was rich with menace and sarcasm. "You mean the woman you didn't even know was pregnant with your kid?" He bit back. Izuku began to see red. He felt the one for all about to spring to his call when Itsuka stepped forward and slapped Hajiro hard, sending the boy stumbling back. Momo placed a hand on Izuku's arm, pulling him back to reality. He looked at her pleading eyes and saw Anari looking at him and her eyes watering. "You effing listen here, you a hole, you be mad at me. I am the one who wronged you, not him. I am the one that should have broken up with you much sooner." If you ever talk about Suijin like that again, I would like to see you survive long enough for someone to pull me off you. And you better pray that I get a hold of you first, not him." Anjiro stood there seething. He wanted to lash back out instead. He shot a glare at the group and stormed out of the dorms. Itsuka paced some as she calmed herself. Izuku took Anari into his arms, the little girl hugging him tight. He could hear her little whimpers as she began to calm down. Momo walked over and placed a hand on Itsuka's shoulders. "I am not versed in relationships unless they are fictional. But if you want to talk, Itsuka, I will listen," she said gently. Itsuka calmed her breathing before looking at Momo. "Thank you, Momo. I just messed up and strung him along when I knew I didn't feel the same way he did. I just thought that something was wrong with me. That all the teenage fantasies about relationships were clouding my judgment." Inari's little voice rang out. The little girl's trembling lip broke Itsuka's heart. She walked over, holding her arms to Anari. "I am sorry, Anari. I just got mad, but I am okay now, I promise." Anari seemed to think it over before leaning into Itsuka's arms and patting Itsuka's back like her dad did when she was upset. It took a little doing, but eventually, the little girl smiled again and played. She began to yawn as her nap time got closer. Itsuka took the opportunity to take her leave. Hot heads combined. "I bet she is over there right now, probably getting freaky with her boyfriend." Jiroda sneered when Kanoko told him that Itsuka wasn't in her room. After not getting the opportunity last night, the mushroom girl had gone by to talk to her friend. "Why do you say things like that?" Kanoko said. "If you don't want to be friends with her, that is fine. It doesn't mean you must talk ill and make up rumors. Why do you always defend her?" "Listen, Jiroda, you and Ajiro have been my friends for a long time. But if this is how you two are going to be, then I don't want to be around you. Let me know if you two decide to grow up," Kanoko said before walking away, leaving Jiroda stunned. With a frustrated growl, he decided to leave the dorm. As he exited the dorm, he spied Ajiro, who seemed agitated. Jiroda jogged over to his friend. As he got closer, he saw a red mark on Ajiro's face. "Who hit you?" "I bet that beach Izuku sucker punched you," Jiroda said. Ajiro scowled. "No, it was Itsuka." "What the hell happened?" "I come downstairs, and they effing are playing house and sit, so I tried to be calm and sit, but then I just called them on their bullshit, and she effing slapped me." "Dude, are you effing kidding me? What did that little beach do?" "Nothing, just talk tough." Itsuka had to defend him. "I can't wait to get my hand on him during training," Ajiro said, punching his hand. "I can't wait for cross-training now. I want a piece as well." Momo and Izuku. The two sat in his apartment as Anari just went down for her nap. "I promised you an explanation about me and Bakugo, right?" "You did, but if you still need more time, I understand." "Izuku, it seems an important issue. I can wait some more if you are not ready." Izuku thought about it. "Why don't you sit down?" "The barest of explanations is that he was my friend until he became my bully. He took great delight in tormenting me for my lack of quirk." "But you have a quirk psychokinesis," she said. "Yes, but it took time to manifest as the energy had to accumulate. And for the longest time, I was quirkless. That is how I met Suijin." Momo was shocked, outraged, and wanted to punch Bakugo in the face. It was a new feeling for Momo, not prone to acts of violence. Elaborate and intricate revenge plots danced through her head. Momo was aware of the passing of Inko and Suijin but not the other parts of the story. It was like she had enough puzzle pieces to get an idea, but only part of the picture. The absolute abysmal actions of Bakugo just angered her. Momo knew Izuku was a friendly, caring, and good person. That someone would make his life a living hell. Attempted murder, callous disregard for Izuku's mother's death because it inconvenienced him in some fashion. The thought was beyond her, and here he was in UA, training to become a hero. A hero of all things. It was almost absurd. "I am sorry for what you had to endure from this cretin," Momo said. "But I know, and Itsuka knows the type of man you are and the type of person you are. Know that you will never be alone as long as I draw breath, Izuku. You are Anari. Know that I will be with you both." The compassion and warmth in Momo's voice took Izuku's breath away. Neither had realized that as she spoke, she had taken his hands and held them ever so gently, their eyes locked in a tender silence. "I want him to kiss me." The sudden thought brought Momo back to reality. Realizing their position and how her speech was almost a borderline confession, she blushed furiously, pulling her hands back. "Thank you for sharing with me, Izuku, but you must excuse me. I have some things to finish in my room," she said quickly before exiting. Her heart thumped against her chest. Izuku nodded a response as she left, a singular thought running through his head. I wanted to kiss her right then. Thankfully, there was no awkwardness at dinner. Instead, everyone sat about talking about the start of classes the next day. "Hey Izuku," Denki called out. "Yes? Do you know anything about our homeroom teacher?" "No, not really. I never interacted with him. He just told everyone to leave him alone. But I know he expelled all his students last year for some reason." "No way. Are you serious?" Minda chimed in. "You have to be joking, right? Tell me you are joking." I wish I were. The faculty were talking about it for a while, Izuku said, pouring Inari another glass of juice. Most of the other teachers are pretty nice. So what happens to Inari while you are in class and stuff? Ochako asked as she slipped Inari a small piece of bread with butter, the little girl smiling and shoving it in her mouth. She goes to a daycare on campus. Part of being an employee was one of the reasons I took the job. The evening didn't last much longer as everyone wanted to be ready for their first day. Day 1. Everything started great for the little family. Inari woke up on schedule. She enjoyed her ride around the campus as Izuku got his run-in. Ate all her breakfast and didn't put up too much of a fight getting dressed. But she was still not happy about the part of the shoe. As he stepped out of the dorms, Itsuka was walking up. "ITSU," Inari yelled, running over to her godmother. "Good morning, princess. You look so cute today," Itsuka said as she scooped Inari up and peppered her with kisses. "You look handsome today as well, Izu, but for the love of God, what happened to your tie?" "Look, it and I had a disagreement. And it won all right, and you look very pretty as well, Itsuka," he replied. Itsuka blushed and twirled. "You are just saying that because I am wearing the skirt." "A bet is a bet," Izuku said. "But you look good in skirts, you have nice legs." "Shut up," Itsuka said, hiding her blush but turning around and walking down the path with Inari. Izuku laughed and jogged a few steps to catch up. It was the first day. How stressful would it be? The athletic field. You are not here to have fun. Whoever scores in the bottom quarter of the assessment will be expelled. And whomever I deem has no talent will be expelled from the UA. "I will not waste my time or yours," Aizawa said. "That's not fair," Ochako said. "Is life fair? Natural disasters, villain attacks happen all the time. Good people, innocent people die for simply being in the wrong place at the wrong time. You believe you have the right to be here since you passed a biased entrance exam. Teachers here at UA have the leeway to run our classes how we see fit, and if I see that your being here is a waste of my time, I will remedy that right away." "That is bullshit," Izuku said. "What did you say, Midoriya?" "You heard me. What in the hell gives you a right to judge whether someone has potential from some quirk test? And the bottom quarter of the class. Life isn't fair, but we all earned our right to be here and the chance to prove that we belong here, not to have that snatched away just because you are too damn lazy to teach us. Based on a quirk test, for that matter." "You watch your tone," Aizawa bit back. "This is my class, and if I say you or any of you don't have the talent, then that is final. If you want to keep talking, Midoriya, I can expel you now." "Then expel me. What kind of teacher are you? So you will get rid of Toru, Minoru, Denki, Kyoka, or anyone that doesn't have a physical enhancement quirk. What about Koji or Yuga?" He argued back. "If that was the case, would you have even made it through UA? All you do is negate quirks. If someone is a better fighter than you or a mutant quirk, you are potentially screwed. If UA decided that you get to sit there and take away something we have all been fighting for all our lives, then I'd rather go somewhere else. Over a quirk test. F you. I bet there are 5 to 10 of us that could score better than you. I hope you learn to be an actual teacher instead of a pompous ass." "That is enough," Aizawa roared. "Get changed, pack your sit, and get out." Izuku took a deep breath. He had been bullied and put down. He was not going to stand by and let it happen again. "With pleasure, go F yourself," he said as he walked towards the tunnel. "Hey, Izuku." Izuku turned and saw Kyoka jogging toward him. "Yay, F this guy. I don't like bullies. And I am sure not going to get taught by one. I thought better of UA. I guess I was wrong," Momo added as she joined them. The students looked at each other. Ochako started to walk towards them, followed by Mina and Ijiro. Soon most of the students were standing with Izuku. Much to Izuku's surprise, Shoto even joined them. Ijiro was conflicted. He didn't like Izuku, but he respected that the guy was willing to throw it all away for what he believed. Lastly was Bakugo. He walked over to Aizawa. "I don't need to learn sit from you to be the number one." He clicked his tongue and walked to the group, who exited the field as one. Aizawa was pissed. He grabbed his computer pad and began marking all the students for expulsion when it froze, and his phone rang. "What do you want, NEZU? I have paperwork to fill out." "Yes, I did. It is my prerogative to run my class as I see fit. Last year had no potential, and this year would rather follow some idiot. Then I fail to see how that is my problem." "Yes, sir, on my way." Everyone changed in silence. They had just walked out of UA. Some panic set in, with some guys freaking out a little. "Shut up your extras, you made a decision. Now stand by it," Bakugo yelled, slamming his locker closed. They exited as a class. They walked down the halls, out of the building, and towards the dorms. Nezu's office. "You wanted to see me, sir?" "Yes, Mr. Aizawa. Would you mind telling me what happened there?" "I ran the class how I saw fit. Some students had no business there, and I was weeding them out. So, passing scores on the entrance exam mean nothing. Not in my class." "I see, Mr. Aizawa, you're fired." "What? You told me I could run my classes as I saw fit." Nezu opened a file. "Now let us see." Last year you expelled your entire class, 8 students, in the first week of the year before that. I believe Mirio was one on the chopping block, was he not? You have expelled more students in your tenure here than all the other professors combined. Now you are threatened to expel 5 students on day 1 and any others you deem unworthy. Now tell me what general studies students you have picked to call up this time. We are here to train heroes. If they don't have the potential, they shouldn't be here. Are you a teacher? I was till about 2 minutes ago. Silly me. I thought teachers were here to nurture and help these young adults become great adults, not just take a single look at them and toss them aside. Your judgment is clouded due to your loss. You blame the teachers and the hero for your friend's death, and you dismiss those you see who do not meet some invisible standard you have in your head. Mr. Aizawa, you need to seek help. You are no help to yourself, this institution, or anyone else in your state. If you seek employment at another university without seeking help, I will tell them the same. Send in Ms. Kayama on your way out. Aizawa walked out of the office, seeing Nimuri waiting outside. Don't let them run to their death, Nemu. Save them from themselves. He walked away, ignoring her calling after him. She walked into the office. Nimuri, Aizawa has been relieved of his duties. You are now the homeroom teacher for 1A. I want you to accompany me to the dorms to see if we can avert a walkout of your students. He hoped on her shoulder. I will fill you in on the way. -1 a dorm. The class entered solemnly. They all sat in the standard room. Well, that happened, Mina said. No kidding, my mom is going to be pissed, Denki added. They all sat in silence when the door opened, and in walked Midnight and Nezu. Awa, good you are all here. May I have your attention, please? I would also ask that any phone calls to parents or moving companies be paused till I speak, Nezu said. The class turned and looked at him. Mr. Aizawa has been relieved of his duties. Professor Kayama will be assuming the role of homeroom teacher. While it is within the purview of teachers to expel students, I disagree with Mr. Aizawa's method. You are all on your first day in your first year. It is our job as educators to get you ready for the world. If you do not try or put forth effort, we can expel you after we have exhausted our extensive resources. Please reconsider your decision to leave. The class looked at each other, and some looked at Izuku. He stepped forward. Midnight Sensei, all we want is a fair chance. A chance to learn, fail, grow, and be better. We understand that we are training for a harsh world but want a chance. I promise all of you that I will give that to you if you wish to become my students. The class all broke into cheers and cries of they were in. Midnight smiled. All right, kids, get back in your PE uniforms so we can do this test. What? They yelled. The purpose of the quirk assessment test is to have you not just use your quirks on a test that suit them, like Mr. Bakugo's explosion and say the ball throw. It is to get you to think about other ways to use your quirks in tests it may not be immediately apparent on how they would apply. It also will give me a baseline of some of your physical capabilities so we can teach you to improve. As long as you all give me 100% of your effort, I will give you 100% of mine. Because, after all, this is UA, and we go beyond. Plus Ultra. Day 2. Anari had decided that this morning that she would rebel with everything. Waking up, going for a run, getting dressed, and even having breakfast were her public enemies #1. It was one of those mornings. Izuku dealt with it the best he could, though he was nervous about today after the fiasco that was day 1. He had to admit that he felt a little bad about Aizawa being fired. But he had stood up for what he believed, which is what mattered in the end. After Midnight had become their homeroom teacher, they returned to the athletic field to take part in the quirk assessment test. And Izuku had been right. With the increase of power from One for All, he had placed near the top of most events. Bakugo had sneered at him the entire time, especially in the first event of the 50-yard dash, where Izuku won easily. He had expected a violent outburst, but Bakugo clicked his tongue and walked away instead. It was the same in every event for them in which Izuku won. Izuku had to avert his gaze during some of the events as his eyes may have wandered over some of his female classmates. Things were bouncing, and his eyes were noticing. He felt guilty as they exited the field. He felt like he was disrespecting Suijin's memory, but remembered what Hound Dog had told him. Should he develop feelings or even another romantic relationship, it didn't mean he loved Suijin any less, it was just different. She wouldn't want him to be alone forever, and he wouldn't have wanted that for her were the roles reversed. Knowing something intellectually and emotionally were two very different things. Emotions were tricky and liked to go in the opposite direction of where your mind wanted them to go. After dropping Anari off at daycare, a slight flicker of annoyance as his daughter seemed to be much easier for the worker who received her than she had been for her father all morning. But that was quickly erased with an Anari blowing him a kiss and her signature bye-bye dada. Somewhere in his mind, he knew he was done for. She would forever have him wrapped around her finger, his little princess. Rushing to class, he barely managed to reach the door at the same time Midnight was walking down the hall. He smiled and waited for her to arrive so he could open the door for her and quickly followed her inside, taking his seat in front of Bakugo. Welcome, class. Before we start today, we have a few things to review. Your first heroics class will be after lunch. I want to first thank all of you for getting through what can only be described as one of the roughest first days anyone could imagine. As for the results for yesterday, you all have seen your place. For those of you at the bottom of the list, I recommend using the school gym. It is important to take care of your body. Those at the top, keep up the good work but don't get complacent. Yes, SEI. The class responded. I have also sent a list of resources that should have been given to you during the welcoming ceremony, including the name and appointment times for your meeting with your guidance counselors and physical fitness advisors. I expect you all to make your appointments by the end of the day. I want you all to understand that all these people are here to help you, but no one can help you more than yourself. You are all here chasing the same goal for your own reasons. But ultimately, the common goal is to be a hero and save lives. At some point in your career, your life will depend on the person next to you, so don't drag each other down while competing. After some announcements, you can enjoy the wonderful world of Shakespeare, world history, and mathematics. As the class groaned, she let out a coy laugh. Welcome to UA. Children, if you take out that the teachers were pro-heroes, it was just like any other lecture that one would expect. The teachers were well versed in their course and spoke with passion and clarity. Nothing they could do could make the subjects that much fun, regardless. With the signal of the lunch bell, the class filed out to the cafeteria, something that Izuku was excited about. Before he had withdrawn from school, he had only ever eaten lunch with Suijin. Before that, it was in the most out-of-the-way spot he could find to avoid being bullied. This time, however, the lunch table was full. Momo, Fumi, Ochako, Tenya, Itsuka, Su, and Kyoka filled out the rest of the spots. It was and always had been a silly fantasy of his to eat surrounded by friends. Silly, yes, but to have it come true was satisfying nonetheless. When Momo leaned over and whispered about what he was smiling about, blushing slightly, he relayed how he wanted to always sit at a table with friends. Momo smiled at him fondly, not in a shocked or dismissive way, and whispered that she also thought about it. Itsuka heard the exchange and smiled to herself. Ignoring the glares from some of the members of her class, she wasn't sure what was going on, but she had just about enough of whatever it was and wasn't going to allow it to continue much longer. Itsuka wished her friends luck on her first heroic class as they exited. Class 1B was scheduled for tomorrow. One was excited as they all speculated on their heroic teacher. Izuku chimed in with some random thoughts, even though he already knew the answer. Here I am, coming through the door like a normal person. They heard the bellow from the hallway as he entered the room, Silver Age costume and all. All might, the class roared, their excitement boiling over. Now, young ones, today is your first heroics class, but you can't practice being heroes without these. All Might pressed a button. The wall hissed as panels slid open revealing metal cases. Your hero costumes. Go get changed and meet me at Gym Gamma. And remember that criminals wait for no one, so get changed quickly. The class hurriedly retrieved the cases containing their hero costumes and went to the changing room. Once in the locker room, after Izuku had opened his case, he stared at it for a minute. Fumi had already changed, walked over, and placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Is something troubling you, my good sir? Fumi asked, concerned something had happened. Izuku just smiled and shook his head. It's just that you dream of something for so long, and seeing it in front of you makes me think of those who will never get to see this. My mom and Suijin helped me design this, and I never got to show it to them. Lost travels with us. Never forget that though they may not be physically present, they see you in this moment. So, raise your head and wear it proudly. Remember that we must press on for those here. Fumi said. Thank you, Fumi, perfectly said, Midoriya replied. You should hurry so you are not late, Midoriya. Dark Shadow added. Go on ahead. I will be right there. The rest of the students were assembled. Momo looked around for Izuku, wondering if something had happened, when she saw him come walking out. And everyone else has the same costumes. Izuku was wearing black boots, combat pants with emerald green trim, a black reinforced fitted shirt, green gloves, and a dark green hooded jacket with a half mask pulled down around his neck. He kept his jaw off the floor as Momo and Ochako approached him. Momo due to the amount of skin revealed, and Ochako due to how the suit hugged her body. Oh, sweet baby Jesus, he whispered. As they got closer, finding his voice in a safe place to look, you two look amazing, he said loud enough for them to hear. Thank you, Izuku. Unfortunately, they couldn't make me my updated costume choice as the material is time-consuming to create, Momo said with a slight blush. She found her eyes drifting over his muscled chest. Oh, with the gin fabric. Izuku said, well, I can't wait to see version 2. Yay. I don't think I was clear enough when I submitted my costume. I wanted it more space-themed, you know, a little more poofy and not so tight, Ochako said, looking down at her suit. Well, it looks terrific, Ochako, Izuku said. I think it suits you, he said as they fell into step, heading to join the rest of the class and not noticing the blush on Ochako after his compliment. You look good as well, Izuku, Ochako said, looking away from his fitted torso. Yes, Izuku, I agree, Momo added. Thank you. I originally had a much brighter green costume in mind, but I modified it as I got older, he said. Now that we are all here, we are going to split into teams of 2 via lottery to simulate random hero team-ups that will be encountered in the field. 2 teams will take the field while the rest observe from the observation room. 1 team will be the heroes and the other villains. The villain teams will be defending a bomb. The time limit is 10 minutes. The heroes must enter the building and either defeat or capture the villain team or touch the bomb. Villain teams need to either hold out or defeat heroes. After the match, we will decide on an MVP. Now everyone, let us begin. Match 1. Ajiro and Ida vs Izuku and Ochako. Ajiro smiled. At last, he would get his hands on Izuku. He had dreamed of this day. Ida noticed the sadistic grin of his teammate. He wanted to assume that he was getting into character, but his instincts told him otherwise. I mean, not to pry Mashura, but you seem rather gleeful about this exercise. Ida probed. I am. While I may not be thrilled about playing a villain, I have been dreaming of the day I get my hands on Midori. He replied, almost salivating at the thought. May I ask why? Ida said, his voice full of concern. While I must admit my first impression of Midoriya was somewhat marred, after meeting him again, I have failed to see anything that would warrant such a fervor for personal combat. That's because you don't know him, Anjiro said. I was dating Itsuka Kendo from 1B back in my hometown, and he kept sticking his nose in to steal her away. All the while, he would talk about Anari's mother and Sid. Then he put on this sob act when she died and lured her back here. He's deceived her, and they both played me for a fool. Today is the day I get revenge. Mashurao, Ida said calmly. While I do not know all the circumstances of your relationship or what type of person Kendo is, I have to say that this anger towards Midoriya seems skewed. Are you saying that Kendo and Midoriya engaged in some long-distance relationship while Midoriya was also engaged in a long-distance relationship with Anari's mother? That's exactly what. He began, only for Ida to raise his hand to stop him. I again apologize for my rudeness, but that is one of the stupidest things I have ever heard. If Kendo were engaging in some affair, why would he have to do it long distance if the mother was already away and out of the picture? If they were only waiting for the mother to be out of the picture to make their affair physical instead of mental, why wait? And if Kendo is the type of girl that would wait for her best friend to die to run home and engage in carnal activities with Midoriya, would that be a person you would want to date? You don't understand how he manipulated her, Ajiro said, clinging to his anger and ignorance. Kendo is Izuku and Inari's mother's friend? Correct. From what I heard, he said. They have been friends for years, correct? Again Ajiro nodded. Now, if we are to assume for a moment that what Midoriya said at the mixer is true, that he was unaware of his daughter's existence until the mother died, wouldn't he reach out to their mutual friend for support? If it were someone I was extremely close with, I would drop everything and rush to their aid. Wouldn't you? But, did Kendo give you a reason for the breakup? She said she didn't feel the same about me as I did her, that she kept hoping for the feelings to change, and they never did, that she should have ended things sooner. And you choose to disregard this reason in favor of one where she was stolen from you by a manipulative other man. You don't understand, Tenya. I know what happened, Ajiro said, clinging desperately to his delusion. And what will put this to rest for you? What will allow you to put this behind you and move forward? I fear this unreasonable fury will consume you as you are now. I am going to beat his ass, he responded, punching his open palm for emphasis. I am going to put him in his place. You guard the bomb, and I will handle this. Your plan is flawed, as is your motivation, but if this is what will put this issue to bed for you and Midoriya, proceed. I will guard the bomb in an attempt to secure our victory. Izuku and Ochako. So that is why you believe Ajiro will come after you? Ochako said, stunned. Yeah, he started spouting off all this nonsense the other morning. I was about to knock him into next week, but Kendo got there first and slapped him. Izuku said, shrugging his shoulders. What a D, Ochako muttered. Izuku raising an eyebrow. Sorry, my parents own a construction business. I spent a lot of time on the job sites, she said, blushing. It's cool, I agree he is a D, Izuku said, smiling at her, making her blush even more. Well, if he comes after you, kick his ass, and then come help me with Ida. Ochako said, I get that he is upset with Kendo. What she did was pretty messed up, but for him to say those things are just wrong on so many levels. Thank you for understanding, Ochako. I mean it, I owe some matcha, he said. I'll take it, she said before she looked, her arms tucked behind her, one leg behind the other. I don't know, maybe we can go get some this weekend, get out a little bit. That sounds like fun, Izuku said. But first, let's win this thing. Her head shot up when he agreed to her plan. We are so effing going to win they won't even know what hit them, she said, her face shifting to pure determination. Wow, she is fired up, he thought. Begin, All Might called out, Ajiro sprinting down the stairs as Ochako and Izuku entered. They didn't have to wait long as Ajiro was not trying to be quiet. The hero team just stayed on the first floor, was done up like a lobby waiting to see what set of stairs he came down. Izuku saw him appear on the right-hand side. Ochako smiled and took off up the left-hand side. "Don't make me wait long," she said, giving him a salute as she ran off. Izuku versus Anjiro. Anjiro leaped down and found Izuku waiting for him. No green lightning like during the quirk assessment. He saw Izuku stop and take a battle stance similar to Itsuka's, a form he had seen many times. "Are you mocking me now?" Anjiro spits out. Izuku raised his eyebrow. "Holy shit, you are an idiot. I trained in her dojo. I was her student till she moved. Then I trained with her father. I am going to beat the truth out of you. Do you understand me?" he said, froth foaming at the edge of his mouth. "I will expose you for the piece of shit you are and how you manipulated her the entire time we were together." Anjiro yelled and jumped forward, bringing his tail down in a wild attack. Izuku stepped to the side and pivoted behind Anjiro, grabbing him by his uniform, throwing him over his shoulder, and crashing to the floor. Izuku danced back, keeping himself light on his feet instead of following up on his attack. "Is that the best you can do?" he said. "Entire time you were together. Buddy, I didn't know you existed until after she returned." "You lie," he roared, getting to his feet and charging in again. Recklessly, he threw an elbow which missed, and he tried to follow up with a spinning back fist. Izuku ducked under, executing a perfect hip toss, but this time he followed up with a sharp punch to Ajiro's stomach before backing off again. "I was over 100 miles away. Could only talk to her while she was in town if that, and even if what you are saying is true. How crappy of a boyfriend do you have to be for me to be able to manipulate her with a few texts a day and maybe one phone call every other week? I will end you." Again he rushed in with a thrust kick this time, but when Izuku dodged, Anjiro used his tail to smack him in the gut, sending Izuku tumbling back. Anjiro jumped in again, attempting to smash Izuku with his knee. Izuku kipped up and landed a spinning back kick, drawing blood. "I will say this once, I didn't know about you. I didn't steal Itsuka away. She came to help me after the woman I loved died, her best friend, and we both learned about Anari. Loved. You didn't even know about your pet." Everything froze. Observation room. The intensely personal conversation was blaring over the speakers, and at that moment, everyone froze, completely flabbergasted at what Anjiro had just said. No one saw All Might fist clench so hard that he almost drew blood from his palm. "If Izuku doesn't kick his ass, I'm going to beat him into next week," Momo said between clenched teeth. "Somebody better get him out of there." Everyone turned as it was Bakugo's voice that rang out. "Anjiro is about to get taught a lesson about what happens when you say the wrong thing to Midori, especially when it's about someone he loves," he said and absently traced the scar by his eye. Izuku versus Anjiro. At that moment, Izuku stopped dead. Anjiro ran and threw the most potent punch he could at Izuku's face, only for Izuku to catch it. Green lightning raced over his body. His eyes began to glow an electric green. There is a saying, beware of still water, beware the silent man, beware the dog that does not bark. Izuku went silent. All that was heard was Anjiro's scream as his hand was crushed in Izuku's grip. Anjiro flailed wildly, his punches having no effect. Izuku punched him in the ribs, breaking them, then nonchalantly tossed him aside. Izuku calmly walked over. Anjiro stumbled to his feet, fear coursing through him. He panicked and lashed out with his tail. Izuku caught it, driving his elbow down. Another sickening crack rang out. Then Izuku took in both hands and hefted Anjiro into the sky, slamming him back down, again and again. The darkness of unconsciousness pulled the tail user into the sweet darkness when Izuku finally spoke. "When you wake up, you get one chance to make this right. Should you fail, then this will seem like I hit you with pillows. He is alive," he called out, "but you should send the medical immediately. Anjiro Mashirao has been eliminated." Izuku raced off in a blur up the stairs, clearing them in one leap. As he touched the wall, he pushed off and ascended faster. "Achako, where are you?" "Top floor." Ida was monologuing, and I gave away my position, he engaged, but I was able to get him off me, but damn, his kicks are something else. Izuku burst into the room as he saw Ida attacking Achako with a sidekick. He watched as Achako leaped over it and grabbed the back of Ida's armor and yanked him hard into the floor, his head bouncing, blurring the speedster's vision. "Achako, throw him up," Izuku shouted as he pushed off the ground, cracking it and propelling himself to the ceiling. Achako saw him move, negated Ida's gravity, and threw him straight up. She then turned and dashed for the bomb. "Gravity missile." Izuku roared as he pushed off the ceiling and came crashing down into Ida, driving him almost through the floor and knocking him out cold. Achako slid, grabbing the bomb to her chest. Tenya Ida is eliminated, the hero team wins. Achako set the bomb down and walked over. "You have a move called gravity missile." Izuku blushed. "No, I made that up on the spot. You negated his gravity, and I was coming down like a missile. It works," he said, rubbing the back of his head sheepishly. "Did we just create a team-up super move mid-fight?" she said, blushing a little. "I think we just did," he responded, extending his fist for a fist bump. "Gravity missile." "Effing gravity missile," she said, completing the fist bump. They waited for the medical squad to arrive to collect Ida before they made their way out. Did he say what I think he said? Ochako asked, referring to Anjiro. He did, and I made him regret those words, Izuku said coldly. Good, if you didn't, others would be lining up to do so, Ochako said as they stepped into the observation room. Observation room. They were greeted with some congratulations as they entered. Momo went to Izuku. Are you okay? She said, her voice full of concern. I am. He crossed a line. Thankfully, I could pull myself back before I did the same. But slamming him around may have been a bit excessive, Izuku said, trying to smile for her. Momo accepted that and smiled back. Though, I don't think that was too far. The thoughts running through my head were much more violent. All right, class, we need to decide on an MVP. Anjiro should get it for surviving that ass-kicking. Holy hell, Zero said. He deserved that sit, though. It caused some laughter which helped to disrupt the tension in the room. Momo raised her hand. All Might nodded at her. While I agree with Zero, the MVP should be Ida and Ochako. Izuku could have taken Anjiro out sooner, and then he and Ochako could have taken on Ida together. Ochako, even though she gave her position away by laughing while Ida was monologuing, adapted and tried to use different strategies to bypass Ida. She may have been able to win it all when she slammed him down. There would have been a serious discussion of whether she could have reached the bomb before he recovered enough to stop her. Ida tried to dissuade Anjiro. From what we could tell, their audio wasn't up, but they seemed to be having a serious discussion. I agree, Izuku chimed in. I should have dealt him sooner instead of using the grounds to carry out a grudge match. Very well put, young Yaoyorozu. I agree that young Uraraka and young Ida are the MVPs now. The next match, All Might boomed. The next match, Katsuki Bakugo jerked his thumb towards the door at Minta. Come on, orbs, let go, he said as the boy stepped behind him. If you cause us to lose, I will blast you into next week. Got it? Minta nodded as they headed out. Momo smiled at Rikido. Shall we take the field of battle as well? Sounds good. What do you think we should do? Well, I plan to give us an advantage, but I will need you to help me pull it off. Bakugo demanded a single sentence from Minta to explain how his quirk worked. After hearing it, he promptly told the boy to shut up. Listen, stay here with the bomb. Throw your orbs everywhere while go handle the princess and Lips. Minta sighed as he would be denied an opportunity to grope. He meant to grapple Momo, but it didn't seem like arguing with Bakugo would suit his health. When the command to begin rang out, he raced out of the room and down the stairs, spotting his enemies. He leaped forward with a right hook. Lips jumped back out of the way, but he was surprised when the princess jumped ahead past Lips. He didn't have time to react when suddenly she hit him with a barrage of pellets that exploded when they contacted him. The white powder was everywhere, clinging to him, and a familiar smell of baby powder filled his nose. He could barely dodge Lips, who burst through the cloud. Now wearing goggles and a mask, he raised his hand to fire off an explosion, only to find it fizzle in his hand. Princess pegged him with larger pellets in the same explosion. He shut his eyes and stumbled back. Rikido followed in immediately, his enhanced strength driving him forward like a bullet. Bakugo couldn't dodge this one as a straight right sent him flying down the hall. He rolled to his feet, shaking the powder from his hair, but the problem was that it clung to his body. It was absorbing the moisture off his body, namely his sweat, which he needed to trigger his quirk. He landed a kick to Lips' side, narrowly dodging an overhand left. But the larger boy brushed it off instead, connecting with a mighty backhand sending Katsuki into the wall. He tilted his head to the side to avoid another punch. Using his legs, he pushed off and barreled into Lips, knocking him back. As he growled in anger, he went to push his attack. That was his biggest mistake. He felt two cold metallic prongs touch the back of his neck, then electricity shot through him. He screamed in pain as Momo drove a stun baton into the back of his neck. The massive voltage release immediately disabled any conscious movement. A second strike, followed by the punch to the back of his head that bounced his face off the floor, was the end of Katsuki Bakugo. Quickly they bound him in capture tape. Katsuki Bakugo has been eliminated. Minta was shocked, but that meant they were coming for him. He smiled wickedly. While he may not win the exercise, we would win the war. The heroes quickly ascended the building, searching until they came to the same room where Izuku and Ochako had battled Ida. Rikido kicked open the door. It barely budged. It took some more thunderous kicks till, finally, the door gave way. That is to say, the frame did. It fell inward, and they saw a minefield of Minta's orbs everywhere. Momo passed Rikido a simple wooden stick in case Minta threw more orbs at them to help keep them from getting trapped. Cautiously they navigated the field when Minta sprang from the shadows. Bouncing off his balls like a skilled trapeze artist, drool was falling from his mouth as he charged. He bounced skillfully over Rikido, arms and legs spread as he came down towards Momo. Lucious melons, he cried. Momo couldn't dodge. She had no intention to. Pulling the stun baton from her hip, she held it out and braced herself, and Minta's eyes went wide. He flailed his arms, hoping that cartoon logic would alter his trajectory. His stomach collided with the stun baton, and the last thing he saw was the Momo smirking at him as his world went black. Minor Ominta has been eliminated. Hero team wins. Momo was, of course, named MVP. As the rest of the matches progress, Izuku sat and watched the remaining team fights, taking notes furiously. Kyoka had walked over and peeked over his shoulder as he was writing. What cha doing there, green bean? Izuku eeped. Holy sick, Kyoka. You scared me. Are you sure you don't have a stealth quirk? She laughed. Pretty sure. Are those notes about our quirks? Kind of creepy, dude. Sorry, I don't mean it to be, but quirk analysis is my passion. I love quirks. They are so interesting and can be used in so many ways. Well, that's nice of you, but mine isn't all that spectacular. He turned, his eyes shining brightly, a massive smile on his face. He leaned towards her. To close, Kyoka thought. No way you used it to scout the room makes you great at recon. You channeled your heartbeat. That was way cool. He flipped open to her page. I bet if you added a mask with your vocal training, you could emit some crazy powerful sonic screams, since I figure you are amplifying the sound pumped through your speakers more than they can do alone. If you could figure out a way to modulate your heartbeat, you could do even more damage with your attack. Hell, with the sonics, it would be kind of like President Mike. But if you could modulate your voice, I bet you could fly. See, there was this old comic. Kyoka poked him with her jack to get his attention. All right, slow down, Izuku. Now go over this again. They spent the remainder of the testing reviewing his notes. Slowly, Ochako came over with Momo to listen in. I will put in the request for the mask. That is pretty cool, Izuku. Do you think I can do more with my quirk, Izuku? Ochako asked. Of course, if you can remove gravity from an object, why not be able to increase it? Girls' locker room. The girls were in the changing room chatting away. When Ochako and Kyoka started talking about what Izuku had said and how it had changed their thoughts about their quirks, they were anxious to try it. The other girls started asking questions, prompting them to wonder what Izuku had in his notebook about them. Kyoka smiled slyly. Yay, it was cool. You should see all the stuff he had about Momo and those pictures he drew. Hot damn, I wish someone would draw me like that. Momo blushed. I did not know those were in there. I was just as surprised as you were, Kyoka. So, you liked it then? Kyoka responded. It was very flattering, Momo said. So, what is the deal with you two? Do you like him or something? Mina asked. Her relationship sense was tingling. I like him as a friend, and I respect him as a person, Momo said. I met him in Anari not long after I moved here. And after doing so, how could I not like him? You see how he is with her. It's adorable. It is adorable, Ochako agreed. I was so surprised to hear he was a single father, but he seems to have a handle on it. He has worked very hard, Kiro, Tsu added. My mother was his case worker, always telling me how hard he worked. You have to respect the dedication. So, do you have romantic feelings for him? Mina asked again. Before Momo could answer, Kyoka shushed everyone and crept towards the wall they shared with the boys' locker, slipping on her shirt. Boys' locker room. Oh, thank you, upperclassmen, dudes. There is a peephole over here. I can't wait to see the luscious Momo or Mina and Ochako, Minta said in a husky voice as drool leaked out the corner of his mouth. Wasn't that your downfall during the exam? Denki asked. But, no sit, there is a peephole? Denki said. Dude, you're not going to peek, are you? Ijiro said. That is not very becoming of a hero, Minta, Ida said. You should exercise some self-control. Don't you want to take a peek? Minta said, wiping some drool away. No, I am a gentleman, Ida replied. This action is not very becoming of a hero. Whatever, dude, I will get an eyeful for some serious frap material later. Denki, Zero, well, I mean, if it's there, I would be offensive not to, right? Denki said. Zero, I mean, if it's there, Zero replied. This is the action of delinquents, and you should not proceed, Fumi said. Just because the rest of you are beaches, Minta said. Don't you understand on the other side of this hole are Mina and Ochako's luscious curves, Tsu's salacious thighs, Kyoka's tight ass, and the mountains of memories that is Momo. I will not disrespect them by not spying on them. The gods demand it. His fist over his heart, drool pouring from his mouth, Denki and Zero saluting him. Minta turned, ready to gaze upon heaven, when his eyelids snapped shut and he couldn't open them. A locker slammed hard, leaving a dent. Green lightning pouring off the culprit. With a twisting motion of his hand, Minta spun around, a green glow around his eyes. His eyes were forced open as Izuku stalked across the room. Hey Minta, remember when I told you about my quirk and how it works better on smaller things? It works incredibly good on things the smaller they are, like your eyeballs. I could rip them out your head with ease or your corneas. Hell, I could even pull the fluid out of your eyes. I have friends over there, and more so, those are our classmates. If you three try to peep at them, I will carry out my threats with glee. I think I proved this point yesterday when I was willing to get expelled for what I believe. Nod your head if you understand me. Minta did so. Denki, Zero, get out and take him with you. Hey, Kyoka, he yelled. We heard Izuku. Momo has already plugged up this side. And thanks, dude. No problem. I am going to see Cementos and pick up Anari. I will start dinner tonight when we get back to the dorms. Okay, is there anything we can do to help? She called back. If you guys could shred the cheese in the fridge, dice up the onions, and cook the pasta, I was going to make homemade mac and cheese with hamburger steaks. You got it, Izuku, Kyoka called back. There is so much goddamn baby powder, Katsuki yelled from the showers. The girls' locker room. He is a decent guy, Mina said. Kid or not, he keeps this up. I may have to ask him out, she said with a laugh. Momo hid her frown well. She didn't know why that comment bothered her, but it just did. She didn't know much about Mina, but the thought of her asking Izuku out and him saying yes hurt her stomach. Instead, she finished making the temporary wall repairs and dressed. I will let Midnight Sensei know what happened if that perv tries to spin the story against Izuku. Can you girls manage the dinner prep? Ochako smiled. It is pretty basic stuff. Momo, I am sure we can handle it, she said with a grin. Momo nodded and left. So, Ochako, want to explain how you asked Izuku out on a date this weekend? Toru said as she wrapped her arms around the gravity girl's waist. Ochako blushed, hiding her face with her hands. The girls nodded. Momo smiled, finishing her repairs and getting dressed. I think I will go let Midnight Sensei know what almost happened, in case that perv tries to spin the story against Izuku. With that, Momo left. Izuku. As Izuku walked out of Cemento's office, he saw Itsuka waiting. Hey Itsuka, what's up? Everything okay? For the most part, nothing I cannot handle. I just wanted to check on you. Are you on your way to get Anari? I am. Would you care to join me? That would be nice. So what happened yesterday? I heard your homeroom teacher got fired, Itsuka said as they headed toward the daycare. Yay, he rubbed the back of his head. I may have led a revolt yesterday. What? Well, you see. One explanation later. Only you, she said, rubbing the bridge of her nose. How did you know where I was, BTW? He asked as the question dawned on him. I bumped into your class and asked where you were. That gyro girl gave me a brief version of what happened, and here I am. I never expected you for the bad boy. Huh, wait, when did I become a bad boy? Leading revolts, threatening classmates. Next thing you know, you'll be riding a motorcycle and smoking. He laughed. I have my nice safe SUV. I don't think Anari would approve of me smoking. I am all good. So how you are feeling? BTW, not class but in here, she pointed to her heart and head. All right, I caught myself checking out a girl the other day. I kind of felt like sit for it, but I talked it over with Hound Dog and felt a bit better after. What did he say, if you don't mind me asking? It was good for me, showing me I am not dead. I would not act on anything. I know that Suijin wouldn't want me to be alone for the rest of my life, but I feel conflicted. I must sound stupid, like I am moving on too quickly. It's not stupid, Izuku. You are healing, and part of that healing process is noticing members of the opposite sex. As long as you aren't dragging a different girl to bed every night, I am sure it is healthy. I miss the connection part the most and touching. Hugs and kisses, I miss those so much. Well, I have an endless supply of hugs, but if you want kisses, you must wine and dine me, mister, she said with a laugh. Not really, but I will keep that in mind, he replied, joining her in a laugh. Do you want to join us for dinner? Depends what's on the menu, chef. Well, tonight we will be dining on the cheese noodles of the homemade variety and hamburger steaks. Will there be apple juice? Do you think Her Majesty would accept anything less? Fair point. That night, Midnight put Minta, Denki, and Zero on first and last warnings and sentenced them to cleaning duty. Anjiro had been absent since the battle trials, as he didn't show up for dinner either. He might have been in his room, but he didn't answer when they knocked. Momo took some delight in filling Itsuka in on what happened during the battle trial as the two girls played with Anari while Izuku was cooking. He called her what? Itsuka said through grit teeth. Momo leaned in and whispered it. That mother effer. Luckily Anari was too focused and coloring to hear their exchange. Itsuka, Momo whispered, pointing at Anari, causing Itsuka to blush. Izuku dealt with him, I assure you, Momo said. The class sat and ate together before some drifted to their rooms to do homework. Itsuka returned to her dorm after kissing Anari, with some leftovers to share with her classmates. As the video games fired up in the main common room, Izuku gathered Anari to head to their room. I thought you were going to do your homework, Ochako asked as she dried the last of the dishes. I am. It's just too much out here, so I am going to head to my room, throw on a movie for Anari and do it there. Mind if I join you? I could use some help, Ochako said. Me too, Gyro added. If it were not too much trouble, my dark twin would like to join so he may partake in the movie with Lady Anari, Fumi asked. I am not averse to joining the impromptu study group either. You guys are all welcome. Momo, you want in? Sounds like a good opportunity to get to know each other better, Momo said with a smile. It was a lovely night. Anari had great fun watching the movie with Dark Shadow, and it was nice to have friends. He wasn't sure they were all friends quite yet, but they were moving there. Anari would run over to see what they were doing before returning to her movie. Izuku sent her to get her pajamas, and the little girl ran over and demanded that Momo help her. The little girl was delighted when Ochako offered to braid Anari's hair for her. The group enjoyed the goodnight hugs and kisses from the princess, especially Dark Shadow. The group sat silently as father and daughter engaged in their nightly ritual. Some hearts might have fluttered hearing the soft lullaby from the other room. Now it's time to say good night. Good night, sleep tight. Now the sun turns out his light. Good night, sleep tight. Dream sweet dreams for me. Dream sweet dreams for you. Close your eyes, and I'll close mine. Good night, sleep tight. Now the moon begins to shine. Good night, sleep tight. Dream sweet dreams for me. Dream sweet dreams for you. Close your eyes, and I'll close mine. Good night, sleep tight. Now the sun turns out his light. Good night, sleep tight. Dream sweet dreams for me. Dream sweet dreams for you. Good night, everybody. Everybody everywhere. Good night. He stepped out of the room, closing the door quietly and turning on the monitor. Beatles, good night. Kyoka asked. Yay, I am surprised you know them. He replied, music is kind of my thing. My parents are big into pre-quirk stuff, especially my dad. Me, it's all about deep dope. She said, they are dang good. You know them, she said, a little shocked. Oh yay, Suijin introduced them to me. And I fell in love with them, especially Kenji, that guy can play. Yay, he is so sick, she said, twirling a jack around her finger. Do you know what they are talking about, Momo? Ochako asked. Music and a guitar playing, I guess. But I am not familiar with deep dope. Though I have heard of the Beatles, they cannot compare to Queen, she said with a smirk. Soon favorite bands were being thrown out. And then movies. The group sat and talked before time caught up with them. And they had to excuse themselves to head off to bed. Izuku set about his night tasks to ensure everything was handled before he returned to his room. A quick check on Anari found the little girl awake, squeezing her all-might plushie. What are you doing up, princess? Sleep with you, she said with a pout. As you wish. -1B dorms. Itsuka walked in to find her classmates finishing dinner. She noticed that Jiroda and Nito were missing, but she couldn't care less. Setting her tray of leftovers down, she looked around at her classmates. Okay, what the hell is some of your guys' problems with me? I have been getting side eyes from some of you since I moved in, and I want to know what the F is going on, she said as the room froze. Language, Ibara snapped back. While I would be loath to do this in front of the class, I can hold my tongue no longer. You are a fornicator and perpetrator of sin. I find your presence here offensive. You're just not a good person, Yosu added. No, you are all wrong, Kanoko said, coming to Itsuka's aid, which surprised her some. Not that it is any of your business, Ibara, but I have never had sex. And what sin are you talking about? And F you, Yosu, you don't even know me. She fired back. They are talking about how you dumped Ajiro and Wana and went off to F that Izuku guy, Tagaru said. I could care less, but you do, Tagaru added. Yes, Jiroda told us about it on our first night here, Ryuko said. But Kanoko defended you, as I had not met you. I had no reason to pass judgment, but they seem to harp on this, especially Nito and Jiroda. Yup, Yui added, taking a bit of her pudding. Oh, for FS sake, Itsuka said. Listen and listen good, especially you Ibara and you Yosu. I dated a guy longer than I should have and happened to be breaking up with him as I found out my best friend was dead. Izuku is my other best friend. And they were together, yes, they had sex, and she got pregnant. He never knew until she died. And this wasn't just some casual dating thing. They were planning on getting married after he graduated. Banjiro has this narrative that Izuku and I had some torrid romance going on, or that as soon as Izuku called. Once again, so you all effing understand this, that my best friend was dead, that I ran home to F Izuku. I came home to help him and to look after my goddaughter. Well, that may be true, but it does not explain the debauchery of the circumstances, Ibara said, crossing her arms over her chest in defiance. Whatever happened to let he who is without sin cast the first stone? If it is a sin to return to my home and help my best friend through the loss of the woman he loved and raising a child he didn't even know about, then guilty as charged. What would you have done? Told him to pray about it and hope God interferes. I would never be in such a position, Ibara fired back. But if someone close to you were in that position, you would abandon them. Ibara went to speak but shut her mouth. That doesn't change how you did Ajiro dirty, Yosu said. You are right, Yosu, I did do him dirty. I should have only broken up with Ajiro sooner, as I didn't feel for him as he did for me. I have repeatedly apologized to him, but he wants to live in this fantasy that it was Izuku's fault. As far as that goes, Izuku only knew about Ajiro when I came home. There is nothing more I can do but apologize. I will not fall on my sword for something as simple as being a teenager and not fully understanding my feelings. Yosu just nodded. My bad. It doesn't matter. He is still a taint upon this school, and Ibara said, if you effing call him a sinner or fornicator, Ibara, I will slap that vine off your head. He is a good guy raising a daughter independently, providing for her financially, and training here to be a hero, she said. I will not talk about this again. I want to try and move past this, and I hope we can be friends. Now the container has homemade mac and cheese, which is fantastic if anyone wants some. Good night, she said, heading towards the stairs. Oh, and one more thing. If any of you mother effers say anything derogatory about my goddaughter, I guarantee you that you will be waking up in the medical wing. The room was silent for a minute after Itsuka's outburst. That was manly as F. Tetsu said. I like her, said with a grin. This morning was much different than the day before. It went off without a hitch. Anari adhered to the schedule without error, though she did wage war with her great nemesis, shoes. Izuku could not understand his daughter's hatred of shoes. At first, Izuku thought they might not be good enough quality and hurt her feet, but after 3 days of research and one special order, he had to conclude that she didn't like them. Though there was a level of betrayal when she promptly abandoned Izuku for Kyoka and Achaka when entering the kitchen, she promptly betrayed them for Momo. Izuku had to ensure he didn't stare too much as Anari sat in Momo's lap while she ate and stole bites of food. It was the most adorable thing. The emotions it brought up made Izuku want to flee, but he had to suck it up and pry Anari loose to drop her off at daycare. Anari pouted at the action but forgave her dada as he placed her on his shoulders for the trip. The morning continued to go well when he was able to join his group of friends partway on their journey to class. He noticed that Itsuka had joined the group as well, along with a few of her classmates. When he approached, he saw the other members of 1B seemingly staring at him. He didn't have a chance to question it on the way to classes, but was happy when Itsuka introduced him to Setsuna, Tetsu, and Kinoko, minus 1B before class. Itsuka made her way downstairs. Last night had been interesting, but she was glad that at least things were out in the open, cause she was tired of getting side eyes every time she walked in. As she grabbed some breakfast set, Tetsu called her to sit with them. Morning, Kendo, said with a smile. Tetsu just nodded as his mouth was full of food. Good morning, she replied, taking her seat. Does this mean I am not a social pariah now? You never were with us, said. Isn't that right, Tetsu? Yeah, you could sit with us anytime, or you know whatever you want, he said. Set rolled her eyes, and Itsuka was slightly confused, but she sat down. That was a heck of a speech last night, said, taking some of her frosted dino heads, now with more marshmallow meteors. If this is a grill session, Itsuka said. Calm your jets, girl, Set quickly said. I liked it. You stood up, called people out, and set the record straight. It is up to the rest of them to figure their sit out. I wanted to come sit with us to get to know you better. You seem cool. What she said, Tetsu added. Sorry, after last night, I wasn't sure what to expect this morning, Itsuka said. Do you have a picture of your goddaughter? Set said. Like a proud mama, she was more than happy to pull out her phone and share her Anari file. Set noticed that Itsuka's lock screen was Itsuka, a little girl and a good-looking guy with green hair with the two girls in princess dresses. Set let Itsuka share what she wanted and didn't question the lock screen when she saw Itsuka in a princess dress with Anari, though she quickly began to ask questions. Itsuka looked terrific in the dress with her hair and makeup all done. Set showed it to Tetsu, who thankfully did not spit take, but it inflamed his attraction for the girl even more. As the two girls chatted, Kinoko said, Can I sit down, Itsuka? Of course, Kinoko, I missed you. I was sad we couldn't keep in touch, but I understood. Itsuka said as the mushroom girl took her seat. I want to apologize. It should have set everyone straight. But Jiroda and Ajiro were talking and being nasty. I just got so upset that I stormed off and didn't correct him when he decided to spin his yarn to the class. Right on cue, Jiroda and Monoma descended the stairs, with Jiroda staring daggers at Itsuka and Kinoko. Itsuka returned the glare while Kinoko just chose to look away. Jiroda gathered his breakfast and took his seat. He was surprised when his usual circle didn't say much. Tagaru didn't say anything while Riko and Yui got up and moved to a different spot. Itsuka turned around to continue her breakfast and talk with what she hoped would be her new friend circle before everyone started heading out. When Izuku came up, she was happy introducing him to her little circle. She had to make some friends. She wished she was in 1A, but that wasn't the case. Nice to finally meet you, Kinoko said with a polite bow. I have heard a lot about you. I am very sorry for losing your fiancé. Thank you, Izuku said, surprised that someone was commenting on Inari's mom's death outside his class. Kinoko was one of my friends before I moved back, Itsuka said, clearing up the confusion. We have been reconnecting this morning. I don't see Ajiro anywhere. We haven't seen him since the battle trials yesterday, Izuku said, falling in step with Itsuka as their group numbers swelled. Izuku made quick introductions between the two groups before splitting off to get to their classes. Have a good day, Itsuka, he called out. You too, I will see you at lunch, she replied. Minus 1A. As they entered the class, they all quickly found their seats as Ajiro, followed by Midnight, came in a few moments before the bell rang. All right, kids, take your seats. We have important business to get to today. You will choose your class officers. Some teachers like to appoint them, but I am more for the democratic approach. We should have a vote and let democracy decide. Wouldn't everyone just vote for themselves? Mina said. Izuku was paying attention to Ajiro, who just went and sat quietly, not making eye contact with anyone. That is correct, Mina. But that would mean anyone who gets more than one vote has left enough of an impression on the others that should be allowed to lead, Ida responded, adjusting his glasses. Very good, Ida, Midnight added. Now be a sweetie and hand out these slips. After you write your vote on the paper, come up and place your paper in the box, and we will get to counting. Izuku Midoriya, 7 votes. Momo Yaoyorozu, 3 votes. Tenya Ida, 2 votes. How in the hell did Deku get 7 votes? Katsuki bellowed. What did you think anyone would vote for your explosive ass? Dinky laughed. What did you say, Shock Top? Now, boys, calm down. Would anyone care to guess how Mr. Midoriya got so many votes? I thought it would be higher, Midnight said. Kyoka raised her hand. Yes, dear. I voted for him because of the mess with Mr. Aizawa. He was willing to get himself expelled for the rest of us. And then he stopped Minta from being a super perv in the locker room. About what I figured then. All right, Mr. Midoriya, you are the president, Ms. Yaoyorozu, the vice, and Mr. Ida, the secretary. We will hold a revote after the midterms to see if you want to change the leadership. Quick speeches from the reps, and then we can start art history. I don't know what to say, guys, other than thank you for placing your faith in me, and I hope I can live up to your expectations, Izuku said, standing next to his seat before he gave a quick bow and sat down. I promise to support our president and ensure we do everything possible to help our class succeed, Momo said before taking a seat. Never mind the random thought of the two of them being alone in a room working late, sharing a desk, reaching for a drink, their hands touching. Never mind all that. No such thought crossed her mind. I will do my duties to live up to our president and vice president demands and that of the class. A stiff 90 bow followed. Very well done, kids. Let's discuss art in your guys' first project. The groan was loud, and Izuku was slightly excited. He was looking forward to improving his drawing skills. -1B. Vlad Sensei walked in and stood at the podium for a minute. Today, I will be assigning your class representatives. As you hardly know each other, I believe this is for the best. You can have a vote after summer vacation if you want to change your representatives. Nyaranjiki Shota, you will serve as president. Nito Monoma, you will be vice president, and Satsuna Takage will serve as secretary. Now say something so we can move past this nonsense. Thank you, sir, Nyaranjiki said. I promise to do my best. He bowed and sat down. Juzo reached over and patted his arm, telling him good job. Why, thank you for seeing my potential, Sensei, Nito said, standing up. Though I feel I would serve better as the president. That will just have to wait for the elections. Nito then made a grand sweeping gesture with his arm to the class. I want all of you to know that under my leadership, I will ensure that we achieve the proper glory that is due us and that Class 1 will always be in our shadow. They will be a mere afterthought in our story when we stand upon the podiums of tomorrow. They shall wish they were in our class, that they had the chance to bask in the glory of Class 1B. He threw out both arms, ready to soak in the cheers and adulation from the class only for there to be crickets. He then sat down in a huff. Hey, all, said, standing up. I don't know how to follow that, but I can't say I want to. I promise not to let Blonde mess it up for everybody and that Shota gets all the help he needs. Yay, SETSUNA. Tetsu yelled, clapping very enthusiastically. Great speech, oh yeah. The class started snickering at that point. And Tetsu just sat down. Right, we may need to hold elections sooner than I thought, Vlad said. Now, today after lunch will be your first heroic class. So I want you to all listen and pay attention. After the morning announcements, we will start with quirk history, followed by heroic loss and math. The class groaned. Lunch. Izuku was in line next to Itsuka, causally tugging her hair with his quirk. Itsuka immediately knew who it was without turning around. Quickly. Her foot darted backward, striking Izuku's shin. Oh, he said. Hey, I didn't do nothing. His voice dripping with mock sincerity. Oh my bad, you see, I felt this tug, and it was an involuntary muscle reflex. Itsuka glanced over her shoulder at him. Did your teacher assign class reps today as well? No, we had a vote. I won the presidency, so you just assaulted an elected official, madam. There is a step fine of 1 pudding cup. Fine, you get a pudding cup, Mr. President. She replied. Now I wish I had been chosen for a position. She thought. Who is your vice? Momo. That's good. At least there is someone with brains running the operation. She said. That is correct, Momo said, laughing at Izuku rubbing his shin. Besides, this way, the assassins will all come for him, leaving me to run everything. I'm in danger, Izuku said in a high-pitched voice. What about your class? You said your teacher picked the reps. That is right, Itsuka said, grabbing herself a salad and setting it on her tray before grabbing another one and putting it on Izuku's. Set, who was in front of Itsuka listening to the whole conversation, had looked back to see the fruit exchange. She saw as Itsuka did that, Izuku grabbed 2 fruit cups, and when he placed them on the trays, some of the fruit floated up and from each changing place. Setsuna didn't say anything but watched as they bantered back and forth. She saw Izuku pass a momo, a salad, and a pudding without the girl even asking as she grabbed a bowl of katsudon and placed on Izuku's tray. They are grabbing each other's food and ensuring the others get what they want without saying anything. What is happening? Setsuna thought. The set even saw Momo and Itsuka do it with some other items. With full trays, they all made their way to the lunch table. So it sounds like the blonde guy Nito you said, right? Itsuka nodded her head. Has some problem with our class. What did we do to him? I have no idea, chimed in Set. I will watch him if he gets too crazy, but Shota seems pretty cool. That is good to know, Momo said as they approached the tables. I will see you after school. I will sit with my class some and try to make friends, Itsuka said. Are you saying that I am not enough for you anymore? Izuku replied, fake hurt in his voice. Pretty much, she said with a smirk and a hair flip as he walked off with Setsuna. You know I can create some aloe vera for that burn if you like, Momo giggled. Thank you, Izuku said. That would be very much appreciated. Izuku smiled as he sat with his friends, curious about something. Did you guys all vote for me? All but Fumi raised his hand. I hope my not voting for you does not question our blossoming friendship. I felt that Lady Momo was the best candidate. Not a problem at all, Fumi. I voted for her too, Izuku said, smiling. You both voted for me. Thank you. I wonder who the third was. That would be me, Ida said, walking over. Would it be okay if I joined you for lunch? I noticed that you have an empty seat. Take a seat, Ida, they voiced. Thank you. I would also like to take this opportunity to apologize again to you, Izuku. We got off on the wrong foot, but after observing how you handled things regarding your daughter in class in the dorms, I could have been more generous and often jumped to the wrong conclusion in our interactions. After everything, I would like to start over and be friends, if that is possible. Izuku was taken aback for a moment. He hadn't expected that from Ida, especially in front of everyone. Izuku had to respect the action. You know what, Ida, I would like that a lot. Apology accepted. Then please call me Tenya. And I would like to call you Izuku if that is all right. That is perfectly all right, Tenya. This display of compassion and character is most stirring. I am glad I have chosen to surround myself with such strong future heroes and friends, Fumi said, taking a drink. Not to mention, the princess likes to share her apples with us. Dark Shadow peeked out to add. This is so great. I never had friends growing up. I am so glad to find some so soon in university. Momo said. I agree, I was so scared when I moved here. But to meet all of you guys is just the best, Ochako added with a fist pump. Yay, it's all right, Gyro said, trying to look bored, but they could all see her smile. Well then, here is to new friends and new beginnings, Izuku said, holding his soft drink. Here, the rest added before falling into laughter. Izuku wiped a faux tear from his eye. But seriously, Momo and Tenya, I was thinking. Warning. This is a level 3 security breach. All students, please evacuate to your designated areas. This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Panic erupted. Student bolted up and began to stampede towards the exit. Momo was nearly knocked down as they got to their feet, but Izuku caught her as Tenya did the same with Ochako. Dark Shadow was keeping Gyro from getting crushed in the sea of people. Izuku managed to look outside as they were pushed to the windows. He saw the press running onto the grounds. It was just the damn press. Momo, can you make me a small megaphone or something fast? It is just the press, we need to calm everyone down so no one gets hurt. Of course, Izuku. She opened the top of her blouse and quickly began creating. Unfortunately, or fortunately for Izuku, as she was pressed against him and due to the height difference, he caught an eyeful before he forced his gaze up, his face red. Momo handed him the device. I wonder if he is all right. His face is quite red. The Momo realized she had just opened the top of her blouse and probably gave him an impromptu flash of her chest. Oh my god, well, at least I am wearing a good bra today. Wait, why does that matter? Izuku grabbed the device. Ida, Fumi, keep the girls safe. He then activated float and maneuvered himself above the crowd. Everyone, calm down. It is just the press, they got past the barricade. We are UA. Students, act like you belong here and proceed to your designated evacuation areas. Everyone looked at the floating green-haired student, but they had stopped and quieted down. He heard some students near the windows confirm that it was the press. As everyone started to calm down, Izuku came to a landing on the table they were eating. 1A. I need eyes or hands on Toru and Minta. Make sure they didn't get trampled or lost in this mess. He yelled. Ijiro and I have Toru. She is good, Mina yelled. I have Minta, yelled Denki. Great, everyone, follow Momo and Tenya to the designated evacuation area. He leaned down to Momo. I have to go check on Anari. Let Sensei know. As long as she is good, I will meet you at the designated area. You got it, Izuku. Come Tenya, let's do this. Yes, ma'am, the speedster responded. Izuku maneuvered out of the cafeteria and made his way toward the daycare. As he was doing so, he saw movement in the teacher's lounge. He stopped and popped in to see which faculty member it was when he saw someone he didn't recognize in one of the filing cabinets. They wore a navy blue hoodie, black pants, light blue hair peeked out from the hood, and a half mask. Izuku had not seen this man at any of the faculty meetings. Something felt off, very off. He quickly unlocked his phone and sent the silent alert function on it as he tossed it to the side and activated one for all at 10%. "Excuse me, sir, who are you?" The man turned and saw a green-haired student standing with green lightning wrapping around his body. Izuku could see the man's red eyes focus on him. "Oh, shouldn't you be going to the evacuation center? I am just grabbing a copy of the student roster for Mr. Aizawa's class." "Oh, that is good. Carry on." Izuku leaped suddenly at the man. The man's eyes widened as he narrowly dodged backward, the file in his hand falling to the floor. "Except I am in Mr. Aizawa's class, and he isn't our teacher. That's not fair. How dare they do an update without sending out the patch notes?" The man growled back. Izuku immediately attacked with a right cross. The man deftly leaned back past the attack, placing his hand to balance himself. He countered with a rising kick from his left. Izuku leaned back only to have his feet swept. The man jumped on him, his hands reaching for Izuku's face. Izuku grabbed them, pushing one for all to 25%. It must have some touch-based quirk. Using his superior strength, he separated the two before maneuvering his leg between them and pushing the mystery attacker off with a thunderous push into the ceiling, leaving a crack. Izuku rolled to his side and regained his footing as the man crashed down. When the man's hands collided with the floor, Izuku saw the floor crack and collapse. "Stupid random mob." The man sputtered. He saw the man attempting to regain his feet. Izuku ran and kicked the man in the ribs, sending him into the opposite wall. Izuku took off his coat and threw it at the man. His attacker extended one hand to destroy the coat and had one hand on the wall behind him. The coat was destroyed but served its purpose by removing Izuku from the man's line of sight. As the coat crumbled to dust, Izuku raced behind it, delivering a thrust kick to the man's chest. The severely damaged wall sent the man flying out of the building. Izuku dived after him. A black smoky portal opened underneath him as the man fell. "I am so going to come clear this stage, you damn glitch." Izuku heard a rush of noise behind him. He whirled, ready for a fight. He saw All Might come bursting into the teacher's lounge. "I see you, KU. Here, All Might," he said, floating just outside the hole in the wall. He was looking around, making sure that Weirdo did not drop in from another portal as he made his way back in. "Thank goodness, my boy, I got your distress signal and rushed over. Do not fret about Anari." Torino made his way to her. "That's good," Izuku said, relief visible on his face. Snipe dashed in with weapons drawn from the opposite side. "All Might, Izuku, is everything okay?" "I got your distress signal. Partner, what's going on?" "There was an intruder. I was passing by on my way to the daycare when I noticed movement in the teacher's lounge and investigated. I was able to drive him off, but we should get Cementos in here as soon as possible. There is some damage to the ceiling, and the floor over here has been weakened." "Right, I will get him on the horn," Snipe said, pulling out his radio. "Can you describe the assailant?" All Might asked. "Some guy in black pants, a blue hoodie, light blue hair, and red eyes. He was going through the files. When I confronted him, he tried to tell me he was getting the student roster for Mr. Aizawa's class." "Well, that wasn't very smart now, was it?" Snipe said. "No, not on his part. I told him that was good, activated my distress beacon, powered up, and attacked. He had some touch-based destruction quirk. I knocked him out of the building, but he fell into some black and purple portal and disappeared." "Alight, I will alert Nezu," Snipe said. "We need to be on alert, especially if he has a teleporter with him. That's a rare one right there," Snipe called out as he walked out. Izuku walked over to All Might, where he tossed his phone once Snipe was gone. "Are you unharmed, Izuku?" All Might said, looking the boy over like a concerned parent. "Yes, Toshi, other than I need a new school jacket. I used it to distract him so I could kick him. But he had weakened the wall. That is how he got away. I am glad to hear that, my boy. Now, as I said, remember not to worry about Anari. Get over to your class. I am sure Midnight is concerned. I need to join Snipe in sweeping the school to sure the intruder is gone. I am sure Nezu will want to talk to you after class." "Yes, sir, I will see you then. Tell the old man I said thanks," Izuku said as he dashed off to join his class. Itsuka was talking with Momo when they noticed Izuku walking up, looking disheveled and missing his jacket. They then saw Midnight run over to him. They spoke briefly before Midnight patted his shoulder and he walked over to the assembled classes. Momo and Itsuka ran over to him. "Izuku, what happened?" Momo said, concern present in her voice. "Is Anari okay? Did something happen at the daycare?" Itsuka said, immediately going into Mama Bear mode. "No, she is fine. She is with her Pap Torino." He showed them a picture he just received of Anari hugging the older man. "I wouldn't be over here if something went down, but I promise I would have let you know immediately," he said, offering them a smile. I was on my way to the Anari when I encountered someone in the faculty office that shouldn't have been there. We got into a fight, but he got away. Are you okay? They both asked simultaneously, which caught more of the students' attention. Izuku leaned in and said quietly, yes, but we can't talk about it here. We can do it in my room later, okay? They nodded, and he rejoined the class. Itsuka, I will probably have to talk with Nezu after class. Would you mind picking up Anari from daycare for me? I will come to get her after I am done with the meeting. You mean I get the princess to myself? Itsuka said with a smile. Looking over toward her class, she saw Vlad-sensei approaching. I have to get back to my class. We will talk later. Momo and Izuku walked back toward his class. Kyoka heard Momo asking him if he was uninjured, piquing the girl's curiosity. Everything good, press? She asked. It will be. They have to sweep the school to ensure nothing else happened. He said, everyone make it out. Okay. Sure, did Bakugo was being a douche about something. But eventually he calmed down, Kyoka said with a smile, jerking her thumb back behind her. Izuku looked over and saw Bakugo standing there, calm but still looking annoyed. A little past everyone, he saw Ajiro standing by himself. When they locked eyes, the tail user just looked down. -1B. Shiroda was annoyed last night that he and Nito had been talking with Ajiro. Ajiro had reached out after the battle trial, and as he relayed his defeat, Shiroda had just started getting angrier and angrier. That son of a bitch had humiliated his friend. And the worst part was that Ajiro seemed to believe that he deserved it. Thankfully, Nito was there to keep Shiroda on the right track. Nito was even trying to get Ajiro to perk up and had suggested that maybe they could get Ajiro transferred to 1B and that Itsuka moved to 1A. Now Ajiro was all in his head, but it was okay, Shiroda would be there to support his friend. They had stayed out late after curfew, but when they came back in, a lot of the class was up and talking. When he went to speak to what he thought were his friends, they immediately started to ask him a question about Ajiro, Itsuka, and Izuku. Naito played mediator, helping to find out that Itsuka had come back and laid into everyone. Ibara seemed more conflicted than the others and left early. Ryuko and Yui said that what Shiroda was doing wasn't right and that he should learn all the facts. Togaru looked at Shiroda. It just sounds like a bad breakup. And it has been what, like 9 months or some sit? Tell you, boy, to grow up and get over that sit. You need to as well. We got hero training to do. Naito kept whispering in his ear, but he was beginning to doubt. Even now, as they stood at the evacuation area, he wondered if he and Ajiro had been overreacting now. But he had gone so hard that it was possible to back out of it now. Then there was Kanoko. He had a crush on her for the longest time. Now she wouldn't even talk to him anymore. He grabbed at his head in frustration. -1B dorms. Itsuka took a deep breath, wondering if she was about to commit a grave mistake. Anari looked at her curiously as this wasn't the building she was used to going to. It's okay, Anari. You are going to come to hang out with me for a little bit. Daddy has to work a little longer. Okay, Itsu, she said. Itsuka opened the door to the dorms, and she walked with Inari holding her hand with her little book bag over her shoulders. The noise in the room died down considerably as they entered, with her classmates looking at the new arrivals. Setsuna, who was walking downstairs, smiled and walked right over, stopping a little bit away as she saw Inari duck behind Itsuka. Itsuka smiled. Thankful Set approached first. Inari looked at the green-haired girl from behind her legs. It's okay, Inari. This is my friend Set. She is nice and has green hair like you. Daddy, Set squatted down to get closer to Inari's eye level. Hi, Set, the little girl said shyly with a little wave. Hello, Inari, Set said, still smiling. It is nice to meet you. Itsuka talks about you a lot. She does. Yep, Set responded. She told me you like to color and love apples and apple juice. Would you like some apple juice? Inari looked up at her Itsu for approval, and when Itsuka nodded, Inari said, yes, please. Set smiled and headed towards the kitchen. The other students were looking at the little girl who seemed to be at the center of so much controversy. The little girl looked around at everyone until her focus fell on Ibara. The vine girl looked at Inari rather intensely, making Inari duck behind Itsuka's legs before she peeked out and waved at the girl. Inari remembered how at first, Fumi was scary till Mina showed her he was friendly. While some looked scary to her, that didn't mean they were. Set came back with a juice pouch which made Inari smile. Why don't you come sit down so you can drink your juice? Set said, leading the girl to the couches where some students gathered, including Ibara. Itsuka followed Inari over, keeping an eye on her classmates. She saw Kanoko in the kitchen holding up an apple and knife. Itsuka nodded. The girl smiled and got to cutting up the apple. When they got over, Ibara hadn't stopped looking at the little girl. Inari looked at everyone around her and smiled the best she could before sipping the juice Set had given her. Thank you, Set, she said, taking another sip. She kept looking at Ibara. You have green hair. Ibara responded, yes, I do. My daddy has green hair, and so did my grandma, Tsu, and Set. Set has green hair. People with green hair are nice. Are you nice? I am. Your grandma had green hair. Where is she? Ibara said, coming closer to the child. She is in the clouds with Mama. They watch me and keep me safe. But I wish they were here so I could play with them. Inari said. I am sure that they wish that as well, Ibara said until she was right next to Inari, sitting on the floor beside the girl. Does your daddy play with you? Inari said, nodding her head. He plays with me, colors with me, makes dinner, gives me a bath, and sings to me. Inari looked around and leaned in towards Ibara. And sometimes he lets me sleep with him when I get scared at night. He sounds very nice, Ibara said, her views softening as she watched the little girl sip her apple juice. He is the best daddy, Inari said with an affirmative nod. Inari looked around the room, spotting Tagaru. She waved to him, as he had green hair as well. Itsuka was surprised when he waved back politely at the Inari. At about this time, Kanoko came around with the sliced apples and set them down. Inari looked at the girl and smiled. You look like Acha, she declared. Acha is nice. That's good. I am glad Acha is nice, Kanoko said. I am Kanoko. Kanoko, Inari asked, wondering if she got it right. Very good, Inari. I am a friend of Itsuka's, too. She said I could bring you some apples. Thank you, Kanoko, she said happily, munching on her apples and drinking her juice. Soon, the other girls in the class came around. Inari seemed to take to Pony, quickly telling the blonde girl how pretty she was and pretty her hair was. When she saw Ibara's hair grow, Inari grabbed the girl's hand, startling her. With stars in her eyes, she whispered, Rapunzel. Ibara was taken aback, but then she processed what Inari meant. And instead, she smiled, leaned in, and whispered back, SHH, I am in disguise. When Inari's eyes widened, and the little girl vowed loudly never to tell, Ibara couldn't help but giggle. Ibara looked over at Itsuka, who was watching everything while she worked on her homework. Itsuka, I want to apologize. While I still believe that the action that brought this little girl into the world goes against my beliefs, I should have bared her no ill will, for she had no say in her existence. I am sure that this is all part of God's plan for her and her father and all of us who judged before we understood. You should never judge someone till you know the whole story. Suijin was a special girl, and Izuku and her were planning to be married before she was suddenly pulled away. They had been together since they were 12. This wasn't casual. If it weren't for tragedy, it would be forever. Itsuka turned to Inari. Enough playtime. Princess, you must also do your homework. Inari smiled and grabbed her bag as the rest of the students looked on curiously. They smiled when Inari pulled out a coloring book and crayons, and with all the intensity she could muster, tongue slightly sticking out the side, she began coloring in a picture. Jiroda and Nito came strolling in shortly before dinner. Nito scowled when he saw the little girl in the center of the common room and the girls and a couple of boys sitting around working on homework like a big family. Set was coloring with Inari, but that was neither here nor there. Excuse me. What is she doing here? Nito sneered, immediately receiving death glares. I am babysitting my goddaughter, Itsuka replied. Does that bother you or something? Jiroda growled and stomped off. Inari jumped and climbed into Set's arms, pulling them around her tight. Set whispered assurances as she glared at the bow stomping off. Tetsu looked over at Nito. You better choose your next words very carefully, he said. Nito saw the looks on most of the class and realized that today, discretion would be the better part of valor. Instead, he shrugged and walked upstairs, following Jiroda. Not long after that, when Izuku came walking in, Anari freed herself and ran over, jumping into his arms and collecting her kisses. Izuku realized that most of 1B looked at him while Itsuka gathered Inari's things. I hope she wasn't too much of a bother for any of you today, he said with a slight bow. Nonsense, she was a delight, Setsuna said. Yes, if you need, Pony would be glad to babysit. She was quite well behaved, Ibara said as she walked towards the kitchen. The others replied that she was well behaved. When Izuku told Inari to say goodbye, he was surprised when she walked around to each member there and hugged them. Dinner, Itsuka, he asked. Sure, I just finished my homework, so I have some time, she said, packing her bag. Inari waved over Izuku's shoulder as they exited with her signature, bye, bye. Izuku laughed when he heard bye. Inari pulled back. Faculty meeting. That is everything that happened. Principal Nezu, after I reported to All Might, I left to rejoin my class, Izuku said, standing in the center of the room. Very good, Mr. Midoriya, Nezu said, looking up from the written report. While normally I would prefer that you not engage an intruder due to the circumstances, I feel it was the most appropriate course of action. I am thrilled you activated your distress signal before engaging the enemy. You are dismissed as I am sure you wish to return to your daughter. Excellent job today, young man. Once Izuku left the room, Nezu turned to the rest of the faculty, with Mr. Midoriya's report and Sementas's as well. It is safe to say that the person responsible for the barrier being broken and the break-in are the same individual due to the nature of his quirk as described by Mr. Midoriya. We should reschedule the USJ to next week and have it be a joint class exercise. If that is the case, Vlad-sensei said, may I suggest combining the heroics class for Friday so neither class misses out on some training. We could do some combat training. I think that is a good idea, Midnight joined in. We can do 4-on-4 with 2 members from each class. It would also allow the classes to intermingle some before rescue training next week. That sounds like an excellent idea, Nezu said, smiling broadly. Let us reschedule the USJ for Wednesday next week. Please inform your students of the changes so they are prepared. Now All Might is already investigating the break-in. No group has come to claim responsibility, but we cannot assume that they didn't at least gain some information that they were looking for. The rest of the school was clear, and nothing else looked disturbed, Snipe said. But with this report of a teleporter, we should be on the alert. I would like to push the reporters back further or into a designated area to be able to keep an eye out for any other strangers in their midst. Good idea, Snipe. I will leave that in your hands, Nezu said. Now I want all of you on alert and paying attention to any slight disturbance. Call it in immediately. Someone tried to steal our cookie jar, and I'm not too fond of that. You are all dismissed for the evening. Bar with no name. Who the hell was that student, Kirigiri? We do not know for sure, young master, Kirigiri responded. Kirigiri's entire body is made out of a dark purple mist, save for his eyes, which are glowing yellow, wearing an exquisite suit with a tie and a metal brace that goes from around his collarbone to just below his eyes. His attire looked out of place for the outside of the establishment, but the inside was well maintained. The bar area itself was immaculate, looking almost new. Well, he pissed me off. I want you to get a hold of Jurin. I want someone to find out everything about that green-haired mob. No one makes me have to reset and gets away with it. The young master spat out. Yes, sir, Kirigiri replied, reaching for an ancient-style rotary phone. Is that necessary? In any case, we could always ask our spy for a report. Do both. I want to know everything that mob is going to pay for this. I promise you that. The young master spat, throwing his drink across the bar. The silk blindfold covered her eyes. She was unable to see him, but his touch told her all she needed. Her arms were tied above her head to the notch on her headboard. Her entire body quivered in anticipation of where he would touch next. She felt the silk sheet being pulled from her body slowly, revealing her nakedness to the room. Such a thought would typically make her feel vulnerable, but his presence made her feel alive. She could feel her blood boiling in sheer anticipation of his next touch. The feather began at her ankles and lightly danced its way up her body. Her skin dimpling and quivering under its touch, she felt his warmth lie next to her on the bed. Light kisses began to dance upon her neck. Soft moans escaped her lips as she writhed against the restraints. The feverish excitement he ignited within her made her feel like she would burst into flames at any moment. Naughty girl, his warm, husky voice whispered into her ear. Do I need to tie your legs as well? No, I can be good, she moaned. I promise, but please let me feel your lips. She could feel him shift as his lips lightly grazed hers. She would move forward, hoping to capture them, but he would pull back just out of reach. She could feel his manhood hot and heavy resting against her side. The ache intensified between her legs as she longed again to feel him inside her. His mouth again found her neck more profound and lustful, his teeth light grazing the skin, causing her intense moans to grow. Trailing down, he captured her luscious breasts in his mouth, causing her back to arch off the bed. While one was in his warm mouth, the other was teased by his hand. All the while, the feather danced over her sex, driving her closer and closer to the ultimate summit of pleasure. She never expected him to have such control over his quirk. He always seemed to be able to take it up a notch in the bedroom. She was oh so thankful for it. His kisses trailed down her stomach to her pelvis. She spread her legs open for him, begging for him to kiss the very core of her womanhood. When she felt his tongue dance upon the edge, she could feel the explosion about to erupt. He would pull back and tease her. She shivered and writhed under his sensual kisses. He would expertly guide her to the edge, but did not let her take the final plunge into the sea of erotic satisfaction. Please, Izuku, she begged. Please bring me to release. I itch for your manhood like nothing before. Please, baby, I have been a good girl. Reward me with throbbing manhood. She could picture it so clearly there at the entrance to her sex. As you wish, he replied. No words were sweeter to her ears as he felt his rigid, throbbing member against her quivering womanhood. She could feel him begin to push past the entrance. The reward of the final plunge was tantalizing close. With one single thrust, he would drive her over the edge. The sound of her alarm clock jolted her awake. Momo bolted upright in bed, her most recent book of romance tumbling off her chest. No rope to bind her, no blindfold to rob her of sight, no feather dancing across her body, and no Izuku to relieve the incredible ache between her legs. The dream was still there dancing across her mind. Making sure the door was locked, she decided she needed to address this situation post-haste. As her eyes closed, her hand trailing between her thighs, the dream was right there to draw upon. Quickly, she hit play on the phone, music filling the room to drown out her calling his name as she found orgasm. Again, and again. Momo, fresh from a shower, descended the stairs toward the kitchen. She was, of course, running late due to unexpected circumstances. Yesterday during the alert, when she was pressed against him and had opened her top to make the bullhorn for him, that feeling hadn't left her all day. She had tried to push it away, just like her thoughts of how at least she was wearing a nice bra. The dream was not just last night but others that she had. The feeling of him against her yesterday or when they hugged. His presence made things seem better, lighter, and warmer. She wanted to spend time with him, to be around for Anari, sing her to sleep, and chase away any bad dreams that little girl may have. Be there when she woke up and set her off on the day with love and a full belly. She wanted all this and to wake in the arms of Izuku. She knew she had had a crush on him since the incident, but her therapist had warned her that it could just be caused because he had saved her from a dangerous situation and did not immediately act upon it. She did her research and found it to be a genuine phenomenon. Not wanting to put them through, she decided to get to know him better, and as she met Anari more, she knew that she needed to be sure before doing anything. Izuku was a father, which meant Anari was part of the package, and Momo didn't want to come into their lives only to leave because she realized she couldn't handle it or that her feelings were false. So, she approached it from the avenue of friendship, and it just continued to blossom and grow. The best part of her day was Izuku and Anari. There was no doubt about that. Now she knew it. Yesterday had confirmed it. She was in love with him. She wanted to be with him and be a mother figure to Anari. Due to her tardiness, she knew he would not be downstairs at this time, which was good as the dream, and her recent actions still danced in her mind, even now, causing her a slight blush. In the kitchen, she saw the rest of the girls from her class sitting around the bar top eating breakfast. She could tell immediately that it was Izuku's doing, and she could feel the pout coming that she had missed it. Kyoko could see the heiress pouting slightly, causing the rocker girl to smile. Morning, Momo, don't worry about breakfast. Your boyfriend left a plate in the microwave for you and this little knot here, she said, waving a folded piece of paper. Should I just toss it aside, or do you want it? Momo sputtered, turning even more red as she finally responded. He is not my boyfriend, and I would like to read that note, please, she said, walking to take the note. It may have something to do with Anari. The other girls started giggling as Momo took the note from the smirking Kyoka and quickly opened it to read it. Momo, sorry I missed you at breakfast this morning. I made food for everyone, but I made a special plate for you. It is in the microwave. I hope you are feeling okay. If not, let me know, and I will check on you at lunch. I wanted to ask if you were free this Sunday. I wanted to take Anari to the park and out for the day. We missed you at breakfast. Please message me so I know you are all right. Anari and Izuku. P.S. Cream is in the fridge yellow bowl. Momo blushed, thinking about spending the day out with them before she opened the microwave and saw that while the others had pancakes, 2 blueberry Belgium waffles were sitting in there, with eggs, bacon, sausage, and hash browns. She even spied fresh blueberry compote. She couldn't help but giggle as she set it to reheat and went to the fridge pulling out her fresh whipped cream for the waffles. What was that about him not being your boyfriend? Mina asked, taking a bite of her pancake. I don't know what you are talking about, Momo said, trying to suppress her blush but not doing a very good job. Do you like him? Ochako asked nervously as she had a date with him Sari. She didn't want to cause trouble if he was already involved. Yes, as a friend, I like him very much. You all see how he is a good person. What is there not to like? Momo said, sticking to her cover story. Well, then that means he is fair game, right? Mina said. Why yes, he is, Momo said, getting up to get her food. He is his own person and makes his own decisions. She didn't see Ochako's smile, but the others did. That's good because he is rather cute, Kiro, Sue said, placing her plate in the sink. Sue, Kyoka called out. What you said so to the other night, Sue replied, throwing her friend under the bus. Well, Kyoka, Toru asked. Okay, who here doesn't think he is at least cute? She said. When there was silence, she just smiled. Of all the boys, he is the cutest and hasn't stuck his foot in it like many others. You got that right, Toru said. Minta, Denki, and Siro are so out right now. That Hugo would be hot if he weren't such a prick, Mina said. When the other girls looked at her, she shrugged. He has that whole bad boy vibe, but he is such in a hole that I would rather date my sock. Shoto is cute but so standoffish, Toru added. Tenya, to Stiff, they all responded at once, causing laughter to break out. Midoriya wins by default, Mina said. Fumikage is handsome, Sue said. I like his vibe. They all just turned around and looked at Sue. What? She said with a shrug. I say what's on my mind, causing more laughter. Momo focused on eating her food as her mind drifted to what the others had said. She didn't want Izuku to be free, she wanted him to be hers. But something was nagging at her, and it was named Itsuka Kendo. Itsuka Kendo. Perfect morning, absolutely perfect. She was greeted with a good morning photo of Anari, a bare-chested Izuku, and an invitation to breakfast. It was just the 3 of them, peaceful and just great. She even had the field of flowers dream again, but this time it was uninterrupted and perfect. Now here she was, walking towards the daycare, holding Inari's hand and swinging her over any cracks that happened to be in the princess's way. and the world kept smiling down on her. He had just invited her to spend the day out with him and Anari, though he did mention Momo. She could live with that. Nothing would put a damper on this morning. After the drop-off and perfect goodbye kisses, they walked beside each other with friendly banter and some shoulder bumps. He took her on a roundabout way toward their classes, leading her to a coffee cart that she didn't know existed. She saw some of the upper-level students in the area. He remembered her order, didn't let her pay, and even purchased a pastry for them to share along the way. As they walked under the shade of the trees, the only thing that could have made it perfect was for him to pull her behind the tree and capture her lips with his. Her mind clamped onto that fantasy and started to run with it like a fat kid running with a cookie. When they entered the campus building, she dreaded knowing that they would have to split apart to go to their separate classes. But when he walked her to the door of his before saying his goodbye, she swore that there was no way he couldn't hear her heart thumping against her chest. She entered class in her little world. Sitting at her desk with her coffee, she absently plopped the last of the pastry in her mouth in bliss. The sound of someone snapping their fingers by her head finally brought her back to her Izuku-less classroom. Set was grinning at her. SSSOOO, we missed you at breakfast this morning, she said in an overly dramatic tone. Now here you are, all lost in a daydream, drinking fancy coffee and eating a pastry. Now either someone slipped out after hours for a naughty rendezvous or woke up early for a little bit of morning delight. Her eyebrows wiggled suggestively. Itsuka first blushed at the innuendo, then had to keep her mind from running off again with either of those fantasies. She quickly snatched back the cookie to keep the fat kid focused. Or I met up with my best friend and goddaughter for breakfast, walked her to school, and was shown this wonderful little coffee cart on campus. I assure you, Set, there was naughty rendezvous or morning delight. Unless a wonderful breakfast and charging up my Anari gauge counts, then yes, I will buy your excuse for now, madam, Set said, sitting back with a grin. But I assure you, Detective Setsuna the Great is on the case. Itsuka just laughed and sipped her heavenly coffee. She mentally noted that she was thankful Ibara was not a mind reader at that thought. Today was almost perfect. Vlad-sensei walked into the class, and they immediately quieted down. Perfect class. First, some announcements due to the break-in yesterday. There has been a shift in the schedule. Friday's heroic class will now be a joint training session with one as their rescue training has been rescheduled. Both classes will have their rescue training together on Wednesday. So please prepare for a long day, as we will have much to go over. What kind of training will we have on Friday? Nito asked. It will be 4-on-4 with 2 members from each class. So I want you to do your best and ensure you work together. I want to show one of what teamwork looks like. Yes, SENSEI. They shouted back. Itsuka was giddy at the thought of spending heroics class with Izuku. She would finally be able to see him in his costume, and he would see hers. She wondered what his reaction would be. She hoped he would at least look at her legs and always compliment them. Friday couldn't come fast enough. Sadly, her next sip of coffee would be the last as the cup was empty. She was focused enough to make it through class but couldn't keep the smile off her face. Even Naito going on about how they should all work together to dominate one and show them who the superior class was didn't bring her down. Momo. She quickly thanked Izuku for breakfast and assured him she was fine, she had overslept. She nibbled on her thumb, smiling when he told her that Anari missed her at breakfast. She surprised herself when she sent, was she the only one? A simple no, she wasn't the only one. It made her feel like she would float away. Good text, Kyoka asked. Momo nodded before she could stop herself. Quickly, she composed herself. It was just something cute. Anari was looking for me at breakfast. She slipped her phone into her pocket. That's sweet, Kyoka said. Soon, the girls were absorbed in conversation about school and adjusting to the new environment. Momo would be lying if this wasn't something she had dreamed about, being just one of the girls, not being treated differently than anyone else. Upon entering the class, she spied him immediately. She walked over. Thank you for breakfast, Izuku, she said. It was excellent. She smiled at him and made her way to her desk. Minda glared at him. Izuku responded with a raised eyebrow before the purple-haired boy turned around to face the front of the class. Midnight entered in perfect step with the bell. The morning announcements of the change to their heroic schedule due to the break-in and the team exercise for Friday dominated the information. Midnight encouraged her class to work together and said that the goal of Friday's class was to show how well they could integrate as a team. Midnight explained how, much like their 2v2 battles, they would never know whom they would have to team up with in the field and that learning to integrate quickly was crucial to victory. Lunch found Itsuka, Momo, and Izuku falling into their all-familiar dance of securing food and making their way toward their lunch table. Momo watched as this all played out in front of her. She focused more on Itsuka as she tried to figure out the dilemma in the back of her mind. Does Itsuka Kendo have feelings for Izuku beyond friendship? If so, how does Izuku feel? Something slowly dawned on Momo. Itsuka was Momo's best friend, and she looked forward to talking with the girl most days. They had bonded over the time they knew each other before school. And if anyone was currently holding that spot, it was Itsuka. Itsuka knew everything that had happened, all about Momo's childhood. The two girls spent much time together, and they both cared deeply for Anari, and now the question was how they felt about Izuku. Feelings were complicated. Scenarios played in her head. Momo confessing to Izuku and he rebuking her, embracing her, Itsuka rebuking her, embracing Izuku. She chased the thoughts from her head. For now, maybe the first step was to converse with Itsuka. Itsuka Kendo. A perfect morning translated into a good day and evolved into a beautiful night. Itsuka found herself sitting on the bench behind the wanted dorms as the squeals of laughter warmed her heart. Anari was having a grand time on her playset, running around with Fumikage, Ijiro, and Mina. She had just enjoyed a wonderful little dinner with Izuku and Anari. She knew the setting sun would reluctantly call her back to her dorm, but she would bask in this simple but special day for a little longer. She leaned over and rested her head on his shoulder. She is having so much fun. Yay, she is, Izuku said, apparent happiness in his voice. I am so surprised how everyone has taken to her. Even those that don't want much to do with her are still nice to her, and all the girls love her. She is the perfect ambassador. You heard how she made friends with, like, my entire class the other night, Itsuka said. Just let her speak for me, then. I don't know if I could afford all the apple juice she would make me buy, he said, chuckling. Reluctantly, she lifted her head off his shoulder. Anjiro. Nothing, Izuku replied. He has been quiet and distant ever since the battle trials. I did go off on him. He deserved it, that he did. But we will see what happens from here on out. Be ready for heroic class tomorrow, she asked. I don't know if I want us to be on the same or opposite team. I don't either, he laughed. You know what? We need to get together and spar. I miss those days. Maybe we can work something out, she said. The thought of alone time sounded pleasing. Mina, the baths are ready, Toru yelled from a window. Bring Anari with you. Izuku, Momo told me to tell you we are kidnapping your daughter for a bit. Okay, he yelled back. Itsuka laughed. You are not going to argue about it? Are you nuts? He said. The six of them would murder me. Mina brought Anari over to give Itsuka hugs and kisses before Mina disappeared into the dorms with her. Itsuka hugged Izuku before she left to go to her dorms. Ajiro walked over to Izuku. Hey man, us guys were going to have Ultimate Hero Brawl Smackdown 8 tournament. Hang out, eat some chips, drink some soda. You want to join us? Yay, that sounds like a lot of fun, Izuku responded. Fumi, I look forward to establishing my dominance over you fools, he said, smirking. Izuku, having never experienced a group of guys playing video games before, the level of sit-talking that was reached had him double over laughing. Even better was that Bakugo had gotten roped into playing as well. When Izuku trounced him in the first round, he immediately blamed the controller, stomped off to his room, and returned the UHBS-8 fighting stick, which prompted other boys to dash off for theirs. Anjiro stood on the edges of the group for a little bit before he retreated upstairs. The surprise winner Tenya Ida went undefeated with a massive grin on his face with every victory. It was a great night. He didn't even mind the mess afterward. Inari Midoriya was having the time of her life in the large girl's bath. She had managed to patiently sit through Momo washing her hair and body and rinsing her off before, with a nod from Momo, she found herself in the bath. All the girls played with her and gave her all the attention she wanted. Then the bath ended, and they all sat in Momo's room with coloring books. They put ribbons in her hair, watched cartoons, and tickled her. She didn't want the night to end, even when her dad showed up. Eventually, she had to say goodnight, but she got kisses from all of them before doing so. She even tried to get Daddy to give them kisses goodnight, but for some reason, Daddy and the girls' faces got red, and Daddy just told them all goodnight and took her downstairs to their room. Her daddy was funny like that. Izuku, having gotten Anari to bed and completed his evening rounds of the dorm, he stood at the sink dressed in just a pair of basketball shorts, drinking a glass of water when there was a knock at the door. Without thinking, he walked over and opened it. Standing there was Anjiro. Can I help you? There is a clog in my bathroom, he said quietly, looking down. I would take care of it myself, but the tools are locked up. I saw your light still on. Izuku grabbed his keys and walked to the maintenance room. He quickly grabbed his toolbox. Lead the way, he said. The two walked in silence up the stairs to Anjiro's room. Izuku went straight to the bathroom, and sure enough, the sink was clogged. He opened the cabinet and went to work. The silence was deafening. Anjiro, I don't want to have a problem with you the entire 3 years we are here. I would like to find a way to work past this and at least be cordial to each other, Izuku said from beneath the sink. I crossed a line, big time. I shouldn't have said anything about your daughter, he replied. You are right about that, Izuku said. I don't care if you have a problem with me, though I don't understand why. I don't care if you have a problem with Itsuka. She is a big girl and can take care of herself, but my daughter is off limits. Yeah, man, I get that. I F'd up big time, he said quietly. Look, Anjiro, for some F'd up reason, you seem to have this notion that I sabotaged your relationship with Itsuka. I didn't even know about your relationship with her until after Anari's mom died. She came home. I told her that what she did was effed up. I want to figure out a way past this. We are training to be heroes, and I need to know I can trust you to have my back. We don't have to be friends or anything, but we do have to be able to trust each other. When she left me, it seemed like she was running to you, and since I already was blaming you, it was easy just to be a D. Izuku supplied. When I reached out to her, I wanted her to come back for the funeral, meet Anari, and maybe provide me some emotional support. You don't understand, he said, his voice cracking. All I ever heard was Izuku this or Izuku that. If we were together, she would break off whatever we did to talk to you. Was it the same when Suijin called? He said, if she had told me she was on a date, I would have teased her and told her to call me after she was done playing tonsil hockey. Ajiro didn't respond as Izuku got to his feet and tested the sink to ensure it was clear. She didn't love me, he said. That's true, Izuku said. I don't know what that is like, but I know what it is like to have the person you love most in this world taken from you. Ajiro, you have friends and family. When Suijin died, I had no one I could reach out to other than Itsuka. I would have done the same even if I knew about you because Itsuka is my best friend, and she was Suijin's best friend. How can I know that? He protested. Izuku sighed and took a deep breath. I am only going to say this once. I didn't know you existed before she told me, and honestly, I would not have cared in the effing slightest. As long as you made her happy, she deserves happiness would be my only concern. I could have walked in on the two of you having sex, and all I would have said would lock the damn door next time. We don't have to be friends. We have to work together. If you come at me or my daughter again, I will beat your ass. If the battle trial wasn't enough and you want to fight, I have a faculty pass. We can go to the sparring ground and settle this right now. It is your decision. Ajiro stared at him, his hands clenched. I loved her, man, and she didn't love me back. His eyes never left Izuku. I don't want to be your friend. I don't like you. But we can be colleagues. I apologize for saying that about your daughter. Whether I like it or not, we are stuck together for the next 3 years, and we must learn to work together. Izuku walked out of the room and headed downstairs when he saw a light in the kitchen and went to check it out. He saw a wild Mina shaking her butt as she was digging around in the fridge. I don't think you're ready for this, Jelly. I don't think you are ready for this. Cause my body too bootylicious for you, babe. Now bear in mind that as she was doing this, she was in short sleeve shorts. As she stood up from the fridge, her tank top was sheer, and there was no bra. Mina hadn't noticed him yet as she focused on a piece of chocolate cake. Izuku felt his body respond, seeing this display in front of him. It was effing sexy as hell. I don't know what that song is, but I love it. Holy hell, I should probably dip. Oh, if she spotted me, he thought. Mina looked up as she retrieved a fork and saw Izuku standing there with an eep. She jumped back, her hand over her heart. Everything jiggled in all the right places. Izuku noticed. What the F do I do? So I was curious. What did you get for that word problem on the math homework tonight? He said, trying to be casual and thanking God that the counter hit his waist. I am a effing moron. I don't remember, she said, confused. But I do have to wonder if you are dressed like that just for little ol' me. She purred as she let her eyes dance over his bare chest, admiring the muscle. Then, Izuku realized he was standing there with no shirt and a pair of basketball shorts. He blushed, trying desperately to come up with a response. I just had to go unclog a drain, and my shirt got wet, so I took it off, but I can say the same thing about you, he said, leaning forward, hoping to God that he didn't sound as dumb as he thought he did. It was then that Mina realized what she was wearing, and that her breasts were practically showing due to the sheerness of her shirt. Her cheeks went purple before she picked up her cake and left the kitchen. Night, she called over her shoulder as she disappeared up the stairs. Once he was sure he was alone, he leaned his head against the counter, sweet Lord and baby Jesus. His heart was pounding almost out of his chest. He quickly put the toolbox away and went to his room. He couldn't get the image out of his head as he drifted off to sleep, though it wasn't Mina dancing in front of the fridge. Instead, it was a black-haired heiress, and it would not leave his mind so quickly. Shota Aizawa's life had not been going well. It was darn well falling apart ever since the first day of term. His whole class mutinied against him and decided to walk out, which was okay with him. He had also expelled the previous year's one on the first day. It was slightly bothersome because some of the students had some potential. He may have only expelled 7 of them on the first day. Then that damn rat fired him, handing the class to midnight. He knew she wouldn't get rid of everyone till probably the second year. She would waste time on those with no talent and not dedicated, taking time from those that could make it. Those that survived their time with him had the highest survival rate of their first 2 years of being pro-heroes. He was saving these kids' lives, wasn't he? He found himself on patrol for 2 nights after being fired. Yes, he could admit that he may have been a little rougher bringing some people in, but he was not a robot. He had emotions. Well, sympathy and compassion were not his strongest. Wrath, on the other hand, he knew that one rather well till that night. He had encountered a small-time drug dealer, nothing too major, but he let the buyer leave and decided to follow the dealers to see if they could lead him to something bigger. And they did, just not in the way Aizawa could have hoped. Once he found their little hub and manufacturing center, it was simple to bust in and arrest. Easy, job well done. The dealers put up a fight but were relatively quickly dealt with. One had managed to escape the initial scuffle. He had chased him down farther into the facility and found him trying to get an addict off the couch to escape. When he burst in and captured the male, the female's voice caught his attention. "Hey, Mr. Aizawa, is that you?" Her voice sliced through the air like a knife, slurred and sing-song, the result of her noticeable high. The boy struggling in his capture scarf immediately stopped struggling. "Mr. Aizawa, who are you two?" Shota was not used to hearing his name tossed around by villains and drug addicts. Erase her head. "Sure, but Mr. Aizawa, that would be a big bad no." The girl stumbled forward. "Mr. Aizawa, it's me, Katie. Don't you remember me?" The girl was a mess, in short, gray gym shorts and a red tattered tank top. Aizawa looked at the girl with dawning recognition before looking at the not struggling boy as recognition settled in again. They were Katie and Kado's twin brother and sister from last year's class. The girl could command water but had little actual control, and the boy could manipulate air but was very weak. While pursuing the young man, Aizawa noticed that he had used his air blast to blast open doors, knock stack boxes over, and perform other feats. Aizawa clapped the quirk-suppressing cuffs on the boy and turned his attention to Katie, who was in a drug-induced haze. The police took Kado to the station for processing as Aizawa sat with Katie, who was receiving medical attention. "Katie, what happened?" he asked. The girl had just flopped over, and her eyes locked on his. "You did? What do you mean?" he said, confused. "We worked hard to get into UA, and then you kicked us out the first day. We could barely get any other hero school to look at us." She giggled and smacked her lips. "Can I get some water?" Aizawa looked at the EMT, who nodded. Aizawa handed the girl a bottle of water he had to help her take a drink. "None of them wanted to touch us. We got kicked out on day one. Our quirks weren't powerful, so there wasn't a lot for us. You remember Amber?" Aizawa nodded that she was another girl from the expelled class. "She was down, and she is the one who gave me Fantasia for the first time. It is so great, I don't care anymore." She waved her hand in front of her face like there was more to see than the simple act. "Kado takes care of me. He is such a good brother." She smiled broadly and laughed at something that wasn't there. "Where is Amber?" Aizawa asked, wondering if she was still in the facility. "She's dead." She giggled again. "Her parents kicked her out. She started hooking, and one of her Johns killed her. Poor Amber. I miss her sometimes." Katie was smiling and laughing as they loaded her into the ambulance. Aizawa could hear the laughter as the doors closed and they drove away. Aizawa went to the police station and walked into Kado's interrogation chamber. "Mr. Aizawa," his voice dripped with venom. "Well, I guess you were right, Katie, and I had no potential." Aizawa looked at the boy. "I said you had no potential for heroics. Why didn't you pursue something else?" "We wanted to be heroes. You sack of shit. We trained to be heroes. We dreamed of being heroes. We studied to be heroes. What is your drugged-induced mind thinks that translates to something else? Do you know what our parents did to us when we came home at 10 a.m. and had to tell them that we had been expelled? Do you know that tuition is not fully refundable? They only give you back 50%. Katie was devastated. Then she got hooked on Fantasia, and Amber's parents kicked her out. You know that one of the other guys you arrested tonight was in your class 2 years before me. You expelled him on day 2. You two could have applied." He started to say. "To where? What other hero school wants 2 twins who got expelled from UA on the first day? Hey Mom and Dad, I know you just shelled out a fortune for me and my sister to go to UA. We got kicked out. Can you do that again so we can attend this other hero school? Oh, by the way, it is far away, and you must pay for us to have a dorm, and we are not allowed to work to subsidize this at all," he yelled, his voice ripe with anger. "You know that out of the 20 of us, only 4 got into another hero course, 3 got into general education, and 5 are dead. Ken killed himself that night, you son of a bitch." Aizawa stared at the young man. "Now I am going to jail. Katie will be released from the hospital in 72 hours and be on the street. I hope she doesn't end up like Amber, but she was already that way before I started supplying her. I made my choices, and I get that. This is my fault. I want you to look at me, and I promise you will see me again when I get out. Remember to send flowers to Katie's funeral for me. I got nothing else to say to you. Get the F out of here. Kado, get out, get the F out." Aizawa stepped out, and he could hear Kado screaming until the door closed. He started walking down the hall, pulling out his phone. A sleepy famous radio host answered on the other end. "Shota, is everything okay? It's 2 a.m. Hizashi, I need a favor." His voice was desperate. "Sure, Shota, sure, what do you need?" Hizashi knew something was going on. "I need you to get me the name of every student I have expelled." "Why do you need that?" "Please, Hiza." Present Mike knew something was wrong. Shota hardly said please and only called him Hiza when drunk. "Okay, Shota, do you need it now?" As soon as possible, he replied and hung up the phone. He raced to the hospital. Going to check on Katie, he found her still drugged out in a room with other people in a similar state. When she saw him, she started laughing. He walked over to her. "Katie, I want to get you to help. Will you let me help you?" He asked, a hint of pleading in his voice. A look of sobriety washed over Katie momentarily before she spat on him. "Get out, you ruined our lives, and now you want to play hero. I didn't need you to be a hero. I needed you to be a teacher. Get out, get the hell out." Soon everyone in the room started shouting the same thing. Aizawa was stunned into silence. A nurse pulled him out of the room. Aizawa returned to the agency to fill out the paperwork in a daze. He didn't even acknowledge Ms. Joke when she passed him in the hall. When he got home, he found a box on the coffee table inside his home. Only Hazashi and Nimari had a key to his place. He walked over, retrieved his laptop from his bedroom, sat with the box he opened, pulled the first file, and ran it into the system. 3 days later, Nimari and Hazashi found Aizawa sitting in a darkened room. Papers were thrown everywhere. He was drunk, and empty bottles of whiskey were everywhere. He looked at his friends with a haunted look. "I killed them. I killed so many of them. I thought I was saving them, but instead, I killed them." Hazashi said nothing but walked over and lifted his friend by the arm. "Shit, Shota, you need a bath, come on." He dragged his friend down the hall. Nimari turned on the lights and opened a window to air out the place some. She started picking up the papers before she picked up a legal tablet that was crumpled and tear-stained. She started reading down the list of names. Next to the names was a year. And next to that were words like incarcerated, dead, suicide, drugs, alcoholic, and vigilante. Only a few said married and happy. And even a fewer numbers said hero. Friday morning may not have been perfect, but it sure as heck was slightly awkward. Izuku was having difficulty looking at Momo without his mind running rampant with the thoughts that had plagued him the night before. Momo was suffering the same. That darn dream wouldn't fade. Little did they know that tonight would not only make today's awkwardness seem like normalcy, but nothing would ever be the same again after tonight. But that was tonight. This is the morning. Anari was strangely muted this morning, as if the little girl was contemplating the mysteries of the universe and had decided that it was more than her little mind could comprehend, or that she was solving the problem of everything and couldn't be bothered with much else. She was checked for fever or illness by all involved. Surprisingly, the winner of her affection was Toru. Anari hugged her and didn't want to let go, so much so that Izuku had to ask Toru if she would be willing to walk with him to drop her off at daycare. Itsuka hid her pout of not going by the coffee cart well, but Momo noticed. Of course, she noticed she had been thinking about Itsuka quite a bit over the past day. "Itsuka, would you like to head out with me? I heard of this coffee cart I would like to visit," Momo said. Itsuka perked up and nodded, grabbing her bag and following the heiress out the door. How did Momo know of the coffee cart? Izuku had walked into class with a cup, prompting a conversation. He mentioned taking Itsuka there as a thank you for walking with Anari. The duo walked out. Momo kept the conversation light until they were well away from the dorms. Momo had never had a conversation close to this and was hesitant to begin. "Itsuka." Itsuka could hear the trepidation in Momo's voice. "What's up?" "Momo, I know this may sound a bit odd, and you don't have to respond in kind, but I don't know exactly how to say this. Oh my god, is she about to confess? I'm flattered. She is gorgeous, sweet, smart. Wait, what? I wanted to say that I think of you as my best friend." Itsuka was relieved, confused but relieved. "I know you may not feel the same, but I have known you for as long as Izuku, and that is the longest I have known anybody outside of house staff. But I don't think that counts." Itsuka thought about it, and she was close to Momo, more so than anyone else, especially after. It pained her for a moment, but she realized she wasn't trying to replace Suijin with anyone. Momo, after all, was very different. "I agree with you, Momo, you are also my best friend." That made Momo's heart flutter for some reason, giving the heiress pause. "I was wondering, since Izuku has plans on set, if you wanted to hang out, maybe we could go get our hair done and maybe a manicure." Itsuka looked at Momo, and the heiress looked cute, fidgeting with her hands and rocking her shoulders. To any on the outside, it would look like some confession. "I would love to," Itsuka said, and Momo lit up like she had won a fantastic prize. "I will make all the arrangements, and we can talk more after school today," Momo said. The heiress was beaming as they ordered their coffee and headed to class. Izuku and Toru. "Thank you again, Toru," Izuku said as they walked to the daycare. "I don't know what's gotten into her this morning." "It's okay, Izuku," Toru replied. He could detect happiness in her voice. "Inari is adorable, and snuggling this little thing is a good way to start my morning." "You okay, little one?" Inari nodded slightly, as she just had her head on Toru's shoulder as they walked. As they got closer to the daycare, they heard a girl squeal. They both turned and saw a girl with straight black hair and black eyes but a blue sclere. It made them look like they were floating in an ocean. Her alabaster white skin added to the girl's beauty. "I am so sorry, but is that your little sister?" the girl said, pointing to Anari. Toru noticed that the girl had approached on the side closest to Anari. but Anari immediately switched to the opposite shoulder and turned her head away. Anari clung tighter to Tora. The invisible girl immediately started rubbing Inari's back and whispering. Izuku stepped forward. No, she is my daughter, and this is my friend Toru. She is helping me take her to daycare. She is so sweet, the girl said, dripping with sweetness. Wait, your daughter. Are you the mother? Toru said no and moved to position Izuku between herself and the new girl. She noticed that Anari relaxed slightly. Her mother passed away close to a year ago. I'm sorry you are. Oh, how silly of me, she said lightly, tapping her head. I just saw her, and she is so darn adorable that I acted without thinking. Ren Ishida, first-year business course. She bowed. Are you in the hero course? Yes, we both are, he said. I would love to sit with you and talk about the whole dad hero thing, Ren said, smiling. We have to put together a marketing campaign for a new hero, and I think the challenge of presenting you would be interesting. Izuku noticed her eyes wandered over him all very briefly. Here is my contact info, she said as she pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to him. Call me if you are interested. Toodles, she called as she spun her fingers, waving in the air as she skipped the lane. She was very odd, Izuku muttered, putting the paper in his pocket. I don't think Anari liked her very much, Toru said as Izuku turned towards them. She seemed upset or something. We should get her to daycare. Once they arrived, Anari immediately looked around and seemed to brighten up some, slowly leaning over till she found what she thought was Toru's cheek and kissed it. Toru giggled, telling her good job. Anari kissed her dad before transferring to Mrs. Himero. The little girl seemed to relax. Izuku told the teacher that Anari was acting odd this morning to let him know if anything popped up. Anari didn't even give her traditional bye, only waving her little hand at the two before disappearing with the teacher into the back. Maybe I should schedule an appointment with recovery girl. Nothing seems wrong, but that might not be a bad idea, just in case, Toru said. Joint training. The morning passed quickly, and lunch was an excitable affair as the joint heroics class was just afterward. Itsuka changed and stepped out onto the training grounds, looking for Izuku. She spotted him talking with Momo and Ochako. She froze momentarily, looking at the two girls in their costumes. Ochako had a much better figure than Itsuka realized. And Momo, holy hell, Momo was stunning. Itsuka shook her head, confused about why she even thought that, and started walking over. Any dour mood or intrusive thoughts vanished when Izuku turned around and saw him look her over. It gave her goosebumps, and that plush smile banished everything else away. Itsuka, it looks amazing, he gushed, walking over to her. You look so cool. And not to mention pretty. She blushed at the compliment but returned his smile. You look great, too. I like the darker green. Before he could respond, Momo and Ochako came over to compliment her, and soon the rest of their group was arriving. The girls noticed that Mina just smiled and blushed before moving away as Izuku waved and looked away himself. Before anyone could comment, their homeroom teachers emerged. One to the right, one to the left. Line it up. Vlad yelled out. Yes, SEI. The students responded. Step forward, introduce yourself, he yelled. Yuga stepped forward for one a fist, for 1B. The first to stand was a boy, 5'8", with black hair and gray eyes. Hello, my name is Yosuawase, and my quirk is called Weld. I can fuse things at an atomic level. Next was another boy about the same height with dark brown hair and black eyes. Senkaibara, Gyrate is my quirk. I can make any part of my body rotate at high speeds. Mina stepped up, followed by Tsu. A tall boy, 6'12", has green skin, green hair, and eyes. Togaru Kamakiri, razor sharp, I make blades. Tenya bowed and made his introduction. The Bakugo stepped up, simply saying his name and quirk. A young man with all black skin and white hair stepped forward, a little taller than the first two. Shihai Kiwaro, I call my quirk black. I can merge with anything dark. Itsuka stepped forward and introduced herself. Most already had an idea of who was already. She noticed that Bakugo gave her a bit of a side eye due to their history and more so from her association with Izuku, but the explosive blonde said nothing. Yui Kodai surprisingly stepped forward first. She was average height, 5'3", with black hair and cerulean eyes. In an emotionless voice, she pulled an item from her belt, and to 1A's surprise, it suddenly grew into a 55-gallon metal drum. Then she pressed her fingertips together, and it shook back down. Yui Kodai, quirk size. How cool, she deactivated her quirk like me, Ochako said with a smile. Yui just nodded in response once. Oh, sorry, Ochako said, blushing as she introduced herself. Next, the girl could almost be mistaken for Ochako's sister due to her hair color and height. Hello, my name is Kanoko Komori, shroom, and my quirk is mushrooms. I can make them, and I like them shroom. Okay, bye. The shy girl went and stood behind next to Itsuka. Ajiro followed Kanoko in introducing himself. He tried to get Kanoko to acknowledge him, at least to no avail. Ibara Shinazaki stepped up, tossing her vine-like hair over her shoulder, her dark green eyes looking over the students from 1A. She was tall, 5'6". Hello, I am Ibara Shizaki, And the Lord has seen fit to grant me the gift of vines. I can lengthen and manipulate the vines on my head to the good work God has called me to do. She clasped her hand in front of her and bowed her head. May the Lord's blessing fall upon us this day. May we absorb all the wisdom that our senseis will impart upon us, and may our hearts and minds remain pure. Amen. Cool. Yo, what's up 1B? Denki said as he introduced himself. Next, the boy covered in brown fur hair stepped forward. Greeting 1A, I am Jiroda Shishida, and I call my quirk beast. When I activate it, I increase all my physical attributes. I look forward to us working together during this training exercise. Izuku noticed the boy staring at him. Izuku was slightly confused and even looked behind himself to see if someone was behind him. Momo giggled a little at the look on Izuku's face before she introduced herself 1B. I, Nido Monoma, a 5'7" blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy said as he walked forward with a smug smile. My quirk is quite versatile and will be the envy of all. I call it copy. It allows me to copy your quirks and show you how to use them properly, except for you, Ms. Yairazu. I am sure there is nothing I could teach you. He finished with a bow as his eyes danced over Momo and Achako's figures. The girls gave an internal shudder. The boys wanted to punch him in his smug face. Ijiro rolled his eyes before giving a brief hello and explanation of his quirk. A heavy-set boy with light blue hair and black eyes stepped forward. Hello. Nyaranjiki Shota, my quirk is Twin Impact. I can strike a target and trigger a stronger secondary impact at the point of contact. Rikido Sato. The pretty blonde American girl with large blue eyes and a pleasant smile stepped up. Me, Pony, sorry, my Japanese is not good. Quirk horns, they fly I can control. Mizo stepped up. He bowed as he introduced himself and his quirk before stepping back in line. A boy with spiky brown hair and black eyes stepped forward with a smile. Sup, all my quirk is solid air, pretty self-explanatory. I hope we have a great training experience today. Oh, Kosai Tsuburaba, he said, pointing to himself. Nice, I'm Hantasiro. Tetsu. A guy with silver hair, crazy blonde eyebrows, and black eyes stepped up. Hey 1A, yes, that is my name. It's so great that you say it 4 times. You can call me Tetsu, my quirk is steel. I can turn my skin to steel. Kyoka stepped up and laughed. So metal, am I right? Cricket's tough room. That's what I get, I guess. Satsuna Takage, a pretty girl with dark green hair, eyes, and sharp teeth, stepped up and smiled. What's up all? Call me Set. My quirk is Lizard Tail Splitter. I can split my body into pieces and control them with my mind. Shoto did a bare minimum intro before stepping back in line. The final grouping of students traded their intro with Class 1A's Fumikage, Tor, Koji, Minta, and finally Izuku doing their introductions. Manga stepped up and, with his bubbles showing a waving hand and smiley face, demonstrated his quirk by making the bubble for a pop. They all heard it. The blonde with gaunt features and ash blonde hair introduced himself as Juzo Honuki and explained his quirk of softening. A tall lad with what looked like a glue dispenser for a head stepped forward. With what could be called a voice so deep that Barry White would have been impressed, introduced himself as Kajiro Bondo and explained his quirk Semity. The last girl from Wana stepped forward and introduced herself as Ryuko Yanagi and said that her quirk was a poltergeist. Huryu Rin gave the final introduction with his quirk of scales. Outstanding students. Now we are going to break into groups for our 4v4 fights. When you are called, go to the number arena circle and wait for further instructions, Midnight said. Team D versus Team H. Team D, Izuku, Minta, Ibara, Itsuka. Team H, Nido, Jiroda, Bakugo, Fumikage. Team D, ugh, why does it have to be an all-boys team? At least we got some eye candy on our side. Minta lisped out, looking over at Ibara and Itsuka. Izuku sighed. Excuse him, please. My name is Izuku, he said, attempting to introduce himself to Ibara. Yes, you are the father of Anari, she responded. Before this battle, will you answer me a question? If I can, he said. Her mother, Suijin, Itsuka, said you plan to marry. Is that true? She said, her voice measured. Yes, our plan was once I graduated UA. To get married, she wanted to work with children. He said, while the actions that have brought Anari into the world are against my beliefs, I feel that all that has transpired is the will of God. Itsuka and your daughter speak highly of you and your deeds as her father. I may have judged you without knowing everything. And for that, I apologize, but I will be watching you to ensure that the path you walk is righteous, if for nothing else, for the sake of Anari. She bowed and stepped back. Izuku was confused. Itsuka told him she would explain later. Now we need to devise some plan. She said, doesn't matter anyway. Not like we could win, Minta said. Izuku rubbed his eyes. Minta, why do you want to be a hero? Why the girls, of course, he said, winking at Ibara and Itsuka. That's it, just the girls. Yup, he replied, popping the pea. Minta looked around at the other groups, checking out the girls in 1A and 1B. Izuku and Itsuka began to formulate a plan. Ibara pointed out a few things, and Minta added, yeah, sure. At the sound of the gong, ice immediately erupted from Nito, freezing Ibara before she could react. Bakugo and Jiroda immediately dashed at Izuku, and Dark Shadow raced at Itsuka. Mind had just stepped back out of the ring. "I am going to rip you limb from limb," growled Jiroda, his quirk activating. Bakugo came flying over the top. "I got you to no DKU. I don't know what your problem is, Jiroda, and come get it, Bakugo." He fired back as lightning erupted around his body. A green glow quickly formed around Bakugo's gauntlets and yanked him down, forcing him to collide with Jiroda. "Itsuka, can you get big and hairy off of me?" he yelled. "Sure, you take the shadow," she replied as she connected with the quirk, driving it back some. "We need to free Ibara." "What quirk did he copy?" "Shoto's," Izuku replied as he shattered Ibara's prison through a blast of compressed air. He smiled as the technique worked. Though his finger was in pain, it wasn't broken. Jiroda grunted from the impact of Bakugo and went to swipe at the explosion user. "Same side, you dumb beast," he yelled out. Before Jiroda could respond, Itsuka came in from the side with a supersized Superman, sending Jiroda tumbling. "Effing whore," he growled, spitting blood onto the mat. "Whore," she yelled back. "Are you and Ajiro drinking that same effing Kool-Aid?" "You know what? I don't effing care, Jiroda. Let's effing do this," she roared. "Where is that damn pervert?" Ibara yelled. "He ditched us. I need you to try and hold Nito off for a minute," Izuku yelled as he ducked under Dark Shadow's attack. Before he could do anything further, Bakugo came crashing down, landing a kick to his back and sending him sprawling. "Stay out of my way, Tweety. I got this," he yelled. "You ain't got sit," Izuku said. "F this, 10%. He pushed off in a blur and speared Bakugo, sending them crashing into Dark Shadow in a mess of limbs. When Bakugo went to fire another blast, he yanked his gauntlets violently to the side, causing the explosion to hit Dark Shadow. The quirk returned as Izuku spun, grabbed Bakugo by his ankles, and threw him at Nito. Ibara had barely blocked another ice attack and was panting heavily. "Target Fumi," she heard Izuku yell. Quickly, she located the boy and sent her vines racing at him. Dark Shadow went to intercept, but Izuku tackled him, calling up one for all even higher, forcing the lightning to reemerge, causing Dark Shadow to wince, but did not stop the bird from landing a vicious body blow that sent Izuku flying off. Jiroda came at Itsuka, his mind quickly fading as he pushed his quirk farther in rage. Itsuka realized what was happening as her one-time friend attacks came at her more clumsily, but with much greater power than she had ever seen him put forth. When he sent her flying back after a brutal backhand, she skidded to a stop near the arena's edge. She spits out a mouthful of blood. "What's the matter? You made that I dumped Ajiro for a real man. One that looked at me like a woman." Jiroda mindlessly charged as Itsuka smiled. She raced to meet him. And as he neared, she slid down on her knees underneath her much larger foe, enlarging her hands at the last possible second. She grabbed his ankles, causing him to crash down face first. Quickly, she spun and took his back, slipping to the side and driving her knee into his rib cage repeatedly. She was greeted with the satisfactory sound of them breaking and his scream of pain when he blindly went to try and bat her away. She trapped his arm against her body. Taking a hold of it with both hands, she activated her quirk again and snapped it. Not done yet, she scrambled to take his back. After driving his head back into the ground with an elbow, she slipped her arms around his massive neck and squeezed. He tried desperately to reach her, but his arms just didn't reach due to his increased size. Itsuka tightened the choke, feeling him ebb. "I get to be with who I want when I want, you son of a beach." Ibara saw Dark Shadow break free and race towards her. She braced for impact as her veins were almost at fumigage. When the Shadow Quirk roared, rearing back its mighty fist, she sent out a silent prayer. She felt an arm slip around her waist and twirl her aside. Izuku was there. He reared back and threw a heinous straight left. "Detroit, smash!" he yelled as their fists collided. Bakugo scrambled up off of Naito, who was cursing at him. Seeing the Dark Shadow and Izuku's fists collide, he snarled at Izuku. Dark Shadow was thrown back, as was Izuku, who barely managed to avoid leaving the ring when Ibara Vines grabbed Fumigage and threw him out. Bakugo shoved Nito as he charged in directly to Izuku. He was in mid-flight and didn't even see the giant fist that came crashing into the side of his head. "Did you forget about me, you mother effer?" "Cause I didn't forget about you," Itsuka yelled. "I got this takeout, Nito." Izuku looked at Ibara. Sweat was pouring off him. "You got my back." She gulped. "Yes." The feeling of his arm around her waist lingered. "Behind you," a voice yelled in his mind. Izuku yanked Ibara to him and jumped into the air, activating float as a spike ice wave raced past them. Ibara was wide-eyed as she was pressed against his muscular chest. "Wait, he can effing fly. Why didn't you two say anything about that?" Nito yelled, his face contorting in anger. "It's more floating in style," Izuku said back. "Ibara, can you throw me and get yourself down safely?" "With pleasure, Izuku Midoriya," she smiled, her vines wrapping around his waist. Others shot out, keeping her off the ground as she twirled and hurled him like a bullet at Nito. The blonde face blanched as he dropped Shoto's quirk and quickly activated Tetsu's. There is nothing you can do now, you fool. I am the greatest alive. The glory of 1B shall forever. He never finished that sentence. Manchester smash. He roared as One for All sprang to life, filling his arm to 15%. The impact sounded with a massive clang that stopped all the other fights as Nito's face contorted around Izuku's fist, and he rocketed out of the ring, smashing into the far wall. Bakugo landed, eating another fist to the face. He fired an explosion to back her off slightly, allowing him to plant his hand and pivot, landing a solid kick to her midsection. I didn't forget about you. You just aren't worth my attention. You were that other beach. Bad move. Mother effer. Itsuka sneered and re-engaged. When he attempted to fire off his explosion to gain altitude, his legs were suddenly wrapped in vines that forcefully yanked him back to the ground as he fell. Itsuka smirked, jumping and doing a bicycle kick, connecting squarely with his solar plexus, driving all wind from his body. He landed with such force that he bounced. Itsuka retook the air, landing an enormous double axe handle smash anyone had ever seen. This time, he didn't jump, he was forced to the ground. She landed next to him, yanked his bloodied face up, and saw he was still conscious. She delivered a straight right ending that. I'm sorry, what were you saying? She said. Can't hear you. Team H has been eliminated. Vlad-sensei called out. Get the medical staff over there. Izuku, his arm sore, held his hand towards the girls as he stalked out of the arena and found Minta watching Momo's match. It just had to include Ochako and 2 girls from 1B. He snatched Minta up by his cape. Where the hell were you? He yelled. I walked off. We weren't going to win, so why bother? Minta said with a shrug, not even looking but leering at Pony as she and Ochako were entangled on the ground. Jesus, Minta, do you have a heroic bone in your body? Izuku yelled. In case you didn't hear, we did win. Yeah, and you have a broken arm for it, Minta sighed. Look, Midoriya, what is the point of fighting a fight you cannot win? Just walk away. Or I know you like music. Slip out the back before they know you were there. At the most, you will see nobody cares. What? Izuku said, confused. It's a song, check it out, Minta said, straightening his cape as Izuku set him down. Look, man, I used to try and run in and do the heroic thing, and I just got my ass kicked for my trouble. No one cared. Not even whomever I was trying to help. No one. Then I saw the guys that got the girls so that I would hang with them. Once you agree with them, they stop beating you up. I am not brave like you or the others. I am here to become a hero, save a few girls, and live the good life. 20 seconds, Minta, Midoriya said. Something I read. Sometimes, all you need is 20 seconds of insane courage. And if you can do that, you can be a hero, he said. The pain was finally overriding the adrenaline. Mr. Midoriya Midnight yelled. I don't know what you think being a hero is, but if you don't pull your head out of your ass, you will get someone else killed because they depended on you. You will get innocent people killed, not to mention yourself. He stumbled as Itsuka and Ibara caught him. He smiled at them, offering his thanks as midnight approached, wanting to know what had happened with Minta. When he told her, Minta was sent to the locker room to change and wait in the classroom. You need to get to the recovery girl, young man, Midnight said. Can you ladies help him there? Yes, sensei, they responded. Itsuka. She sat there gazing at the sleeping Izuku. Recovery girl had chastised the boy, but he fell asleep after a quick kiss on his forehead. Recovery girl smiled and told Itsuka he would be fine and wake up in a few hours. She was still in her costume, checking to make sure they were alone, when she leaned down and lightly kissed his lips. She wanted it to be nothing, for it to be like any other kiss, to put aside this fantasy that had plagued her for years. She was wrong. It was electric. She felt it in her heart, everywhere. He hadn't even kissed her back, and she swooned. Tears at the corners of her eyes, she whispered, I am in love with you, Izuku Midoriya. Love you too, he whispered back. She jumped back, her heart pounding, one hand over her chest, the other touching her lips. He doesn't mean it, not like that. There is no way he does ... But what if? Itsuka fled the infirmary. That night, -1B dorms. Itsuka was in the kitchen with Set and Kanoko as they worked on dinner for the class. Jiroda had said nothing once they returned to class or at all. Nito had just sneered at her in pure hatred as he stalked off. You seem to be making friends, Set teased. I don't know what everyone's problem is, Itsuka sighed. They seemed overly concerned with my love life. We haven't been in school long enough for anyone to start hitting on each other, so you get to provide that drama, Set replied. That is some bullshit, Itsuka said, setting the salads on the counter. Luckily, it only seems to be those two grasping onto it now, Shroom, Kanoko said. The rest of the class has pulled their heads out of their asses. I want Jiroda and Ajiro to get their shit together. That would be nice, Itsuka added. Now, what the hell is Nito's problem? Your boyfriend hit him too hard, Set smirked. Speaking of which, aren't you going over there tonight? No, not tonight. I want to relax, she said, hiding her blush. She could not see him right now after the infirmary. She didn't trust herself. and he is not my boyfriend. Not with that attitude, said. We girls were going to watch some movies tonight. We reserved the big TV. Do you want to join us? Kanoko asked hopefully. I would, Kanoko. That sounds like fun. Izuku and Momo. Izuku was released from the infirmary, and after some gummies, he felt pretty good. As he arrived at the daycare, when Anari saw him, whatever had been plaguing her this morning seemed to be gone. His daughter called his name and barreled into his arms. Momo was happy when Izuku and Anari walked in, and the little girl squirmed out of Izuku's arms and ran over to her. This was where life decided that complication was the game's name. As Momo squatted down to catch the adorable little missile, Anari called Mama. Momo froze, as did Izuku. Thankfully, the common room was empty. Momo got her bearings as Anari jumped into her arms. Momo was sure she had heard the little girl wrong or that it was a slip of the tongue. Momo, Mama are very close together. Then she repeated it. Mama, kisses, Mama. Momo felt her heart swell, hearing those words from Anari. She smiled and gave the girl her kisses. Anari giggled. It's Momo, the heiress said gently. Mama, Anari said. Momo, she corrected. No, Mama, Anari said, sounding heartbroken, tears leaking out the corners of her eyes. Mama, Momo said, keeping her tears back, and hugged the little girl close. Izuku was frozen. He didn't know what to do. Part of him wanted to correct Anari, but when Momo tried hearing the pain in his daughter's voice, he didn't know what to do. Then there was the image of Momo holding Anari. It stirred emotions inside him and was beautiful. When he thought about it, no one else could be in that position but one, Itsuka. As the thought danced across his mind, he quickly banished it. She was his best friend, and it wasn't right to think like that. Will you eat dinner with us, Mama? Anari said. Can Mama eat dinner with us, Daddy? If she wants to, Izuku said quietly, not trusting his voice. I would love to eat dinner with you, my darling, Momo said quickly, wiping a tear. They entered his quarters as Anari pulled Momo over to the television. The little girl turned on the TV and climbed onto Momo's lap, pulling the heiress' arms around her. What do you want to watch? Momo asked, looking down as Anari tilted her head back to look up at Momo. The image would forever be burned into Izuku's memory. His daughter looking up at Momo and the loving expression on both faces. Genie, she said proudly. Momo nodded and got it playing as the two just sat there watching the movie together. Izuku forced himself to ready dinner instead of gawking at the scene on the couch. His insides were panicking as he was trying to process everything. There was no doubt about it. He had feelings for Momo. Anari calling her Mama was a nail in the coffin. Obviously, Momo cared for his daughter, but how did she feel about him? He didn't want to push the issue and drive Momo away, especially with the revelation from Anari. Izuku made a dinner of yakizakana, miso soup, rice, and salad. He managed to time it as the move ended to avoid interrupting two bonding. When they sat to eat, Momo put Anari in her high chair and, like a mother, got Anari her apple juice and set about making sure Anari was eating before she did so herself. Momo and Izuku avoided addressing the elephant in the room. Instead, she reminded him of the little he missed after the heroic class. He instead focused on her fight, having her recant what had happened in the bout. After dinner, once the dishes were in the dishwasher, Anari ran over to Izuku and tugged at his legs. Can we play outside? Izuku nodded. Inari smiled and proceeded to pull them outside to play. They were chasing her around the playset, reenacting scenes from the movie. It was a family moment, something both Momo and Izuku were keenly aware of. When they had to touch for the game, a jolt would run through them. Izuku told Anari it was time to go inside as it got darker. The little girl pouted and ran behind Momo. Mama carpet song, she said, looking up at Momo. Daddy, make us fly, she said, throwing up her arms. Please, Daddy, she said with a pout. Izuku sighed. What is she talking about? Momo asked. She wants us to sing a song from Aladdin and float around the yard. He wanted to make his daughter happy, but he knew that it would also mean that Momo would be very near to him, and he felt that he was manipulating the situation. Also, Inari pulled Momo farther in. No one sang with them. You can say no, Momo, he said, unsure what answer he hoped to hear. Momo shook her head. No, it's okay. I can sing with her. Then if you are okay with it, I will take her to the bath tonight. Izuku tried to steady his heart. He swore he could hear Nana cheering in the back of his mind. Izuku stepped forward, and Inari jumped into his arms. Momo stepped closer. Her heat nearly thumbed out of her chest when Izuku and Inari held their hands. As she took their hands, she swore she felt electricity running through her when she and Izuku touched them. Do you know the words? He asked quietly. I do, she said, blushing. I have been learning the songs from the movies she likes. What do I do? Just place your feet on mine. I won't drop you, I promise. Izuku slipped his arm around her waist. As she came in close, her scent filled his nose. Their hearts were pounding. She placed an arm around his shoulders and the other around Anari. He closed his eyes, and they started to float up when he opened them. Izuku blushed. Looking at Momo so close to him, her eyes glistened as she returned his gaze. Izuku, I can show you the world. Shining, shimmering, splendid. Tell me, princess, now when did you last let your heart decide? It slowly started drifting, his gaze drifting back between them both. Anari snuggled into Momo. Momo felt her heart swell. They saw Anari gently closed her eyes in bliss as she pulled them with her little arms. I can open your eyes, take you wonder by wonder, over, sideways, and under, on a magic carpet ride. A whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. No one to tell us no, or where to go, or say we're only dreaming. Momo leaned against his shoulder as she looked down at Anari nestled between them, her rich voice pouring out. Momo, a whole new world, a dazzling place I never knew. But now, from way up here, it's crystal clear that now I'm in a whole new world with you. Izuku, now I'm in a whole new world with you. His head tilted forward, resting on top of Momo's. Momo, unbelievable sights, indescribable feeling, soaring, tumbling, freewheeling, through an endless diamond sky. A whole new world. He didn't realize that they were going higher than he usually did. Izuku, don't you dare close your eyes. Momo, 100,000 things to see. Izuki, hold your breath, it gets better. She turned her gaze towards him. Momo, I'm like a shooting star. I've come so far. I can't go back to where I used to be. He tightened his grip around her slender waist. Izuku, a whole new world. Momo, every turn a surprise. Izuku, with new horizons to pursue. Momo, every moment red letter. Their forehead were pressed against each other, their eyes locked. Both, I'll chase them anywhere. There's time to spare. Let me share this whole new world with you. Izuku, a whole new world. Momo, a whole new world. Izuku, that's where we'll be. Momo, that's where we'll be. Izuku, a thrilling chase. Momo, a wondrous place. He instinctively brought them down closer to the ground. They could feel Anari nuzzling between them, and they heard her contented sigh. Both, for you and me. Their lips met before their feet touched the ground. It was soft, tender, warm, in a word, wonderful. The giggle of Anari brought them back to the world, and both blushed furiously. I will take Anari for a bath now, Momo said quietly. Izuku didn't know what to say, whether to apologize or stutter out an explanation. Momo did the talking for him. That was my first kiss. She looked up at Izuku through her eyelashes. I couldn't have dreamed of it being any better or with anyone else. Izuku was speechless as Momo, with Anari in her arms, walked back into the dorms. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.